little longer. The countdown ended, and the battle began. The top 10 people rushed forward to deplete their enemies. Kill him for me. Yi Ning simply released a light counterattack with a sword strike. Before anyone could even touch him, they were blasted several feet away, unable to dodge or defend. On his side, a pale-faced person shouted, "Save the martyr, rush in now." Before Zhang Yang could finish speaking, a young man with a sledgehammer charged forward and yelled, "Yi Ning, I'll take you down with me." He swung the hammer into the air and aimed it directly at Yi Ning. Before his eyes, Yi Ning saw a wave of power enveloped in fiery red energy growing larger. Yi Ning looked up and smirked, responding, "Look at that, even a martyr's bringing a mini-nuclear bomb with him. But sadly for you, you won't get the chance to show it off." He could only huddle in fear, crying out, "Help! Help!" A voice rang out in front of Zhang Yang. "What are you referees standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to save him." The 3 referees from Lu Yuanzhao appeared in front of him, and he could only summon a defensive shield to resist the pressure of the overwhelming strength. Yuanzhao, struggling to resist, exclaimed, "With this speed and energy, is it really possible for someone at the early 3rd ranked to do this?" One of the referees next to him, also terrified, spoke up, "Pay attention. It's fine that we couldn't save him in time earlier, but Zhang Yang has to be saved. If not, our livelihoods will be ruined." Zhang Yang, seeing the scene, could only flee, shouting as he ran, "Save me, Dad, save me. I won't fight anymore. I swear I won't fight anymore." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Zhang Yang. "It's okay now, Zhang Yang." He turned around in panic, only to find his head had already been severed from his body. Huh. The nearby referee thought to himself, "Zhang Yang, is he dead? No way." In the stands of the organizers, the officials could no longer sit still. One of them, unable to believe what he had just witnessed, spoke out, "Unbelievable. One move and the entire battlefield is wiped out. This kind of combat power, this kind of decisive willpower." His companion beside him asked, "Did anyone see that? How did Zhang Yang get killed?" Du Bing, who was nearby, also spoke up, "No, I didn't see anything. He was clearly protected." Old Gu, also nearby, asked in confusion, "Just now, I felt like time stood still for a second. Is that wrong?" Returning to the battle, he used his power to kill that Zhang Yang. His gaze flashed with a contemptuous killing intent, and he said, "The person I want to kill, you won't be able to protect him. Seek out the void force. I need to show you just how strong I am now." He desperately held his son's head, screaming in anguish, "Yang-er!" Zhang Meng, seething with rage, gathered his strength and walked toward Yi Ning, saying, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Yi Ning, uninterested and coldly contemptuous, replied, "You came just in time. I was starting to worry you wouldn't be able to hold back anymore." He summoned his power and roared, "Tiger Fist." Then he shouted at Yi Ning, "Die." In that situation, Yi Ning calmly thought, although his strength has reached peak 3rd rank, in reality, it's only slightly stronger than mine. But I bet, not only will you fail to kill me, but you'll also die here. From a distance, Fang Hio's scream suddenly echoed. Zhang Meng stopped his attack and rushed in front of Yi Ning, fiercely countering Zhang Meng's blow with a mighty overlord dragon fist. Zhang Meng staggered back a few steps. After being knocked back, he glared at Fang Hio with hatred in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fang Hio, get out of the way. A father who doesn't avenge his son's death is not worthy of being a father." He sternly warned, "Zhang Meng, if you stop now, the commander-in-chief might still show mercy and not hold your past actions against you, given the pain of losing your son. But if you don't stop, don't blame me. I truly won't be polite with you." However, deep down he thought, although I want to kill this man, I can't skip the proper procedure. The man was so enraged he couldn't speak. Yi Ning, seeing the situation, quietly calculated, "Want to stop? Then that's not possible." He stood behind, constantly flipping the middle finger at Zhang Meng, smirking with a mocking and provocative grin, and said, "A life and death challenge. No matter the outcome. Your son is a useless piece of trash, but as his father, you're no better. Both of you are just begging for a dog's fate." Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, furiously shouting, "Get out of the way, I'm going to kill this bastard." Before Zhang Meng could react, Fang Hio unleashed his divine dragon pressure, sending him flying with a fierce shout. John Meng, do you want to die? He was knocked back several feet, blood pouring from his mouth. John Meng was unwilling to accept this, propping himself up with his hands, gasping for breath. Commander-in-Chief, he's my son, my only son. Look at what I've sacrificed for the country over all these years. I, John Meng, have risked my life for the country. Commander-in-Chief, I beg you, give me justice. Zhuan Gu fell into deep thought. John Meng had already yielded. Was it really necessary to go this far? From behind, Yi Ning's mocking voice rang out again. Old dog, what right do you have to ask for justice? You can't win with strength, so you want to play the pity card. Are you trying to beg for mercy? In his mind, he was calculating again. Even a perfect ambush should leave a way out, right? No, this time, I must corner the dog and leave it no escape. Yi Ning stepped up to him again and taunted. You want to kill me. I gave you the chance, and you didn't take it. Now I'm standing here for you to kill me. Do you dare? Do you believe me? If even one finger of mine is harmed, I will make your entire family pay with their lives. Not even the dogs and chickens in your house will be left alive. John Meng was driven mad by his provocation and bellowed in rage. You bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead. Someone behind secretly admired him and thought, Yi Ning, this kid's not bad, is he? If he gives me enough reason, I absolutely will not disappoint him. Just as Zhang Meng was about to lunge at Yi Ning, Fang, he had already assumed a fighting stance to counter. He landed a thunderous blow on Zhang Meng and said, Today I'll show you the difference between a true peak and a fake peak. Seeing the scene, Yi Ning silently told himself that the gap in class was indeed not about numbers. Now he could easily defeat those of the same rank or even kill mid-rank third-rank opponents. But facing a third-rank peak, even a high third rank, he would likely only meet death. After he had finished beating him, he turned and reported to him. Sir Commander-in-Chief, Yi Ning was indeed in extreme danger a moment ago. The situation was urgent, so I was careless. Zhuan Gu heard this and said indifferently, Vice Chairman Fang acted out of necessity. Send you to perform the funeral rites for General Zhang Meng. Up above, the old man silently ground his teeth and thought, Hao Zi, oh Hao Zi, do you take this old man for a fool? You and Yi Ning, singing in harmony like that. Do you think I'm blind? Forget it. Luckily, old Hu already prepared an emergency plan. He clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, for saving my life and granting me this justice. Yi Ning expressed his deepest gratitude for such immense grace, swearing to repay the nation with his very life. Seeing this, Zhuan Gu's sharp gaze turned toward Yi Ning. What a way with words. This brat, truly not simple. Since you wish to make a name for yourself and establish your might, then I shall help you achieve it. With that thought, he gave the order. The next day, at the capital square, the first medal ceremony for the seed project would begin. The murmurs of the crowd gradually rose. Yi Ning just annihilated a whole bunch of seeds. Before I could even blink, Zhang Meng was already dead. One wave after another, my heart's about to stop beating. That Yi Ning guy is terrifying. I'd better never cross him. The medal ceremony was held in the capital square. It was a state-level event. Nation H was truly on the brink of change. Zhang Meng's two subordinates, Tang Jian and Lin Ru, trembled in secret. Tang Jian, his face pale with fear, thought, General Zhang Meng is dead. I'm afraid I won't escape death either. Beside him, Lin Ru tried to calm himself inwardly. Thank goodness I was quick-witted at the start, or I'd have died a miserable death by now. On this side, the Commander-in-Chief turned and gave instructions to the old ceremony officer. Old Du, I'm entrusting this to you. Make sure it's held with full honor and grandeur. Also, the outcome of today's life and death battle is to be sealed, including Yi Ning's combat strength and talent. Anyone who attempts to investigate it without authorization will be charged with treason. Zhai Bing solemnly received the order and replied clearly, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The next day, at the capital square, the atmosphere was lively with the representative's speech. With the approval of the great Hsia Army's sole will, Yi Ning will be the first to take the lead in the fire strain plan. In recognition of Comrade Yi Ning's outstanding performance in the global trial, the original rewards have been specially increased as follows. He continued to announce, While the Commander-in-Chief is presenting the medal, the original A+ level clearance has been elevated to level S. The initial A-grade resource quota has been expanded to unlimited. The starting credit of 1 million points will now increase by 30,000 points per month, with an additional special approval quota of 10 million points per year. The right to personally select an epic grade piece of equipment has been upgraded to legendary grade equipment. This is the golden embellished badge adorned with 3 stars at its center. He went on to introduce. In addition, the original teacher level treatment has been promoted to deputy commander level, and the initial rank of colonel has been elevated to general. At the same time, Yi Ning has been specially appointed as an honorary member of the Wang Tian Standing Committee. With a cheerful expression, he added, 21 ceremonial gun salutes for this medal conferment ceremony. It's almost as if the Commander-in-Chief himself were being honored. Xiao Hai also chimed in, adding, a month ago, the incident where Yi Ning infiltrated the Tianfeng testing grounds is still fresh in my mind. And to think that Kai Lai, standing beside me, also joined in. Yesterday, I received a promotion notice, all thanks to Yi Ning. On the award stage, Xuangu smiled and asked, Yi Ning, do you have any other requests? Upon hearing this, Yi Ning's expression darkened. His current reward was already extravagant enough. If he were to ask for more now, it would surely be an insatiable greed. What if he didn't speak up now? He feared he might not have another chance in the future. Yi Ning politely responded, Sir Commander-in-Chief, I hope to attend the Triannual Military Conference in the next 2 days. Duan Go, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this brat really knows how to throw a tough question at me from here on out. The person beside him also scrutinized Yi Ning in silence. After all, Yi Ning was only 18 years old. What could he possibly know at that age? What was his purpose for attending the conference? Fang Hio, standing next to them, couldn't help but sigh. This kid is exceptionally gifted. He must be thinking more about battle strategies. What will he want with that conference? Meanwhile, Xuangu patted Yi Ning on the shoulder, happily saying, no problem at all. Now that you're an honorary member, you'll naturally have the option to attend as an observer. Of course, if you have any suggestions, the military is always willing to consider them. Yi Ning responded politely, thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Sir, it was already getting dark. After entering the cabin, sitting down and resting, Yi Ning began to think. Should I try researching? No. What I want is compliance. After all, to prevent the disaster at Donghai, it was essential to mobilize the strength of at least one military district. But for now, I'll just accept things as they are and act based on circumstances later. Suddenly, he came over and said to him, Yi Ning, follow me. Yi Ning was confused, not understanding what was happening. At the military district's compound, a large armored vehicle was slowly approaching. After leading him to the gates of the military district, Fang Hio said, Yi Ning, starting today, you will live here. This place is not only heavily guarded, but also surrounded by multiple layers of greenery. It's absolutely top-tier treatment. This completely sealed metal room is the most confidential conference room here. After leading Yi Ning inside, he continued, the reason I personally brought you here today is that I have a secret mission for you. Although, theoretically, since you've just reached 3rd rank, you shouldn't be the one, but we genuinely couldn't find anyone more suitable than you. Yi Ning calmly responded, Fang uncle, please speak plainly. Fang Hio seriously said to him, the Intercontinental Dungeon has an A-level difficulty, the Zombie Nation. Each country only allows a maximum of 2 mid-level 3rd rank and 8 low-level 3rd rank individuals to enter. In addition to dealing with the mutated creatures and resolving the main mission, you must also fight against awakened individuals from other countries to gather more mineral energy. Yi Ning, hearing that, secretly calculated in his head that he had visited this dungeon in a previous life. Although back then, it certainly wasn't an intercontinental dungeon, and it had no spirit energy mines. At that moment, a system panel suddenly appeared with a few lines of text. Compulsory mission. Enter the National Zombie Dungeon and seize the highest authority within the dungeon. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive an S-rank strategic weapon, the design blueprint for a special sky carrier. He spoke seriously, admonishing him. Yi Ning, although this mission will be very risky, the combat squad will always prioritize keeping you safe. Before Fang Hio could finish the sentence about the possibility of mission failure, Yi Ning had already raised his hand in a military-style salute to acknowledge the order. Uncle Fang, I'll go. I'm not afraid of danger. After all, I still believe the mission won't fail. Fang chuckled with delight. Good boy, that's the spirit. We certainly didn't misjudge you. Well then, before you leave, if you need anything, go to the treasury and get it. After leaving, a thought flashed through Yi Ning's mind. Whether you call this a compulsory mission or not, charging in for the design blueprint of the Sky Carrier is worth gambling his life for. According to what he had read, the ship is 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, with a displacement of 10,100 tons. It can carry 64 battle water spirit energy units, 26 barreled Lingling guns in the hull, and 2 main guns at the bow and stern. It can also carry 7,000 people and is equipped with spirit energy towers, a spirit energy shield, and an automated attack network. Yi Ning happily thought, this is too perverse. Just reading the basic description is enough to send chills down your spine. If something like this could really be created, I wonder if it could dominate the world. I must get it. I must get it at all costs. As he walked, he thought about how after reaching 3rd rank, the system would provide 2 more skill slots. There were still a few days left to prepare, so he needed to level up as much as possible. Now that the first place position was in his hands, the first thing was to go to the National Treasury and pick 2 S-level sword techniques, before deciding on the next steps. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he felt an aura wrapping around him, realizing that he was nearing the 3rd rank peak. The speed with which this place was being approached felt off, like something was not quite right. Yi Ning warily turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" A girl with pink hair and tight-fitting clothes suddenly appeared, saying, "Bodyguard 009 reporting for duty." She rushed over and embraced him intimately. As she hugged him, Fang Fang whispered, "I'm responsible for protecting Yi Ning, sir." Yi Ning's face turned cold, and he pushed her away, asking, "Who sent you to be my personal bodyguard? And who told you that being so close is what protection means?" Fang Fang innocently replied, "Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fang Hio sent me here, and the close protection is something I just learned from the materials today." Confused, Yi Ning asked, "What materials are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Fang Fang immediately adopted a seductive pose, pushing her curvaceous hips toward him, swaying them as she said, "This is how it's done." Not stopping there, she even knelt down and struck a provocative pose towards him. Then, she puckered her lips as if she wanted to kiss him. Yi Ning, embarrassed, waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop it." She innocently cried out, and Yi Ning could only sigh and mutter in frustration. "These higher-ups, really, aren't you afraid that I'll get all worked up? Something might happen on the road at this rate. Why are you doing this? If it's real, then we've seriously underestimated how serious this is." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his mental probing skills to investigate. A clear image of her body appeared before him, with external antennas connected to a chip in her brain, along with numerous circuits throughout her physical body. Her brain had originally been shrunk and had died. Every thought and action was guided by the chip. She seemed more like a robot than a human. After finishing the scan, he extended his hand and asked, "How did you end up like this?" Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist tightly, then pressed his finger to her forehead to activate herself. The sound of successful fingerprint recognition rang out. Yi Ning's eyes widened in surprise, and the system chimed in with another notification. Successfully unlocked. Update command completed. Her memories then flashed before his eyes. In a hospital room, Fang Hio tightly held his daughter's hand, his face full of worry. Fang Fang's complexion was pale, but she still managed to force a smile and comfort her father, saying, "Dad, don't cry. Anyway, I'm going to die soon. Instead of wasting away, dying for nothing, I'd rather donate this artificial body before I go. If by some chance it succeeds, maybe it can still serve the nation in the future. I've always believed in your words, Father, in the future of humanity, but I'm burdened by the state of this world." Fang Hio clutched his daughter's hands tightly, crying out, "But Fang Fang, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death itself, and it has never succeeded before. Even if it does, your soul will vanish. You'll become nothing more than a machine. How can you expect me to be so heartless? To endure something like that? She gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and softly comforted him. Father, you once told me stories about heroic souls. Their bodies perished, yet their fighting spirits endured. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul will be destroyed, but my body will not die. She smiled faintly and continued. Compared to the pain of disappearing completely, what does a little suffering matter? Fang Hio could only swallow back his tears, silently feeling the warmth of his daughter's hand for the last time. Though Fang smiled, tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "Becoming a mechanical being isn't so bad. I believe that the commands you give me will always be the right ones." When the memory exploration ended, he stood in quiet astonishment at what he had just witnessed. Turning away, he thought to himself, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fang Hio, Uncle Fang. What virtues or abilities does Yi Ning possess that you would value him so deeply? What's going through Uncle's mind to have her come here to protect me like this? Is the name 009 newly adopted as well? Is he trying to forcefully suppress and sever his own emotions? After coming to a conclusion, he decisively gave the order. Follow orders, she responded immediately. Understood. Yi Ning issued the command with a serious tone. Delete all so-called personal study materials. From now on, stay close to protect me and follow my orders. She, as if programmed, immediately affirmed, understood. He turned his back and said, now follow me to the military's top research institute to retrieve the S-level sword technique. She responded promptly, understood. As they walked, he was deep in thought. Fang Uncle's great undertaking is far from complete, so what talk of personal desires? Although I don't fully agree with your methods, I still must thank you. A little sacrifice for greater gain. If you all believe in my future, then Yi Ning swears not to disappoint anyone. Yi Ning led Fang to the research institute. As they approached the gate, someone ran out from inside to greet them. Hello, Yi Ning. Welcome to the top research institute. He greeted him in a military posture, then politely added, I am Wang Xiao, deputy director. I hope to learn from your guidance. Yi Ning responded courteously, hello, Director Wang. I wish to select 2 S-level sword techniques from here. Is that difficult? Wang Xiao happily replied, not at all. Please follow me. Hearing that, the person turned to Fang and said, 00, wait for me outside. I'll be right back. She softly replied, got it. Leading Yi Ning inside, he excitedly asked, Yi Ning, we only have 4 S-rank swordsmen left, but there are more A-rank sword techniques. Do you want to go through the A-rank techniques first? He coldly replied, no need, just bring the S-rank swordsman. He seemed like he wanted to say something else, but Yi Ning directly asked, if Director Wang has something to say, please say it plainly. Hearing this, Wang Xiao cautiously responded, Yi Ning, I originally had no intention to delay, you know that. There are many third-tier units in the capital's military district, and now that only S-rank sword techniques remain, there are bound to be many issues. Yi Ning interrupted him coldly, saying, I understand. No problem. Let's go take a look first, and then discuss it. He looked at Yi Ning with a surprised expression and nodded. In front of Yi Ning were 4 thick brown books. His analytical abilities came to the forefront as 4 notices appeared in front of him. The first was Hellfire Eruption *, which cost 6,000 spirit points. In the weak zone of the Earth's crust, after embedding it into the ground, a volcanic eruption would be triggered 10 seconds later. Next was Desperate Strike *, costing 5,500 spirit points. When in a critical state, if health falls below 10%, Desperate Strike can be activated once, dealing 100% damage. After killing the target, it will recover 30% of the life points. Then comes the book Death Dirge *, consuming 18,000 spirit energy, followed by a deadly strike that launches a toxic killing blow. After the target dies, the soul of the deceased, once imprisoned, will be released within 3 seconds and will receive and utilize the combat strength of the deceased while alive. Lastly, the book Annihilation *, consuming 8,000 spirit energy, continuously accumulating power, and inflicting additional damage on the target after 10 seconds. During the accumulation period, movement or the release of other skills is not possible. Yi Ning looked at the 4 books in front of him and assessed them. No wonder only these were left. Desperate, Strike asterisk could only be used when near death, while asterisk hellfire asterisk could only be used if the right location was chosen. Asterisk death dirge asterisk consumes 18,000 spirit energy. Where would an ordinary person get that? And the asterisk annihilation asterisk skill requires 10 seconds of immobility. Isn't that just asking to be a live target? Hearing this, the man silently broke into a sweat and cautiously asked, "So Yi Ning, would you like to check out the A-grade sword techniques? The effects aren't too far behind. We have over 800 types here." Suddenly, Yi Ning raised his hand towards the books and activated the knowledge absorption technique to learn from the two most recent books. Wang Xiao, standing beside him, was shocked and thought, wow, has he already learned both asterisk death dirge asterisk and asterisk annihilation asterisk? Unable to hold back, he blurted out, "Yi Ning, what are you?" Yi Ning turned to him with a smile and replied, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I honestly couldn't be bothered to look at the A-grade sword techniques." Wang Xiao, upon hearing that, didn't know what else to say. After finishing the task, he waved his hand confidently and said goodbye. Wang Xiao was still trying to make sense of what had just happened. "Director Wang, you've worked hard. I'll take my leave now." He looked stunned, frozen in place, lost in thought. Time was tight, and he was too lazy to interpret the situation. His mind was a mess at this point. Didn't third-rank skills have limitations when used? Could it be that he wasn't affected? If not, why was he being so careless? As he stepped out, his mind started calculating. No matter how many flaws these skills had, the system had rated them as S-rank sword techniques. All he could think was that their power was terrifying. Death Dirge could fight and steal souls, while Annihilation could engage in long-range battles. The spiritual energy was abundant right now, and with the Sword God in hand. If he didn't take a chance now, when would he? The system interface appeared before Yi Ning with the message. Sword technique enhancement successful. The S-rank sword technique, Death Dirge, had been enhanced to SSS rank. Yama descends to the mortal realm, while the S-rank Annihilation had been enhanced to SSS rank Divine Wrath. Yama descends to the mortal realm. The casting time has no cooldown for 48 hours. The skill's effect costs 20,005. After killing the target, it can lock onto and control the soul of the deceased within 100 meters, turning it into a puppet that can be used for 10 seconds. The combat power of the puppet is equivalent to the deceased's strength. When alive, within the system of life and death assessments, you were like King Yama himself descending to the mortal realm. Divine Wrath has a cooldown that allows for one free use every 48 hours. The skill consumes 20 mana points, summons a 4th-tier illusion lasting 10 seconds, and inflicts devastating damage upon its target. The system's evaluation of Divine Wrath was astonishingly severe. After reading through the analysis, Yi Ning let out a quiet sigh. As expected, the God Sword system never ceases to amaze me. Sword Flow Storm delivers area-wide devastation. Heavenly Rift Flowing Light strikes down elites. Dimensional Slash specializes in assassinations and survival. Heaven Severing reflects and counters attacks. Now, with Yama descends to the mortal realm, even souls can be pinned like nails. Even when surrounded by the zombie tide, I can quickly turn my enemies into anchors of their own demise. Divine Wrath conjures 4th-tier illusions. Even a peak 3rd-rank foe could only look on in despair. As he walked, Yi Ning pondered quietly. The ability could not only be used once freely every 48 hours, but also be activated anytime using mana, essentially functioning as an independent skill outside the system. He was eager to test it immediately, but with the Intercontinental Dungeon Expedition in 2 days, he decided to restrain himself for now. Just then, someone stepped in front of him at the doorway. Wan Ru, flanked by her 2 subordinates. The moment they arrived, she spoke sharply. "Yi Ning, the system reported that you've used 2 S-rank sword techniques." He met her gaze with a faint, confident smile. "Yes. So what? Is there a problem? Am I not allowed to use them?" Her face twisted into a frown as she said, "You can use it, but you must leave behind the combat data before you leave." Yi Ning coldly retorted, "Is there such a rule? Is it mandatory?" She snapped back, "Yes, it is." Suddenly, Wang Xiao hurried over in an attempt to mediate, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Yi Ning. This is our expert, Mrs. Wan Ru. Perhaps she wants you to leave the combat data for these 2 sword techniques, so the military can reference it in the future. It's not mandatory, just voluntary. After all, it's a contribution to national research. She aggressively interrupted, contradicting him with nonsense. The rule is that not only these 2 volumes, but all of Yi Ning's combat data must be shared with us for research and experimentation. In her heart, Wang Xiao was silently cursing the crazy woman. Her previous research had yielded no results, and her son had a useless mental system. If she wanted to go mad and seek death, she shouldn't drag him into it. Yi Ning, however, paid no mind to her words, and simply said, "I refuse." Wan Ru, gritting her teeth, questioned, "If you've accepted the military's resources, you are obligated to undergo their testing. Blood tests, bone strength, muscle activity. These are all necessary. No matter how famous you are, so what? Are you daring to defy military orders?" He impatiently cast her a cold glance, thinking, "Stop with the serious nonsense." In her eyes, anyone could be a mere subject for experimentation in the name of the nation, yet purely driven by selfish desires. Who knows how many awakened, oppressed people there have been? Even though the system of divine swords had no limitations, today, I still wouldn't let her off easily. Without saying much, he drew his sword from the space, preparing for battle, and said, "If I don't cooperate today, does Director Wan still intend to force me to stay?" She could only scream in fury, "Yi Ning, how dare you?" Wang Xiao, standing by, desperately tried to dissuade him. "Yi Ning, Director Wan didn't mean it that way. Please, go ahead." But she thought otherwise, pointing directly at Yi Ning and shouting, "Get out! Today, Yi Ning, you won't be leaving. You violated military orders. Even if I take you today, it's legal. Even if this reaches the commander-in-chief, I won't be afraid." He raised the sword in his hand, squinting dangerously as he said, "It seems Director Wan is threatening me now. Well then, don't blame me for using you as an example." All of a sudden, her scream echoed, "Huh? What is this?" A foot had already settled on her face. Looking closely, it was Fang Fang, coldly pressing her foot on Wanru's face and saying, "The threat has been eliminated. Should I destroy her?" Fang Fang, still stepping on Wanru's face, asked, "Do you want to kill her?" Wanru, her face pressed into the ground, begged in terror, "Please don't kill me. Please, I beg you. Don't kill me." Wang Xiao, standing by, anxiously begged for her as well. "Yi Ning, please let Director Wan go. She knows she was wrong. I apologize to you on her behalf. Please spare her." Yi Ning said nothing but thought to himself that although he wanted to kill her, he had only killed Zhang Meng 2 days ago. If he finished her off today, it would probably cause panic. Then he ordered Fang Fang aloud, "Take her away. Don't kill her for now. Kick her farther away. Don't block my path." Fang Fang responded at once. Immediately, he swung his leg and sent Director Wan flying. She spun several times in midair, then slammed her head against the wall and coughed up blood. She collapsed to the ground, blood gushing, and stopped breathing. Seeing this, Wang Xiao stammered in fear. Director Wan, she, Yi Ning, standing behind, was also startled. Fang Fang, as if nothing had happened, said calmly, "Sorry. I underestimated how far she would be thrown and overestimated her endurance." Yi Ning then calmly turned to Wang Xiao and said, "Director Wang, you saw it too. This was purely an accident, right?" Wang Xiao forced a smile and replied, "Yes, yes. Director Wan accidentally drove her head into the wall and died. It had nothing to do with you." He inwardly lamented, "Good heavens, this man is so formidable, I must never provoke him." Yi Ning then turned and left, leaving a polite remark. "Then we'll trouble Director Wan with the funeral arrangements. We'll take our leave now." Wang Xiao offered an awkward smile, waved goodbye, and answered, "Yi Ning, no need for formalities. Please go at your leisure." Yi Ning and Fang Fang walked slowly. Fang Fang, walking behind, asked anxiously, "Did I cause you any trouble?" Yi Ning immediately reassured her, "It's nothing. After all, it's not something good. Just kill it. Anyway, I was going to kill it in the first place. If the superiors want to hate me, let them hate." 2 days later, the National Committee Members' Conference Hall. Inside the hall, the seats were almost completely filled. At that moment, Yi Ning was slowly entering. The people around him began to buzz. "Yi Ning! Damn, that kid actually came. Maybe he just wants to see the excitement. Another sneered, "No way, look. He has documents in his hand. Could he actually be here to present a proposal?" Someone else said, "Ridiculous. What could a child possibly propose? He's probably just putting on a show." Yi Ning entered the hall and went to his seat. He pulled out his chair. Beside him sat a man in uniform with a very grim expression. He was Fang Tang, Minister of the Armed Forces of the Donghai Regional Command. Seeing him, the man seethed inwardly. "Yi Ning, you killed my wife, Wan Ru. As for today's proposal, even if I can't kill you, I'll strip you of your privileges." At that moment, a staff member stepped forward and handed Yi Ning a document, saying, "Mr. Yi Ning, your number is 119, Special Honorary Member. This is the agenda for the meeting. Please read it carefully." She instructed him, "The communication devices during the conference must be turned off, and it is strictly forbidden to leak any proposals outside." He thought to himself, in his third year in his previous life, he had already organized many conferences, so he was very familiar with all of this. But now, he had to pretend like it was his first time here, which was really annoying. The girl continued to explain, "During this conference, you will have a ballot after the main proposals are finished. If you want to express your opinion, you can press the button next to it. But please think carefully before you do." He gave a faint smile, waved at her, and said, "I understand, don't worry. Besides my own proposals, I won't randomly press anything. I don't need to worry about it. You can go back to your work." The girl responded, "Understood, sir." Yi Ning. Then, she suddenly realized and immediately asked, "Wait a minute, you just mentioned a proposal. Do you actually have a proposal?" The girl became frightened, sweat pouring down her face, thinking, "Oh no, the leader had told me to explain everything clearly to him and not cause any disruptions during the meeting." She quickly rushed away, a warning echoing in her head. "No, I must report this to the leader immediately." Seeing her rush off, Yi Ning was puzzled. Am I some kind of monstrous beast? Fang Hio, just arriving, caught sight of this scene. He sat down and chuckled loudly, teasing Yi Ning. "What's up, kid? Are you looking at the receptionist here? Isn't 009 good enough to satisfy you yet?" Yi Ning, upon seeing the visitor, greeted him politely, "Fang Uncle." Then, he looked directly into Fang Hio's eyes and replied, "Fang Uncle, 009 is very good, truly worthy of being the best person in the world, treating me wholeheartedly. Just now, when I mentioned the project, that receptionist immediately ran off." Fang Hio raised an eyebrow in surprise, letting out a soft "oh," before turning away with a faint smile, asking, "No wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you. Kid, are you really trying to stir up trouble? Tell me, what exactly do you want to bring up?" Yi Ning, unconcerned, answered, "When this process is over, you'll understand, and I promise you, it definitely won't be trouble." Hearing this, Fang He laughed. "You kid, you're already learning how to speak in riddles?" He then turned to give Yi Ning some advice. "Yi Ning, as someone who has been through a lot, I advise you, whatever you want to mention, it's best to hold back. After all, military and political issues always have checks and balances." Yi Ning calmly reassured him. "I know, Fang Uncle, don't worry." Although Yi Ning reassured him, Fang Hio remained uneasy. He clenched his hand and brought it up to his chin, lost in thought. "Yi Ning, I believe in someone who dares to close the doors on the battlefield's ruins and bring the veterans home. I'm sure you won't do anything that harms the country. Right? And you're someone worth trusting, even by Fang Fang." Lai Xuangu stood at the podium of the conference hall and spoke. "I hereby declare the opening of the 13th Survivor Congress. I will now announce the agenda." Behind him, a screen displayed the contents of the conference, which included neighboring countries showing signs of invading borders and plundering valuable resources. In recent years, the military has been preparing to mobilize 3 large corps for deployment. Second, the shield between the awakened descendants and ordinary survivors is gradually growing. Third, the Bai Mai region, stationed on the C-shaped island chain, is preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Yi Ning sat with his hands clasped on the table, silently reflecting. There were a total of 9 proposals, 6 of which concerned other countries. So that's why there's been a great famine? There was a period of strange weakness. It was before the catastrophe in the previous life. No wonder people like me had to rush into the intercontinental dungeon. Like Swan Gu spoke loudly. Now is the time for members to present their proposals. Members may speak independently. After the vote, the review process will begin. Suddenly, behind him, the screen displayed two people. Number 119, Honorary Member Yi Ning proposes a plan. Number 23, Minister of the Armed Forces Dong Hai, Fang Teng, proposes a plan. Upon seeing Yi Ning's information on the main screen, Fang Teng angrily glared at him, and the people behind him continuously made disdainful remarks about him. Yi Ning really wanted to present his proposal, but it was truly absurd. Was he trying to take advantage of his privileges now, to do whatever he wanted? Just by looking at his age, it was clear he was too young, too naive. Fang Teng asked him with a dark expression and a mocking tone. Yi Ning, did you press the wrong button? If so, sit down quickly and stop wasting my time. I'm here to pass judgment on you. Yi Ning wasn't frightened at all, and instead asked back, pass judgment on me. What are you talking about? Still, a trace of unease stirred in his heart. His proposal about Dong Hai hadn't even been mentioned yet. Could it be that the other party had already been on guard? All these documents were the results of his secret investigation over the past 2 days. There was no way they could have been leaked. Fang Teng didn't answer him, but turned to report to Lag Swan Go, Commander-in-Chief, members of the committee. 2 days ago, Yi Ning went to the First Research Institute and recklessly killed Director Wan. She was not only the director but also my wife. Wan Ru, this is an act of utter lawlessness. He clenched his fists in rage and shouted, no matter how gifted one is, the law cannot be ignored. Therefore, I propose that all of Yi Ning's resources and privileges be revoked. Yi Ning listened to the accusation without the slightest hint of fear. His cold gaze swept over Fang Teng as he thought to himself, so he's the husband of that damn director. Well, that explains it. Like Swan Gu, having heard the accusation, turned to ask him, Yi Ning, is this true? Yi Ning did not hesitate and calmly replied, I'm afraid Minister Fang has misunderstood. 2 days ago, I did visit the academy to study 2 sword techniques, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan got overly excited upon seeing me, lost focus, and accidentally crashed into a tree, which led to her death. Fang Teng, upon hearing him say that, became furious, swearing and shouting. What the hell did you say? Say it again, I dare you. Yi Ning deliberately provoked him. What I mean is, when your wife saw a handsome, fresh meat like me, she couldn't control herself and crashed into a tree, dying. It's really a shame. She never got to eat good food in her whole life. The crowd around him continued to murmur. Is this true or just a rumor? How did such a serious conference turn into a pasture all of a sudden? Such embarrassing matters shouldn't be brought up outside. Fang Teng actually said that. Like Swan Gu cleared his throat, reminding everyone, please pay attention to the rules in the hall. Minister Fang, this trivial domestic matter should be handled privately. Fang Teng was enraged, pointing at Yi Ning, unwilling to back down. Commander-in-Chief, this is not what Yi Ning says. He is a petty person, abusing his privileges, and he deserves to be killed. Fang Hio could no longer tolerate it and stood up, shouting at him, Fang Teng, how dare you? Yi Ning patted Fang Hio's shoulder and said, Fang uncle, let me handle this. If Minister Fang doesn't believe it, just ask Director Wang from the Research Institute. He then turned away, not caring about him anymore, and continued. As for your proposal, it's not qualified to be discussed at this meeting. So now it's my turn. How coincidental, my proposal also involves you. I, Yi Ning, propose the removal of Fang Teng from the position of Minister of the Donghai Administrative Region. He straightened up and looked directly at Like Swan Go, his voice clear as he reported, simultaneously requesting the mobilization of all combat-ready forces in the Donghai Combat Zone, and the immediate evacuation of 67 million survivors from Safe Zone 239, located off the coast, because in about 17 to 23 days, a tidal beast surge will break out along the coastal regions. What level is this invasion? The people behind him began to gossip after hearing this. Are you kidding me? Does this kid even know what he's saying? Where did this rumor come from? Has Dong Hai ever seen this? This is even more ridiculous than Fang Teng's suggestion to greenlight things. After hearing the report, Fang Teng sneered and mocked. You little brat, talking nonsense. It's been over 40 years, and there has never been an A-level title beast surge in Donghai. Are you dreaming or something to say such things? Like Swan Gu slammed his hand onto the table so hard that the microphone fell over, shouting angrily, "Silence! No disruptions during the proposal." Then he turned to warn Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, if you dare make this proposal, you better give me a concrete reason." Unfazed, Yi Ning picked up his report and began reading aloud. The Donghai region, Sea Area C13. Over the past 2 months, the energy concentration in the water has increased by 1.9%. It's the highest in 40 years. In the D51 Sea Area, 43 submarine earthquakes have occurred in the first half of this year, with the highest magnitude being B+, the highest frequency in 40 years. The No. 2 digital resource port, where marine hydrokinetic devices are installed, has suffered 13 incidents since the start of the year. During maintenance operations, 3 combat teams went missing, and 23 engineers were killed in Category D accidents. The cause has not yet been determined. He continued his presentation, his voice trembling amid the tense atmosphere, while Fang Tang sat frozen with fear. Sea beast attacks in the Donghai Theater have increased by 195.7% compared with last year, the highest level in 40 years. Fang Tang felt a chill of bewilderment. How could the enemy know the situation in Donghai so thoroughly? Suddenly, he slammed the report down on the table, his gaze steady. All of these facts and figures were taken from the Donghai safety zone. If the military doubts them, I invite you to inspect the area in person. If any part of my report is fabricated, I, Yi Ning, will accept full responsibility. Like Swan Gu turned and asked, "Minister Fang of the Huadong Theater, is this data accurate?" Fang Tang could only scratch his head, his heart in knots. Sweat poured from his brow. He knew that whether he admitted it or not, the outcome would be the same: dismissal or even a court-martial. In a moment of despair, he made a decision. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well kill Yi Ning first. At least he could keep a shred of face. Exposed by Yi Ning, Fang Tang flew into uncontrollable rage and shouted, "Yi Ning, I'll kill you." Fortunately, Yi Ning reacted in time, blocking the blow with his hand and being hurled backward without sustaining serious injury. But that was not enough. Fang Tang continued to charge forward, wanting to take advantage of Yi Ning slipping on the ground to land another blow. At that moment, Fang Hio rushed forward and blocked in front of Yi Ning, using his arm to absorb Fang Tang's attack. He angrily shouted, "Fang Tang, are you out of your mind?" But Fang Tang seemed to have lost all rationality. He screamed wildly, "Either way, we're all going to die. I'm going to cripple him today." Swan Gu, witnessing this scene, was furious. He pointed towards the fight and commanded, "Damn it, to attack someone in the middle of the assembly. Are you trying to rebel? Where are the guards? Arrest Fang Tang immediately, and if necessary, kill him on the spot." Fang Fang received the order and immediately moved toward the group, announcing that she identified a level 1 threat. Meanwhile, Fang Tang and Fang Hio were locked in a standoff, neither of them willing to back down. Both had gathered strength in their hands, ready to unleash a powerful blow at the other. Yi Ning, seeing this, became extremely anxious. He shouted loudly, "Uncle Fang, step aside, I can handle this myself." Hearing this, Fang Hio quickly responded, "No need, 1 punch from me will be enough to deal with him." Then, he charged at Fang Tang, preparing to use his fire to break through his ice. Without holding back, Fang Hio punched directly at Fang Tang, with such force that the latter was sent flying backward. At the same time, Fang Hio yelled loudly, "Fang Fang, catch him!" Fang Fang, upon hearing the order, immediately appeared at the spot where Fang Tang was about to land. She glanced sharply at him and responded, "I'm already here." Fang Fang decisively raised her leg and struck hard at Fang Tang's back. The pain was so intense that his eyes rolled back, his mouth spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fang Fang withdrew her leg and coldly looked at Fang Tang, who had collapsed onto the ground. Indifferently, she said, "The threat has been eliminated, the danger resolved." Once Fang Hio had dealt with the situation, he turned to ask Yi Ning, "Yi Ning, are you okay?" Yi Ning could only smile politely in response, "I'm fine. It's just that you all moved too quickly, so I didn't have the chance to do anything." Everyone in the room finally reacted to what had just happened. Each person was stunned, and they couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Wow!" In less than 5 seconds, A third-rank general has already been taken out. Stop talking nonsense. Fang Deputy Commander-in-Chief is a peak third rank. Even that female guard is almost at peak fighting strength. Didn't Jiang Commander-in-Chief say a kill Fang Tang on the spot? That's true. And now, Yi Ning is a national special protective animal. Fang Tang is definitely insane. At this moment, Zhuan Gu spoke up to restore order. Order, please. The meeting will proceed with Yi Ning's proposal, which is of great importance. The committee members can discuss freely, and in 3 minutes, voting will begin. Upon hearing this, everyone slowly settled down. But instead of discussing Yi Ning, they now voiced doubts about Fang Tang. From Fang Tang's earlier behavior, it was clear that the evidence Yi Ning had checked was correct. But even if the data is correct, it does not mean that a wave of excitement will definitely occur. If there is no disaster but hasty actions are taken, it will still result in a significant loss. However, if a disaster does truly occur, the time will come in just 3 minutes. Zhuan Gu spoke again to continue. The time has come. We will now begin the voting. After the vote, the results were displayed on the large screen in the conference hall. 14 votes in favor, 1 vote against, 104 abstentions. Based on the voting results, Zhuan Gu announced to everyone, the vote has passed. After this conference concluded, specialists were immediately dispatched to Donghai to prepare the retreat plan. There should be no delay in taking action. With the conference over, the scene shifted. The next day, at the military district's headquarters, Yi Ning's house, Fang Hio was standing and chatting with him. Yi Ning, this afternoon you will depart for the continuous electric dungeon. In the dungeon, anyone with a third rank or higher will not be allowed to enter. He glanced lightly at Fang to explain. So 009 won't be able to accompany you. Hearing this, Yi Ning smiled and responded warmly. Don't worry, Fang Uncle, I understand the rules. Then he pointed to a box placed far away and said, inside this box are the legendary items that the country promised to reward me with. Inside the box are A-grade materials, the heart of destruction from the mountain range, and the bone-breaking skull I registered with the parliament earlier. Yi Ning let out a sound of acknowledgement, as if accepting what was said. He then asked, what about the bones of the human face and the core of the strange fruit? Fang Hio turned his head once more, facing Yi Ning directly, and explained slowly, these two are too special. They are not in the national treasury. According to Fang Hio, a creature with the body of a bird and sharp, piercing eyes began to appear. The human face, which appeared about 27 years ago, caused the deaths of 60,000 people in the Huanan war zone. It is said that at that time, 4 senior third-rank experts intervened, but still allowed the monster to escape. He paused for a moment before continuing to describe a creature with a skull-like head, surrounded by clouds that seemed to gather around it like a storm. As for the core of the strange fruit, it is said to be a creation of the supernatural body. He glanced at Yi Ning briefly and added, I've informed the 7th Research Institute, which is responsible for investigating the 3 major incidents, but it will take more time. Yi Ning felt deeply grateful upon hearing this. He waved his hand and smiled warmly in response. I understand, Uncle. You've worked hard. Please bring everything inside. I'll get familiar with these things first, and we can talk about the rest after we leave the Intercontinental Instance. After that, Yi Ning opened the box and reached out to grab the red and green heart inside, muttering to himself. As for the remaining materials, I'll have to search for them slowly. I guess I won't be able to upgrade the Sword God system for a while. Holding the heart in his hand, Yi Ning quickly activated his own abilities. Slowly absorb it. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Special materials have been used. Upgrading progress 2/4. Material 1. Heart of the Destroyer. Stone Vein 1/1. Material 2. Face Bone Fluid 0/1. Material 3. Bone Shard of the Dead 1/1. Material 4. White Heart of the Alien Demon 0/1. After finishing, he reached out to grab another box, cheerfully announcing, speaking of legendary tier equipment, this box is already quite special. Once the box successfully scanned Yi Ning's fingerprint, the unlocking notification sounded. Beep, identity verification successful. Opened by Honorary Commissioner, level at plus Yi Ning. Receiving the item, the system's mechanical voice echoed again. Receive legendary equipment, paralysis gauntlets. Receive legendary equipment, Elemental Wind Seal. From within the box, 2 pairs of earth-red gauntlets gradually appeared before his eyes, accompanied by the system's description. Paralysis Gauntlets. Equipment Attributes. Agility plus 12. Equipment Skill. Soul Void. Blood Fury. Consumes 500 to 700 spiritual energy. Equipment Evaluation. Bloodstorm Corpse. Excellent. Next, a sharp sword with a green gem embedded in the hilt appeared. The system continued. Elemental Wind Seal. Equipment Attributes. Strength plus 9. Agility plus 9. Equipment Skill. Blazing Fury. Extreme Cold with Wind Seal Effect. Blazing Fury consumes 700 spiritual energy, with an added burn effect, dealing 75% extra damage. Summon a wall of fire in front of the enemy, lasting 10 seconds. Extreme Frost. Consumes 900 spirit energy points. Simultaneously inflicts slowing and freezing effects upon attack. After the sword is driven into the ground, the surrounding area will instantly freeze, unleashing a series of explosive frost effects that evaluate the elemental power of the currently summoned equipment. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yi Ning immediately picked up the sword and said with satisfaction, "This weapon feels like it's boiling with passion, a fusion of ice and fire surging to the heavens. It's a bit too powerful. I'll need some time to get used to it." Yi Ning thrust the sword hard into the ground, and the spot where the blade pierced instantly glowed red, as if it were burning. Within 2 seconds, the ground around the sword had transformed into a mixture of molten lava and stone. Seeing this, Yi Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "Blazing Fury, just a light thrust, and it can already release heat at the level of magma." Then he struck the tip of the sword into the ground once more and shouted, "Switch to Extreme Frost." At his command, in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the sword froze solid. Yi Ning was utterly satisfied with this new weapon. Holding it in his hand, he admired it with delight and said with a grin, "Combining these pieces of equipment together can completely rival an SSS-level ultimate skill. Counting the 6 ultimate moves before this, I can now unleash 7 or even 8 in one go." Compared to that, the Azure Flame sword from before was nothing more than a simple heated blade. Yi Ning then opened the system interface to spin the integrated lucky wheel. Last time, he had ranked first in the entire system, and the system's divine reward had granted him the opportunity to spin. So today, he decided to try again. His attack damage was now fully powered, with agility and willpower not lacking either. The only drawback was his stamina and resistance. Otherwise, today he would have been fast enough to dodge Fang Tang's punch. Watching the wheel spin continuously in front of him, Yi Ning couldn't help but shout, "Give me a defensive item." Next, he was heading to the survival instance dungeon of the Lianlu Temple, which was his top priority. Without making Yi Ning wait long, the item he won from the spin appeared, accompanied by a system notification. He had received an epic level item, a combat uniform, personal level 3 experimental magical transformation. Yi Ning looked at the item with some doubt and frowned, saying this is supposed to be a high-level combat uniform. This isn't metal armor. It looks like it's made of fabric. Is the system messing with me? In response to Yi Ning's confusion, the system displayed a detailed introduction of the personal combat uniform, level 3 experimental magical transformation. Item attributes: +7 to physique, +3 to speed. Item effects: level bulletproof regulations, explosion resistance, able to withstand temperatures up to 3000 degrees Celsius, cold resistance, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -95 degrees Celsius, reduces pure weapon damage by 33%, reduces sharp weapon damage by 33%, reduces ranged attack damage by 33%. The action underwater, immune to radiation. After reading it, Yi Ning was very satisfied and said with a smile, "This light combat uniform really seems like a war fortress." Yi Ning showed a proud smile, his eyes filled with determination, and said, "This immunity is even at the rule level. It's unbelievable. All the high-level equipment I've had in my past and present life combined don't even compare to this one." After finishing his words, the system continued to introduce the equipment skills. Equipment skill: Hell of no escape. After eliminating a target, the soul of the target can be bound within the combat uniform and activated when needed, allowing it to deal damage. The intensity of the damage depends on the target's strength when alive. This effect is stackable without limit. Equipment rating. This is one of the divine equipment from Lingan world. By absorbing the blood of a large number of high-level creatures, the originally ordinary combat uniform has become a legendary piece of equipment. Note, it has the potential to be hostile to creatures from other worlds, triggering an unending pursuit mentality. The blood can make other living beings fear it and grant special encounters. Yi Ning looked at the ring on his hand, marveling at how well it matched with the item he owned. The attributes of the ultimate skill, Hell of No Escape with the Mortal Realm's Yama, were indeed a perfect combination. One absorbs souls to resist damage, the other absorbs souls to attack. But is this Lingan world the same as the Lingan world from before? Where exactly is it? It seems that the gods worshipped in that world must at least be at the 5th rank. If its original owner knows that I've taken something from him, would he come after me? Yi Ning quickly donned the new equipment provided by the system. With a cool swagger, he said, "Oh well, let's just go with the flow. After all, it's not like I'm stealing. If anyone wants to settle the score, they can take it up with the system. Anyway, I'm ready, and the time to head to the Intercontinental Dungeon is almost here." The scene shifted again to another place. This was the capital's military district at the Air Force Base, where a massive fighter jet was parked. Inside the plane, 2 rows of people were seated along the walls. One of them spoke to his team leader. "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why hasn't that kid Yi Ning shown up yet? It will take us 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance, and if he doesn't arrive, we'll miss the opening time." Hearing his team member's concern, the captain reassured him, "Just wait a little longer. He should be here soon." Then Mingla continued, "When he arrives, everyone should be careful with what they say. Don't keep calling him that kid or this kid. Address him as Counselor or Your Excellency. After all, his current rank is far higher than ours." Kai Ming responded, "Captain, it's not that I meant anything by it, but as you can see, he hasn't shown up early, nor has he practiced with us." One of the other team members sitting next to him heard this and immediately spoke up. "Training what? Didn't they already say it above? That's our second mission. Keeping him safe is our first mission." Kai Ming was very surprised upon hearing this. "What? It's changed again." Lin Bin, sitting on the opposite bench, also added, his tone seemingly displeased. "Then why are we going into the Intercontinental Dungeon again? Isn't it just to gather resources? If they're afraid of danger, they shouldn't even enter the dungeon. They want to go, be protected, and also make achievements." As they were speaking passionately, another person spoke up to remind them. "Deputy Captain Zheng Cheng. He's here, and he's really putting on a grand show." Seeing Yi Ning walking in with 6 others, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but sigh. 6 high-level 3rd-rank people to protect him. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? It's even more exaggerated than the legends. Ming La was the first to react. He quickly stood up and raised his hand in greeting. "Vai Ning, I'm the team leader for this mission. Ming La, let me introduce you." Yi Ning was also not stingy. He smiled warmly in response. "Team leader Ming La, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Yi Ning. Please, feel free to introduce everyone." Ming La then continued with the briefing. "There are a total of 10 people in this operation. Both Deputy Captain Zheng Cheng and I are intermediate 3rd rank. The rest are all beginners, with 3 being long-range attackers and 4 being melee fighters. I specialize in both strength and agility, responsible for the assault. Guan Sheng is also dual system with agility, with a rare willpower, and he will be in charge of reconnaissance." He now also flashed a friendly smile, briefly explaining the mission to Yi Ning. "Our main mission is to collect as many spiritual ores as possible. Of course, ideally, we should eliminate the awakened ones in other war zones." Yi Ning slowly sat down and replied, "I understand. Can you provide me with the information about the awakened ones in other war zones?" Ming La quickly responded, "Of course. But didn't you read the information related to the instance dungeon earlier?" Yi Ning casually answered, "I've already looked into that before." Ming La then took out a stack of documents. As he handed them to Yi Ning, he said, "The war zones we'll be facing this time are numerous, including Country H, Country R, Country C, and Southeast Asia. In total, there are 6 countries. This can be said to be the most brutal battle in recent years." Yi Ning glanced over the information in the documents. He furrowed his brow, displeased, and said, "Yamato, Loco, Dong Yi Feng, Golden Rain defies law. What kind of trash are these?" I'd never even heard of these names. Kai Ming, standing beside the team leader, couldn't help but mutter in admiration at Yi Ning's reaction. A newborn tiger isn't afraid of the tiger? Or is Sir the type who enjoys showing off all the time? Ming La then spoke up to clarify. Yi Ning, I know you're very strong, but we still can't underestimate them. We've faced these people several times. Even in earlier squads, many of our mid-level third-rank members have already died at their hands. Hearing this, Yi Ning flew into a rage, crumpling the document. He snarled, You mean they killed many of our people? Then this time, I will capture them, blood for blood. The guiding gate has opened wide, and is waiting for everyone to enter. The group ahead was arguing violently. The woman standing in the center spoke coldly. As for the profits from this action, our foreign sector must receive 4 shares. The man beside her, hearing this, retorted angrily, 4 shares. At most you get 3. Another person joined in. In this battle, aside from the 2 mid-level third ranks, the others are all lower-level peak. At that moment, the commander of the Yamato sector stepped forward to halt the quarrel and said, Stop arguing. How it is divided doesn't matter, just follow the previous ratio. The point is we cannot allow Nation H's sector to take any resources this time. Then he smiled, reassuring everyone. We only need to lock down their spiritual energy resources, eliminate their aircraft, and wait for their air defense system to be destroyed. By then, won't the entire safe zone of Nation H become our livestock farm? Those who heard him cheered along. Yamato is right, someone said. As long as we beat them into fear, they won't dare to send people anymore. Only then can we live in comfort for the rest of our lives. There were still cautious voices speaking up. This time, we must be more careful. After all, Nation H has suffered several consecutive defeats and is likely to send their strongest lineup this time. Another person, hearing this, replied arrogantly. Their old captains were all killed by us. 6 against 1, and they're still cowardly. What do they have to be afraid of? Others happily chimed in. That's right, they're different from us. They have vast territories and a large population, but the strong must guard the borders and protect the people. Those with talent and potential come from the great powers. Who would dare to take the initiative? At that moment, the captain from Jindu district stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. They're just a bunch of A-class prodigies. I alone could wipe them out. The girl trailing him flattered him. Of course, our Lord Jindu can be compared to a high third-rank entity. Xiao Lai, seeing Jindu's arrogance, spoke up. But in the global announcement a few days ago, Nation H had produced the foremost of the 4 systems, Yi Ning. Jindu paid no attention and sneered. So what? Not to mention Nation H would never accept him. Even if they did, he would only be a newly awakened third realm. What use would that be? Dong Yifeng then strode forward, full of vigor, and said, Indeed, if Yi Ning truly dares to come, I won't hesitate to take his head as a trophy. The people around quickly scrambled to avoid him, and someone shouted a warning. Get away from that pervert who specializes in spatial assassination. Be careful, or he might kill someone right now. He gave a chilling smile and spoke about his achievements. Among my trophies, I already have 6 pig heads. I'm number 1 globally, definitely worth collecting. The system notification sounded as the Nation H area entered the range of the Intercontinental Zombie Nation dungeon. The dungeon will start in 60 seconds. Please enter within the next 60 seconds. The system introduced the type of Zombie Nation dungeon. The Intercontinental dungeon did not reset to level A. Description: This dungeon is a parallel world set in the future, with highly developed scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchical system are similar to the real world. NPCs in the nation have not yet awakened, but technology is highly advanced. Many types of armor and machinery with third-rank strength have been developed. There has been no major zombie tide disaster yet, but a small zombie tide has already appeared. Yamato led the way in, then waved his hand at the people behind him. Let's go, enter now. The person next to him also spoke up. All right, let's kill them all. Yi Ning's group had already teleported into the dungeon. The people around him had fallen and lost consciousness. Yi Ning struggled to hold his head and tried to stay on his feet. Yi Ning looked around with difficulty and muttered to himself. Have we entered? He thought to himself. No wonder this is an intercontinental dungeon. Even someone with a strong will-type system like me still feels dizzy after being transported here. When his vision cleared, he was utterly astonished to see numerous circles tightly surrounding a certain area. The people inside them had all fainted. He asked in confusion, "This is—" Immediately, the system's voice announced, "The scene before you is a temporary combat space, used to confirm the number of participants entering. During this phase, no attacks can be made. After a 30-second verification, teams will enter the zombie kingdom one by one in order of their overall strength." Hearing the announcement, he muttered, "Entering one by one? So we haven't entered yet." He recalled that in his previous life, when he had entered this dungeon, there hadn't been such rules. There hadn't even been any combat spaces. Everyone was still unconscious. Suddenly, someone from a nearby circle spoke up. A new face in the H Nation zone. "Woke up pretty early, huh?" Then that person thought in surprise, "I woke up fast enough myself. But why does it feel like he woke up even faster than me? Impossible. Judging by his aura, that kid should only be at early 3rd rank, and not even stable yet." At that moment, Jen Chang also regained consciousness. Struggling to speak, he said, "SS rank will system. So this is what that kind of recovery speed looks like." Seeing him awake, Yining asked, "You're awake already?" Then, Yining voiced the question that had been on his mind. "Jen Chang, what exactly is this temporary combat space?" Zheng King had steadied himself. He straightened up and answered Yi Ming's question. "This is precisely the time advantage we mentioned to you earlier. The dungeon will compensate for the weaknesses of whoever enters. The team with the lowest power ranking can go into the dungeon first." Those around began to come to as well. The ones who woke were still unsteady, trembling as they stood and said, "The side effects of this teleport are really nasty. My head hurts so much." People on Dong Yifeng's side had also regained consciousness. Someone sneered. "Has the H Army front completely given up this time? How can they even be throwing in newcomers?" Another man scoffed contemptuously. "Except for Captain Ming, the rest of their team are all trash." Dong Yifeng said arrogantly, loud enough for all to hear, "This time I'll take Ming La's head and wear it as jewelry." Yamato strode toward the H soldiers area and told the men behind him, "Let's go over there, and pay them a visit." He advanced and slammed the summoning shield. "You still dare to step in? What's the matter? Weren't enough of you killed last time?" He raised his fist, laughed arrogantly, and jeered. "A pack of useless wretches. Not even worth my ass. But your former captain's meat was really delicious. I had to simmer it for a long time before I could taste it." Dong Yifeng stood at his side, picking at his teeth with a fingernail as he spoke. "Trash. You only deserve to be thrown into the cesspit and turned into fertilizer." The group on Yining's side angrily rushed over and shouted, "You damn fat pig! This time we will definitely kill you and avenge our captain." Yamato, undaunted, even provoked them. "You better damn well take a good shower and wait for us. I also will use you to make some soup." At this point, Mingla stepped forward to stop the shouting crowd. "Don't get provoked. Stay calm. Ignore them. They know we'll be the first ones to enter, so they're deliberately trying to provoke us. Don't fall for it." Yi Ning, observing from the side, smiled and secretly praised the captain's handling of the situation. His approach was quite impressive. Jindu also approached at this time, walking through the barrier between the zones while speaking. "Your new captain really has no madness in him at all. Wasn't it because we saved him last time that your old captain didn't die?" Then he arrogantly pointed to himself and continued, "But it doesn't matter. Whether you guys are capable or not, you'll still die today. I won't hesitate to make sure you die with clarity. Got it?" Mingla, seeing Jindu cross the barrier, was astonished and exclaimed, "Oh crap, there's no barrier between their teams. Before, they just talked about teaming up. But this time they've actually used some extremely valuable joint props." Yi Ning, at this point, worriedly thought, "Then the intel we had earlier." Ming La immediately voiced what Yi Ning was thinking. "There's something wrong with the intel. We're in big trouble this time." Yamato laughed loudly, continuing to taunt. "Do you only now realize you're finished?" he sneered. "Haven't your scouts warned you? Oh right, you're all incompetent. Even your reports are off." Yi Ning showed no fear and thought, "Let them act. Without high-level 3rd rank fighters, their human wave tactics won't work on me. 63rd ranks is many, but numbers mean little if they're ineffective. Still, the data suggested a spy among them, or someone high in command. Yamato pressed his advantage. Now, kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll spare your bodies instead of leaving them to rot. Then he pointed at Huang Yun and said aloud, or you can hand someone over to save your lives. Think carefully. His tone was cold and taunting. Huang Yun, furious, lunged forward. I'll kill you all. Mingla caught her hand from behind, holding her back. Don't be fooled. On the ramparts, men jeered and shouted. Don't want to lose the war. Offer someone in exchange. Voices from the Y countryside joined in with jeers. One man pressed close to the barrier, sneering. Not a bad notion. People awakened in your war zones are valuable. Yamato's eyes brightened. Yamato broke into a leering smile and said, Do you still remember Zhang Wei from your teen last time? I even heard she was the beauty of your unit. Do you know how long we tormented her after we caught her? He went on to provoke, You really like her, don't you? Mingla? She was the most outstanding awakened one in your group in recent years. A lovely figure, admired by many. You wouldn't even dare lay a finger on her, right? Hearing him, Mingla thought of that gentle, beautiful girl and ground his teeth in rage, trembling all over. Yamato wore a contemptuous smile and continued, But sadly, do you know how many people she was forced onto the bed with? How she begged us before being led to her death? I even felt a little sorry. She was still waiting for you to save her. But it's a pity rats like you abandoned her and ran. Dong Yifeng grinned grotesquely, licked the skull in his hand, and said, That taste. The taste of lips and teeth. At that, Mingla could no longer contain himself. Furious, he shouted, You bastards! I'll kill scum like you. He surged forward, punched straight at the shield before them and screamed, Don't you dare touch her. Give her back to Tao. Huang Yun and the others immediately charged. She yelled angrily, Captain, we probably won't make it out alive this time. The others said that by entering this instance, they'd be risking their lives against them. At that moment, Yi Ning shouted angrily at the crowd, Shut up, all of you. Mingla, calm down a little, use your head for once. Yi Ning reminded, A person who awakens to the third rank can suddenly die from a berserk body at any time. So how could we allow others to bully them? When Yamato heard him, his face grew grave, and he said, This kid isn't simple, just as we've said. Does he think that because he doesn't know Zhang Wei, he can calmly analyze things? Or has Mingla finally calmed down now? He stepped in front of him and said, I also know that's not the case. You simply didn't continue and switched to another topic. Anyway, Yi Ning, rest assured, I know what matters most. We'll protect you, no matter what happens. If there's any danger, use the equipment the military provides. When you clash with them, take revenge on them on our behalf. Yi Ning sighed at how determined they were to die and said, The battle hasn't even started, and these people are already set on dying. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain it to them. I'll just kill them all later. Yamato turned to Dong Yifeng and asked, Your hearing is really sharp. Just now, did Mingla call that person Yi Ning? Dong Yifeng coldly responded, I never expected that, but the brain of this number one globally ranked guy still belongs to me. At that moment, the system announcement sounded, signaling the end of the testing phase. Team Mation H, please enter the instance dungeon. Other teams will enter in 6 hours. Hearing the announcement, Ming Lang cheerfully said, We're entering early. We might actually have a chance to turn things around this time. Yi Ning, with no change in expression, replied, This instance dungeon is truly merciful to the weak, but it's also really embarrassing. Yi Ning and his group began to walk toward the teleportation gate. Before leaving, Yi Ning turned around and said, Fat pig, damn it. Isn't it true that you like eating shit? When you enter, I'll press your head against your ass and make you eat your fill. Yi Ming raised a friendly middle finger to the others, taunting. And as for those animals, even if you beg on your knees for mercy, I won't let you die in one piece. At the very least, I'll take your little manhood and feed it to the dogs. The people around him immediately began shouting, Is that brat threatening us? How does a third-rank rookie have the guts to talk like that? Newbies are always the biggest blowhards. Yamato stood still, watching Yi Ning's fiery figure leave, and countered, That's not it. That brat is surprisingly calm. Jin Du spoke up anxiously. Captain Yamato, compared to that brat, we entered much later than planned. What's more important is that it's already been a full 6 hours. They might be able to get away during that period. Dong Yifeng, his face terrifying, licked the dagger in his hand with his tongue and said, "I see you people have fought this over enough. Even if Yi Ning is hiding in some crack beneath the ground, I Dong Yifeng am confident I can break his neck." An announcement rang out, "Entered the Intercontinental Zombie Nation Dungeon. Time since entry compared to other battle zones. 5 hours 59 minutes 32 seconds. Mission 1. Conduct genetic research to collect anomalous data from the past 3 months. Mission 2. Obtain spirit ore with a minimum quantity of no less than 1,000 kilograms. Ascension evaluation will be based on the amount collected. Mission 3. After locating the main object of this world, you may choose to begin Phase 1 of the mission. Note: after completing the 3 missions, you may choose to exit the dungeon or kill awakened enemies in the opposing faction. Each enemy killed will raise the mission rating by 1.2% and grant a special reward. Yi Ning's group teleported into the dungeon. He immediately ordered everyone, hurry, find a system that can connect to the internet to locate the coordinates of the NBCs in this mission. We must complete every task and escape before they arrive. Suddenly someone shouted and then yelled, "Yi Ning, what are you doing? If you do this, we'll be hunted by the NBCs." Only seeing Yi Ning swing his sword, he said to the group, "From now on, I will be the one in charge. I will help everyone win this instance." The warning sound kept ringing, signaling the intrusion of violence. Warning: violence intrusion. Yi Ning jumped into the air and ordered the group behind him to go find the NBC mission. Try not to provoke the forces of this world. No, first we must fight to pass through this world and seize the ultimate power. At this moment, Yi Ning had jumped into the heart of the system. The people outside, in fear, spoke up. They didn't need to be the ones to kill. As long as the Allied forces surrounded them completely, no one would escape. Yi Ning was holding a blue orb in his hand, responding, saying, "This is the moment of massacre for me, Yi Ning." Suddenly, the notification sound rang out. "The password is correct. Please start driving." Huang Yun, seeing this, asked in confusion, "The warning has disappeared." Ming La frowned slightly and asked, "Yi Ning, have you controlled the vehicle? How did he do it?" Yi Ning replied coldly, "Military secrets cannot be disclosed. Time is of the essence. Everyone get in the vehicle." Hearing this, he hesitated before speaking. "What about here?" Yi Ning immediately held up his ID card and declared, "Special Operations Team. Ming La, you're now the team leader. This mission, everyone follows my orders." Ming La was extremely surprised and blurted out, "The Special Vietnamese Military Command Order? You didn't explain anything, but just casually drop one sentence. What's the matter? Do you want to disobey the order?" At that moment, he obediently replied, "I wouldn't dare. Everyone, get in the car." Kai Ming, who was standing behind and witnessing everything, couldn't help but sigh. "This is too domineering. He asked us to protect him, but now he's willingly walking into his own doom. What's going on?" Meanwhile, Wang Yun remained incredibly optimistic. "No problem after all. We won't make it out alive anyway." Suddenly, a notification sound echoed. "Current destination. No, 91 Xiangxi Street, Lyson Manor." The car then sped off like a rocket. Inside the car, Ming La observed him for a while, then thought to himself, "The movements are extremely familiar. What exactly is going on here?" At the same time, Yi Ning was deep in thought, calculating every possible outcome. Compared to the Apocalyptic System mission, completing the God's Lair System mission was even more important. Only through this could he acquire the blueprint for the Skyless battleship. This was crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the Doomsday War. After all, no matter how powerful he was, when facing a world-class villain, it would only be a drop in the ocean. While he was lost in his tangled thoughts, a notification suddenly appeared. "Mission update. Seize the highest authority of the dungeon. Alter the future trajectory of the world. The greater the change, the more privileges you will receive. Warning. Avoid being killed by the protagonist of this dungeon world, Lin Ru." Yi Ning began reading the notification and deducing. The protagonist couldn't die. Therefore, the fastest way to change the world's trajectory was to seize the power. Moreover, once power is in hand, it will be possible to keep the Six-Nation Alliance under control more effectively. According to the information, the relevant system was provided by an external hacker called Devil's Eye, so heading to the governor's residence is probably the quickest route. Over there, Mingla also began to guess his intention. Yi Ning, do you intend to control the high-ranking people here, and use their authority to help us eliminate those others? Yi Ning replied decisively, yes, that's exactly the idea. He heard this and then pointed out the impracticalities of the plan. This is too fanciful. It probably won't work. Never mind the 63rd tier combatants. And never mind whether we can control the army. We don't even know for certain where they will appear. Setting an ambush would be impossible. Yi Ning remained unshaken by the objections Ming La raised. On the contrary, he explained deliberately. What's so hard about this? We just need to use triangulation. First, the system won't scatter us too far from the enemy, otherwise it wouldn't be called an opposing instance. Second, neither side will be too far from the mission objective. Otherwise, they would spend the entire time on the road. He maneuvered deftly as he spoke. With us at the center of the circle, take 3 times the maximum speed of an awakened as the radius. Basically, that's the area in which they will appear. Yi Ning pointed at a spot, then affirmed by drawing a circle around the center. That way we can narrow the area down. But it seems these arguments of his still weren't enough to convince Ming Lang. He knit his brow slightly and wondered aloud. But this area is still too large. After all, only by attacking them the moment they appear can we put real pressure on them. Yi Ning not only didn't mind, he patiently explained everything to him. The 2 NBCs central to this mission are Professor Coyle and Lin Ru. The professor is in the laboratory. As for Lin Ru, judging by the name, he is probably in Chinatown. Take the midpoint between those 2 points and connect the areas obtained, and you'll get this region. The system will do its utmost to prevent locals from seeing the awakened. The places where they will appear are outskirts, highways, and parks within this area. Ming Lang listened to him speak at length and felt inwardly impressed. The analysis was remarkably clear. It turned out this wasn't an impulsive decision at all. Huang Yun, standing beside them, was equally astonished at his thorough preparation. This is amazing. I underestimated him before. At that moment, Yi Ning smugly murmured, of course it's not that simple. The reason he could be so sure was mainly thanks to the reminder from the demon-eyed hacker. An hour later, Yi Ning stopped the car in front of an extraordinarily lavish building, then said coldly, "We're here. Get out." The arrival of Yi Ning's group set off a continuous stream of intrusion warnings from the other side. Intrusion alert. Intrusion alert. One of them charged straight out and called out in a probing voice, "Who are you? Don't move." A strange wave of power suddenly radiated from him. Yi Ning stared ahead, then cautiously gave the order. Take action. Knock them all out. Don't kill them. Don't worry about them contacting the outside world. The communication network here has already been severed by my mental power. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming La's root rushed forward like lightning. He was the one from Xianfeng attacking with the wind-breaking slash technique. The soldiers opposite him were thrown into panic and shouted to each other, "Monster, open fire," and forced the law on the spot. On Yi Ning's side, everyone continuously unleashed destructive moves. Eastern Frost, Heartfire. Eastern Frost immediately froze their bodies, rendering them unable to fight, while Heartfire wasn't any less formidable, pushing back the constant attacks from the guard soldiers. Huang Yun was not to be outdone. She threw a spell while saying, "Too much righteousness isn't good either, let's add a bit of cursed energy." A cheerful voice rang out repeatedly. "Third rank dealing with regular people is such a blow. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. If only the 6 nations' spiritual armies were this easy to handle." Yi Ning casually remarked, "Are you dreaming?" He playfully flicked the small object, casually borrowing the electric gun from them, to test the defensive power of his new combat cloak. Countless laser beams shot directly at Yi Ning, but he simply muttered, "Not bad, feels like a mage." They were stunned upon hearing this. He can be immune to electromagnetic bullets? How is that possible? Then Yi Ning declared, sending chills down their spines, "All right, I'm in a hurry today, so I won't play around with you anymore. The extreme cold wind element, of course, don't make it too cold, just enough will do." After saying that, he unleashed a move toward the opposite side, generating an incredibly powerful force. The bodies of the soldiers in front of him were instantly frozen in place. Ming La, while leading his troops, kept urging, "Hurry up, let's meet with Yi Ning. We don't know what danger might be inside." As soon as he finished speaking, He was met with a scene so lifeless it made Manhwa feel awkward. It seemed that not only was there no danger, but the situation was also quite artistic. The unfortunate soldiers, who hadn't even had a chance to defend themselves, were collectively frozen in place. A moment later, Yi Ning was sitting confidently in a chair, speaking with authority. "It's a pleasure to meet Governor Brad. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, nothing will happen to you." Upon hearing this, Brad thought in disbelief, "A pleasure to meet me." Though terrified, Brad remained calm and spoke flatly. "Hundreds of guards in my mansion were taken down in just a few seconds. This definitely isn't something a human could do. Even genetically modified humans couldn't accomplish this." After saying that, he cautiously added, "Please don't kill me. I will cooperate with anything you ask. But first, I need to know who you are and why you're holding me hostage." Immediately afterward, a stream of purple light suddenly appeared before Brad. Yi Feng explained solemnly, "We are people from the future, travelers from this world 10 years ahead. Our mission is to prevent the coming crisis that will befall this world. So you can rest assured, we are not the bad guys. As you can see, we haven't killed any of your subordinates. At most, we merely restricted their movements." He paused for a moment, then continued, "In fact, it wasn't difficult for us to find you. I need you to mobilize all armed forces in Obama Province within 3 hours, and use every system available to locate these individuals and eliminate them for me. They are also time travelers like us, but they came here to destroy the world." Hearing that, Brad hesitated and asked, "People from the future? A crisis? Is this a movie? A reality show? Or am I dreaming?" To prove that it wasn't a dream, Yi Ning cast a spell that let him taste the sting of pain, then gently asked, "Now, does it feel real?" Brad, struck by the pain, hurriedly replied, I'm awake. Please, don't hit me again." After regaining his composure, he began to explain himself. "But I'm only the governor of one province. I can't possibly mobilize that many troops." Hearing this, Yi Ning countered, "Then how many can you mobilize? How many A-class battle armors can you deploy? Do you think an A-class battle armor can barely compare to a low-level awakened tri-family combatant?" Thinking so, Yi Ning gave a faint, leisurely smile. "If we can mobilize dozens or even hundreds of aircraft, there is still hope." Brad muttered calculations for a moment, then answered cautiously, "There are at most 3 A-class mechs, and more B-class mechs. Roughly about 120. I can command the B-class, but once the A-class personnel are transferred in, they will decide for themselves whether to attack. I do not have authority to command them." The moment Kai Ming heard this, he exclaimed with feeling, "This is utter nonsense." After a while, Yi Ning spoke, neither hurried nor slow. "Mingla, take people to the neighboring manor and seize a girl named Anna." Mingla, though puzzled, obediently replied with a crisp affirmative. The instant Brad heard his daughter's name, he shouted to stop them. "Don't you lay a hand on my daughter." Only then did Yi Ning stand and expose him. "Under federal law no. 78, you have the right to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Moreover, Province O's armed forces have at least 60 A-class mechs and 2,400 B-class mechs. Whether by ordering exercises or citing counterterrorism or any other pretext, you were not being honest." Brad, taken aback that he knew so much, went pale as he finished speaking, then hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. To do what you say requires review by AI specialists. I can place us into wartime status, but if the expert does not approve, those below will not listen. Moreover, it is impossible to deceive the AI expert." He lacked the patience to listen to him grumble any longer, so he decisively brought out the control panel and ordered, "All you need to do is mobilize. Now issue the order immediately. Within 3 hours, gather all the soldiers in the province to the coordinates above. Also, send engineers and technicians to monitor these coordinates." Brad didn't dare to make a sound. Whatever he said, the man responded obediently and immediately. "Understood." After achieving the desired result, Yi Ning said with satisfaction, "As for the expert, leave it to me." He secretly felt lucky to be cooperating with a person who had completed the plot in a past life, so he had received a backdoor order from this expert. Brad began to doubt as he watched Yi Ning's fingers swiftly moving over the control screen. Could he really control the expert? Was he truly from the future? Before long, Anna was escorted here. As soon as she saw her father, she snapped angrily, "What are you going to do?" What have you done to my father? Brad could not bear to see his precious daughter handcuffed like that, so he whispered a plea to Yi Ning's group. Anna, please release my daughter. Unfortunately, Yi Ning not only showed no mercy to Anna, but also dealt with Brad with a cold, icy attitude. I don't have time for your nonsense. She was utterly stunned by this. Dad, what's going on? After knocking him unconscious, Yi Ning turned to explain everything to Anna. Listen, your father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated political opponents. As long as you help me find Lin Ru within 6 hours, I will spare your father's life. Don't try to deceive me. I even know the details of his hidden feelings for you. Of course, you don't need to worry about Lin Ru's safety. We're here to protect him. 4 hours later, on Highway 077, a group of people walked proudly, saying there's no one here. I told you there wouldn't be an ambush. You were overestimating those pigs earlier. That's true. They must have been scared out of their wits when they heard us coming. The sound of anger continued to echo. Damn it, they threatened us before, and now they're running back into the city. Capture a few of their managers, and have them help us track down those pigs. Yamato looked at what was before him, hesitating as he said, I always feel like something's wrong here. Aren't these shells way too cheaply made? And the ground, it looks freshly dug up. As soon as he finished speaking, all the devices were activated simultaneously, causing him to exclaim, This place is an ambush. Once the detectors sensed the presence of outsiders, a robotic army suddenly appeared from nowhere, ambushing them before they could react. Yamato looked at the machines in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. So this is the military of this world. How could Nation Age possibly mobilize such a large military force? Suddenly, a voice signaled the fighter jets. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th fighter jets began releasing bone mist poison bombs. The devices were activated instantly. Each special bomb was released, rising a thick green smoke that enveloped the entire area. Those below, after inhaling a large quantity of the gas, all found it hard to breathe. Their bodies collapsed to the ground. Yamato noticed immediately and shouted, This is a nerve toxin. He promptly ordered everyone around him to find a way to cope. Hurry! Their wills pooled together, activating a layer of mental defense. Thanks to the quick thinking and combined efforts of those nearby, the defensive barrier caused the poisonous cloud to gradually dissipate. Seeing that the previous tactic had failed, a slew of further orders was issued. The 2nd, 4th, and 6th fighter jets dropped explosive bombs. The electronic armored army launched a saturation assault. A barrage of cannon blasts, and the shriek of shells erupted, tearing everything apart. Under the combined pressure from above and below, bombs from the sky, and a rain of bullets from the ground felled countless soldiers. Few could escape. Seeing they could not hold out much longer, Yamato dashed toward the robots and ordered the others to support him. Junior 3rd rank, take defense and provide covering. Intermediate 3rd rank, follow me and charge. Having spoken, he surged forward, punching the robot obstructing his path to death, and roared, Heaven cleaving, earth obliterating, all whom block the way must die. Jindu was no less. He swiftly finished off several others, clearing the path forward. It's been 7 years since sweeping through Heavenly Army, and I still choose to stay at the 3rd rank intermediate level, not wanting to level up. Can you guess why the others all unite and work together to defeat the other machines? They never stop encouraging each other. Even though A-level mechs might match the 3rd rank beginner level in front of us, they are nothing but useless. That's right. The B-level mixed crowd behind them are even less worth mentioning. You think you can rely on them to kill us? How naive. While the battlefield below was intense, Yi Feng used his special ability to ambush the high ground base of the opposing team. He spoke mockingly. Do you think that just because you're flying in the sky, we can't do anything? I have a special space ability. With that, Yi Feng launched an attack on the body of the golden dragon mech. An explosion rocked the sky, sending countless debris flying. From a distance, Yi Ning watched their every move. Noticing the situation was starting to go south, Ming La spoke up to advise Yi Ning. Yi Ning, if this continues, it won't end well. Our combat power is in a completely different league. Even if we can wear down a few weak 3rd rank beginners, we won't be able to handle the rest. Despite Ming La's worried tone, Yi Ning remained completely calm, speaking reassuringly. It's fine. I never expected these mechs to win anyway. Hearing that, Ming La wondered aloud. So what should we hope for? Yi Ning scoffed. slowly drawing the sword from his back as he answered him. What should we hope for? He continued confidently, we hope in the sword I hold in my hand. Without hesitation, Yi Ning moved forward with the sword in hand. Ming La quickly intervened. Yi Ning. Wait a minute. Yi Ning, you're charging straight into a wall. This is too dangerous. Seeing him still being stubborn, he helplessly proposed another suggestion. If we're going, then we should go ahead first. Otherwise, it will be hard to ensure your safety. Finally, Yi Ning agreed. All right, then you go with me. But then he set a condition. However, I only want you to stay outside the perimeter of the mechs. Not a single one should escape. Without my order, no one is allowed to charge in. Mingla, hearing this, felt deeply dissatisfied and was about to argue. But before he had the chance, Yi Ning spoke again. Disobeying orders will be dealt with according to military law. Seeing Mingla fall silent, Yi Ning leaped into the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy's base. Through the dense barrage of gunfire, his figure flickered in and out of sight, making it hard for the other side to even guess if someone was rushing toward them. Inside the enemy base, Yi Ning swung his sword without hesitation, ready to wipe everything out. His eyes were filled with death. The hunt began, starting with clearing away the debris, and just when Yi Ning was about to attack, someone finally noticed him. It's already too late. It's Yi Ning from Nation H's squad. Yi Ning's strikes tore through the very fabric of space, and everything around seemed to be flattened, leaving only a whirlwind of dust that enveloped the entire base. Upon hearing his teammates' report, Yamato couldn't help but turn in shock, stunned by the wreckage Yi Ning had left behind. He shouted, Yi Ning! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning's strikes reached him, knocking down the teammates around him. Yamato, quick on his feet, managed to activate his defense, safeguarding his life by deploying his full protective barrier. Others, even if they activated their defenses in time, could only hold on for so long. The overwhelming force shattered their shields, and everyone inside was injured. Yi Ning's teammates stood by, watching as he swept through everything around him, unable to contain their fear as they spoke. One strike, wiping out a whole group of low-level third rank. He even injured some of the mid-level third rank. No wonder they didn't want us to charge in. This kind of unimaginable strength is even more terrifying than the legends say. How did he do it? These third rank aren't rookies like Zhang Yang. Ming Lei remained vigilant, carefully observing the battle, ready to intervene if needed. Couldn't it be that the mechs earlier drained some of the lower-level third rank's energy? The next part was the most dangerous. We must always be ready to rescue him at any moment. At a critical time, even if we have to disobey orders, we must save him. Alone, Yi Ning had swept through almost the entire enemy force, leaving the others no choice but to accept their fate. They charged forward, throwing away their lives. Avenge our fallen comrades. You wiped out all my brothers. I'll kill you. You damn dog. We'll kill you and feed you to the dogs. You dare kill people from our squad? Yi Ning, I'm going to eat your flesh today. But before they could get near him, two giant robots suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Yamato shouted in anger, Get out of the way. Do you want to die? Seeing their attention fixed on robots, Yi Ning circled around to flank them. He screamed a provocation, Then come at me. Giving them no time to react, Yi Ning swung the sword in his hand, preparing to slaughter them all. This stroke would be their deadly defeat. A perfectly straight slash, heavenly rift-flowing light, cleaved the advancing men in two. Seemingly appearing out of nowhere, Yi Feng teleported behind him, and, in a confident voice, said, Yi Ning, I've taken your head. The remaining fighters, seeing their captain materialize, seized the chance and launched a coordinated counterattack. Heartfire burst, ice wave arrow. Yi Feng and the two streams of his teammates' power rushed toward Yi Ning, ready to retaliate for their comrades. But the two were still too weak to control their power properly, and it struck Yi Feng, causing him to snarl. Seeing the force hurtling straight at him, he didn't bother to dodge. He calmly said, Charging at me. That's not going to happen. After finishing his words, Yi Ning immediately launched a counterattack. Wind Blade Elemental Rage Flame. Once Yi Feng had recovered, he returned to his usual arrogant self, ordering the others. That Yi Ning only has two big moves at most, so everyone, feel free to attack him together. Of course, his head will be mine. Yi Feng's words made Yi Ning feel uneasy. He thought to himself, How can he be so sure I only have these two big moves? If he knew about it, why didn't he say anything earlier? And why did he keep his distance when he ambushed me earlier? He even shouted before attacking. The others, hearing Yi Feng's words, regained their confidence and quickly charged to kill him. He's out of tricks now. Kill him. Upon hearing them, Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh in disdain and said, out of tricks. Suddenly, a thick black smoke began to surround him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he slowly raised the mirror in his hand. A wave of dark energy surged, and the gigantic skull Yi Ning had summoned appeared, devouring two of the approaching enemies. He coldly spoke, then let me show you what else I have. Yi Ning's new skill was activated, Cunning Yama. The massive skull devoured the two attackers, leaving only their dry skeletons behind. A system notification appeared, consumed 20,000 spiritual energy, remaining 300,000 spiritual energy. Yi Feng was also enveloped by the dark energy. He quickly activated his teleportation ability to escape. He angrily shouted, damn, what is this thing? Am I being tricked? How could this happen? Not only the enemy, but even Yi Ning's teammates were also terrified by this power. Is this the #1 talent of the four elements? It's too strong. I've never seen a move like this in my life. Not only is it a move, but it also has released spiritual energy, even up to 20,000 points. This is too exaggerated. But the two captains were different. They still wanted to risk everything and charge at Yi Ning. Today, not a single nation HP will escape. Brother Yi Ning, let me kill him. Seeing that they were still reckless, Yi Ning just sneered, launching his next attack. My move isn't finished yet, and you dare charge at me. Human world Yama awakens. From within the black smoke, eerie skulls were summoned and hovered around. He pointed his spear at Jindu, commanding the skulls, go kill Jindu for me. They obeyed the order and quickly surrounded him. Now, only Yamato remained. As Yi Ning approached, he asked him, Yamato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let them attack you? Startled by the sudden question, Yamato couldn't help but feel fear, stammering as he answered, because their strength can't kill me. Hearing Yamato's words, Yi Ning slowly responded, wrong, because I told you I would shove your head right up your ass. When Yi Ning says something, he makes it happen. After hearing Yi Ning's arrogant challenge, Yamato felt his blood boil and was ready to charge into battle. Yi Ning didn't hesitate. He swung his sword, cutting through the air, activating his ultimate technique, Wind Blade Elemental, Extreme Cold Dragon. Immediately, a massive ice dragon appeared, accompanied by a bone-chilling gust of wind, roaring fiercely. But Yamato wasn't to be outdone. He swung his hand decisively, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Amber Fist, a blazing tiger materialized, facing the ice dragon head-on. The two spiritual beasts clashed violently, neither giving way, taking advantage of the distraction caused by their fierce battle. Yi Ning used this opportunity to teleport behind Yamato and launched an attack, Wind Blade Elemental, Phoenix Blazing Fury. With that, a monstrous creature erupted from the sword, viciously attempting to bite its opponent to death. However, Yamato sensed its approach and immediately activated his defense technique, Nirvana Wings of Protection. The wings formed just in time to create a protective barrier, but the creature struck with a violent impact, creating a deafening explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Yi Ning couldn't help but praise him. No wonder you're from the Berserk physique system. Your defense is indeed impressive. But that's all you've got. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of darts appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for him. But with his battle instincts, Yi Ning quickly sensed it. He sneered and said, is it Dong Yifeng again, hiding and trying to ambush me? I'm getting tired of this sneak attack. He shouted, launching a counterattack. You think you're the only one who can control spirit power. His spirit energy surged, forming a protective barrier. Yi Ning casually threw the small throwing knife in his hand, knocking away all the incoming darts. Just as he finished dealing with the darts, a loud shout echoed from above, coming from Yamato. Yi Ning, these are just distractions. You've been fooled. Heaven Fire Meteor. Yamato's body was enveloped in a massive fist, charging directly towards Yi Ning. In the face of this coordinated attack, Yi Ning merely scoffed, preparing to counter them. Coordinated fighting, huh? Then I'll show you that all schemes and tricks are useless against true strength. What does absolute really mean? Finishing his words, Yi Ning stood firm, slowly raising his sword. He activated his defensive technique, Heaven Adaptive Defense. A purple flame appeared, surrounding his sword. Just as Yamato charged, the flame erupted, forming a sturdy shield that blocked his punch, leaving Yamato stunned. What? Seeing that his technique had no effect, he quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Yamato angrily shouted, "He's just a low-tier warrior. How can he have such a defense?" But Yi Ning wasn't done yet. He broke free from the protective barrier and shot straight up, preparing to counterattack. This move wasn't even finished yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he dove down while activating the next move. Heaven-locking precision strike. A wave of invisible pressure suddenly descended on Yamato. The man froze in place, the weight of gravity forcing him to stagger and fall. Despite his desperate struggles, he couldn't move at all. Yamato screamed, "I can't move at all. This is impossible." Even Yi Feng, who is hiding in another dimension, is affected. I'm in the void, yet I can still feel the pressure. In the distance, after dealing with the wandering souls, Jin Du was panting heavily and said, "I have the strength of a high-level 3rd rank. Do you think these half-baked 3rd-level wraiths can kill me? Don't even think about it. Yi Ning, today, I will personally kill you." But he didn't notice the light flying toward him from behind. It wasn't until a loud explosion rang out that Jin Du was startled, shouting, "What the hell is this?" After the deafening explosion, a figure emerged from the dense smoke. Yi Ning stepped out from the mist, feeling a deep satisfaction with the moves he had. He had only used the defense of Heaven Adaptive before, but to his surprise, its offensive power was just as formidable as the Sword of Violent Surge. His teammates were all astonished by his strength. Ming Lao could only exclaim, "How many moves does Yi Ning have? Is he even human, or some kind of demon?" Yamato could no longer tolerate this inferiority. He immediately activated his berserk transformation, and in the blink of an eye, his body grew enormous, towering in size. Without giving Yi Ning a chance to adapt, Yamato seized the opportunity to unleash his sweeping through heavenly army move. He quickly commanded his subordinates to block the endless hellish blows, using Jin Du's soul as a shield. Seeing his attack being blocked, Yamato couldn't help but roar in anger. "You're using Jin Du's soul to defend against this. How could this be possible?" No matter how much he screamed, Yi Ning was already ready to counterattack. "Have you unleashed all your big moves? If so, it's my turn now." With that, he summoned the wrath of the gods, and his sword began to glow. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Consumes 20,000 spiritual power points. Remaining balance, 4,800 points. Yi Ning yelled, summoning the 4th-tier illusion. A shadow identical to him shot out of the sword, heading straight for Yamato. Even Yi Ning himself was surprised by how eerily similar it was. I thought a 4th-tier illusion should at least be several dozen meters tall, but I never expected it to look just like me. Can this really happen? Seeing the small size of the shadow, Yamato couldn't help but mock. "Is this how you release your soul? You actively send it over here? Do you think your soul can defeat me?" He was laughing triumphantly, but suddenly, his words began to falter. How naive! When had Yi Ning's shadow already passed through Yamato's body? The moment he finished speaking, he collapsed. The shadow landed at the same time. His whole body was covered in slashes. The shadow moved so fast, Yamato never noticed. In the blink of an eye, his body was cleaved and shattered into hundreds of fragments. Yi Ning was equally stunned by this terrifying power. A one-stroke kill. Though it looked exactly like him, it was far deadlier than he was. Those nearby froze, silently grateful that Yi Ning hadn't targeted them. Had we won this then? By not letting us in, did he mean to slaughter us? Through the choking dust, Yi Ning stepped up to where the shadow was sitting at ease. The shadow saw him come, extended a hand and said, "After you." Amused by his manner, Yi Ning replied, "You know what I want to do." The shadow smiled and said, "Of course I am you." But then he too gradually faded away. Yi Ning felt a pang of regret at having to say goodbye. Regrettably, he could only appear for 10 seconds each time. In that case, he truly was my future. With that, he turned and kicked Yamato's head aside, saying with pride, "Yamato Ichiro, I told you I'd shove your head up your ass. And I did it." Seeing that not a single comrade remained, Yi Feng, who had been fleeing, couldn't help but be terrified. He thought to himself, this is too frightening. Apart from me, the entire team has been wiped out. No, I have to escape quickly. At the very least, I must bring the news back. As if sensing his fear, Yi Ning let out a chilling smile and said, there's still one slippery fish hiding in the shadows. I've ignored you long enough. Now, Dong Yifeng, come out. Seeing that he stubbornly refused to appear, Yi Ning unleashed a searching technique. His spiritual power fully expanded, probing in all directions. Asterisk blazing fury. Trace, hunt, asterisk in instant. Yifeng was found. Terrified, he screamed in despair, switching to agility attributes and shouting, blazing fury, burn for me. Damn it, he can't see me, yet he can sense my approximate location and plans to use fire to force me out. Hearing that, Yi Ning only snorted coldly and barked a warning. Trying to run. I told you I'd wipe out every last one of you. Do you think I was joking? Seeing Yi Ning still stubbornly determined to annihilate everything, his teammates rushed forward to stop him. Li Ning, stop chasing. Dong Yifeng still has a trump card no one knows about. Yi Ning, your spiritual energy is unstable. No matter what they said, Yi Ning remained resolute. If he let the enemy live and escape, the danger would only grow greater. Yi Ning's flames continued to launch relentless assaults against Yifeng, forcing him to desperately counterattack. The fire's speed was terrifyingly fast. No, if this keeps up, I'm doomed. Yifeng calculated frantically in his mind. He had just unleashed a series of powerful techniques, and judging by the feeling, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Instead of turning his back on the enemy, it was better to charge forward and take a gamble. Although this tactic would come at an enormous cost, if he could kill Yi Ning, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, the mission would not be considered a failure. At the same time, Yi Ning's oppressive aura was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, he tore through the void, charging toward Yi Ning and shouting, burning my life force, breaking through the void, die for me. Yifeng suddenly emerged from the void, determined to fight Yi Ning to the end. He smugly thought to himself, when my life force is burned, my attack power will be even stronger than that of a typical high-level third-rank warrior. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun my supersonic blade. He laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with a murderous gleam as he said, die, Yi Ning. In response to Yifeng's arrogant attitude, Yi Ning merely smiled disdainfully. Yifeng was puzzled by this calm reaction. The death was imminent, yet Yi Ning was still smiling. But when he lunged forward to stab Yi Ning, he suddenly realized something strange. It didn't make sense. The dagger passed through Yi Ning's body without encountering any resistance at all. When Yifeng turned around, everything was just an illusion. He had completely fallen for the trick. The figure was an afterimage, dead, nothing but a phantom. How could this be? Did Yi Ning also have spatial skills? But how could he release such a skill without draining any spiritual energy? In the blink of an eye, Yi Ning appeared from behind him, launching a counterattack. Yifeng had no chance to react. Yi Ning decisively swung his sword and severed Yifeng's legs. In a few short seconds, he had become crippled. Yifeng screamed in pain, I'll kill you, Yi Ning. His teammates, having witnessed the horrific fight, surged toward Yi Ning. Yi Ning, are you all right? Everyone, charge and kill Dong Yifeng. When Qi Ming and Zheng Cheng heard the captain, they immediately unleashed their full power to kill Yifeng. Ice wave arrow, heart fire burst. But Yi Ning stopped them all. He shouted, stop, keep him alive. However, the two of them didn't relent and stubbornly continued their assault, prompting Yi Ning to say through gritted teeth in irritation, didn't I tell you to stop, and you fire everything at full strength? Kai Ming, realizing he had angered him, quickly lowered his bow and said apologetically, Yi Ning, I didn't mean to. I was too tense and couldn't pull back in time. At the same time, Captain Ming Law rushed over and urged Yi Ning to finish Yifeng off quickly. Yi Ning, when you said to keep him alive, did you mean to extract information? Even if you get it, you can't be sure it's true. Better to kill him now to avoid trouble. But Yi Ning remained steadfast in his decision. He turned, pointed the tip of his sword at Yifeng, and forced him to speak. Tell me, in Squat Nation Age, who's your inside man? Even if you've lost your legs or are shaking with fear. Yifeng remained stubborn. He said in a taunting tone, I won't say a thing. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Mingla, hearing him, couldn't help but ask, Yi Ning, are you mistaken? How could there be a traitor among us? Everyone was strictly screened, and every channel of communication is monitored and recorded. Don't be taken in by his bait. Yi Ning turned, confident, and said, everyone, don't panic. Whether there is one or not, you'll know once I finish interrogating him. Hearing that, Mingla said nothing more. When he finished speaking, Yi Ming began to lay bare all of Yi Feng's tricks. Dong Yi Feng, if you wanted to die, you could have killed yourself under normal circumstances. The reason you didn't is because your previous move already used up your self-destruct energy, right? Now you're nothing but a chunk of flesh. You can't do it anymore. Seeing that he knew everything, terror spread across Yi Feng's face. He had no words left to defend himself. While he was still frantically searching for an escape, Yi Ning decisively chopped off one of Yi Feng's arms and threatened, now all you have to do is tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Not talking. Simple. I read the book Heavenly Ancient Tortures. Things like the Pigman, Lingxi, and so on. Yi Feng still refused to open his mouth, so Yi Ning thrust the tip of his sword in front of him. Then, with an utterly terrified expression, Yi Feng decided to confess. Don't please, let me speak. I'll tell you. After finishing his words, he immediately pointed his hand toward Kai Ming and shouted loudly, My inside man, it's Zhang Kai Ming. Kai Ming realized he had been exposed and quickly ran away, ignoring his teammates who were still confused by the news. Is it really Zhang Kai Ming? It can't be. Zhang Kai Ming, what on earth did they give you? How could you betray us like this? Not letting him escape so easily, Zheng Cheng launched an attack, his heart filled with murderous intent. A flame erupted, immediately engulfing Kai Ming and burning him alive. After confessing everything, Yi Feng, in agony, begged Yi Ning to let him die. Yi Ning, are you satisfied now? Can you just let me die quickly? Hearing this, Yi Ning merely snorted coldly and continued exposing Yi Feng, as if to show his satisfaction. But don't be in a hurry, there are still two people standing in front of you. He blurted out in confusion, Huh. With that, Yi Ning quickly darted off somewhere. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zheng Cheng, pointing his sword straight at him, abandoning the car to save the king. Do you think I didn't notice? Realizing he'd have been exposed, Zheng Cheng could only stammer, Yi Ning, you didn't let him finish talking. Without hesitation, Yi Ning swung his sword, stabbing it straight through Zheng Cheng's body. Seeing this, Mingla rushed forward and yelled, Yi Ning, are you crazy? The traitor is Zhang Kai Ming. Why are you attacking Zheng Cheng? Hearing Mingla, Yi Ning only sneered. Who told you the traitor is just one person? He still couldn't believe it upon hearing this, and replied, What you're saying is impossible. Yi Ning turned to face Yi Feng, revealing his final move. Did he truly think Dong Yi Feng could easily reveal Ru like that? This was no different from sacrificing a pawn that had already been seen. In order to save a hidden piece, Yi Feng realized his plan was completely ruined, and quickly spoke up in defense. No, that's impossible. I was just making random guesses. Before he could finish, Yi Ning raised his hand and severed his head. In his eyes, Yi Feng was no longer of any use. Even if I was only guessing, didn't your reaction already confirm my suspicion? If you weren't a traitor, why would you respond with such satisfaction, like you were throwing stones into a well? Now, your existence no longer holds any meaning to me. Ming La still refused to believe Zheng Cheng was a traitor, trying to defend him. Dong Yi Feng is very cunning. Perhaps this is his clever tactic of throwing stones into the well. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng chimed in. Zheng Cheng has always held himself accountable to the country and his conscience. Yi Ning, on what basis are you slandering me? Yi Ning couldn't help but feel amused by their attitude. He then presented a series of evidence. On what basis? You were indeed very careful in your work, leaving no traceable documents. Not even Zhang Kai Ming made contact. So how are the messages delivered? It was through long-range attacks to place an imprint on your opponent. Do you remember that Dong Yi Feng attacked me earlier? But he forewarned to lure you and Zhang Kai Ming into making the move. No, he said, as he took out the piece of paper. At that time, Zhang Kai Ming's attack hit us, while Zheng Cheng's attack struck Dong Yi Feng's arm. The imprint on the piece of meat I cut out is the proof that you transmitted the information. Similar evidence appeared in every instance. I guess there must be more proof on him. After a series of such pieces of evidence, Zheng King had no choice but to admit his fault. "You're right, I truly am a traitor." Mingla, hearing him say that, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Lao Zheng, why did Zheng Cheng do that?" But he was still puzzled. Why did he end up on this path? "However, I'm very curious as to why you became an insider. I've gone through your file, and it's flawless." He began to briefly recount Zheng Cheng's life for everyone around him. At 14, both his parents passed away, and he was rescued by the army. Without any burdens, no one could threaten him. He enlisted at 16 to save a teen looking for supplies. By 26, he single-handedly dragged a mutated second-rank beast and became a third-rank officer recruited into the Special Forces. He fought 13 times at the border and had been in life-threatening situations twice. With such a background and deep loyalty, Yi Ning still couldn't find any flaws. Why would Zheng Cheng betray us? Captain Liu treated you like a brother, and Zhang Wei regarded you as an older brother. I'm very curious what the Raw War Zone promised that made you decide to betray your comrades like that. He replied painfully, "If I tell the truth, that I've never felt I committed treason, would you believe me? Quite the opposite. I only want to do my best for the nation each war zone." Hearing him say that, he felt rather intrigued. That way of speaking was truly novel. Zheng Cheng kept shouting, trying to prove he had done it for everyone. "Yi Ning, you're right. I'm not after power, and I don't covet anything from them. And I hate those bastards more than you do. Every day I wish I could kill them all. But I can't. To save more friends, I can only become their dog." Mingla, who had defended him earlier, could no longer tolerate this betrayal and swung a kick straight into Zheng Cheng's face. "Zheng Cheng, what the hell are you saying? You betrayed us for our own good. Is that how you treated Zhang Wei and the old captain?" Seeing the captain's attitude change, Zheng King could only laugh and sneer. "Captain, if I hadn't done that, do you think you could have survived? Last time the strongest old captain and Zhang Wei both died. Why didn't anyone pursue us afterward? It's because I begged them like a dog. Anyway, we couldn't have won, so it was better to reduce the number of deaths." He shouted in bitter resignation, clutching the hem of his shirt. "Zheng King, have I ever been afraid to die? But I'm terrified of having to watch each of my brothers die." Suddenly, Zheng Cheng tore his shirt apart, revealing a body covered in scars. He roared in despair. "Do you think I don't want to save everyone? I can't. We're like pigs trapped in a pen. Only by sacrificing a few of us can the rest survive." Hearing that, Yi Ning replied confidently, "But this time is different. This time, I can lead you all to victory." Zheng Cheng didn't argue. "I acknowledge your talent. Yi Ning, this time truly caught me off guard. If only I had met you sooner. Yi Ning, honestly, I'm glad." As soon as he finished speaking, flames burst forth, enveloping Zheng Cheng entirely. He set himself ablaze, entrusting everything to Yi Ning with peace of mind. "Now that you've appeared, I can finally die without regret in this wretched life of mine. Brothers, I miss our old captain, Zhang Wei, and the others. I'll go find them first and atone for my sins. Live well for me, protect Yi Ning, and protect the future." Mingla couldn't help but feel indignant that he would burn himself alive to escape his guilt. "Uncle Zheng, Zheng Cheng, you bastard, you cowardly scholar soldier." Witnessing the scene, Yi Ning couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Since ancient times, the strong have always prevailed while the weak have perished. No matter the kind of weakness, it will always be eliminated. No matter the country. If the different species or strange beasts, if I am reincarnated this time and cannot save the world, then it would not just be a tragedy. He silently reminded himself that after everything he had gone through, the only way to prevent such a tragedy from happening again was to become stronger, strong enough to overturn heaven and earth, strong enough to defy the very laws of nature. Zheng Cheng was finally burned to ashes, blending into the layers of sand and earth. Yi Ning also turned to speak to the others. "Let's go. There are still many tasks awaiting us." Returning to the Thunderbit Manor, the office of the provincial governor of Oba, the entire team walked while observing their surroundings. One person felt something was off and asked aloud, "Why is it so quiet here all of a sudden? There's no one around." No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of robots appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots immediately started firing relentlessly. but they quickly erected a defensive barrier. Mingla ordered the team members to focus on defense to protect Yi Ning. Yi Ning, however, couldn't just stand by and take it. He gathered his strength, preparing to track down the mastermind. Isn't this the kind of force the governor's office can mobilize? It must be someone from higher up. Just in time, I was about to speak to your president. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ning's preemptive strike arrived, crushing every obstacle in its path. Wind element seals, extreme cold crystallization. With a single swing of his sword, the frost immediately spread, turning all the soldiers in front of him into cold stone statues. The people who were just worried about finding ways to protect Yi Ning could now finally put down their burden. They let out a relieved sigh. Captain, it seems that Yi Ning doesn't need our protection anymore. You're right. However, they were also aware that they couldn't just stand by and let him face everything alone. Mingla immediately ordered them to charge forward and fight together. Everyone then began using their skills to break through and attack. Seeing this, Yi Ning quickly spoke up to remind them. Everyone, stay calm. Don't cause too many casualties. Wait a moment for the next round of negotiations. They responded in unison. We understand. Hearing this, he felt reassured and moved forward. Every enemy that blocked his path was turned into lifeless blocks of ice. In no time, Yi Ning had spotted the governor. He rushed directly in front of him, pressing his sword to the man's neck, and spoke in a threatening tone. Governor Brad, I didn't expect you to play this game. Brad, terrified, quickly denied any involvement. It has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. Immediately, he collapsed to the ground, hands clasped together, and explained to him. The disturbance caused by your group was too big, so my superiors noticed something was wrong. They sent people here. I truly didn't ask for them to come. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen and even used me as bait. Yi Ning frowned slightly, his voice still tinged with suspicion as he responded. Is that so? Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Brad bowed his head to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Sir, everything I've said is the truth. Please, spare me. I'll cooperate with whatever you ask. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Anna is standing there, pleading with Yi Ning not to strike. Please don't kill my father. I beg you. Lin Ru, standing behind, kept trying to stop her. Anna, it's too dangerous. Please step back. He stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Anna, trembling as he spoke. What do you want to do? Yi Ning simply smiled and said, Lin Ru, does my behavior really make me look like a bad person to you? As Yi Ning moved closer, Lin Ru tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Don't say more. Seeing his heightened vigilance, Yi Ning quickly explained. It might seem like it from your perspective, but it's not what it looks like. If I were really trying to harm someone, wouldn't you see me killing someone by now? The truth is, I'm only staging all of this to save this world. But Lin Ru remained resolute, unwilling to believe him. I'd be a fool to believe a word you say. Yi Ning continued trying to persuade him, offering another suggestion. So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join me in saving the world from the apocalypse? Before Lin Ru could respond, Yi Ning reached out and crushed his axe with a single squeeze, a clear threat. But as he thought over Yi Ning's words, Lin Ru couldn't help but feel a strange sense of amusement as he replied. The future leader of humanity, saving the world from the apocalypse, huh? Are you really talking about me? Are you truly someone who has traveled back from the future? Upon hearing this, Anna quickly slapped him on the head and shouted, Lin Ru, do you really believe that nonsense? Lin Ru was genuinely convinced by Yi Ning's words. Even after being hit, he still turned to Anna and said, Anna, I think what he says might be true. If not, how else could we explain his abilities? Lin Ru quickly pulled her aside to a corner and tried to convince her. Besides, with his combat power, he could easily kill us with one strike. Why would he need to lie? Also, I always felt that in the future, I will do something great. Yi Ning looked incredibly proud for having convinced him, saying, Exactly, you're very smart. No wonder you're the savior in the future. In his mind, he silently assessed Lin Ru. Brave, kind-hearted, a bit naive, and still a high school student. He really was the perfect standard protagonist. A person like him would make the best representative. But Lin Ru suddenly became anxious about his current situation. But right now, I don't have any powers. So what should I do to save the world from the apocalypse? Hearing this, Yi Ning quickly reassured him. Don't worry, your powers will be like mine. You'll have them sooner or later. For now, just follow me. Do as I say, and everything will be fine. Lin Ru, feeling reassured, regained his confidence and responded. All right. Suddenly, Ming La and the others rushed over. He quickly reported the situation outside to Yi Ning. Yi Ning, a large number of fighter jets are coming this way, and there are even nuclear bombs aimed at us. They must have been sent by the federal headquarters. No matter how strong we are, we cannot confront an entire civilization. Yi Ning grabbed Brad and hurried off to deal with the matter. Everyone stay here and wait for my return. Governor, I need you to cooperate with me right now. Immediately. Brad obediently agreed at once. I agree, I'll cooperate. Please don't kill me. Outside, countless fighter jets circled the castle, their sights fixed on Yi Ning below. This is a warning order. You are surrounded. Do not resist. Release the governor at once. Yi Ning showed no fear. He pressed his spear to Brad's throat and loudly demanded negotiations. I am Yi Ning. I want to speak directly with the president of the Federation. If you do not wish to destroy the world, do exactly as I say. In the Federal Central Conference Room, the president of the Federation watched the scene unfold outside. Hearing this, he sneered, Destroy the world? Does he think this is a movie? Give the order. If they do not surrender within 10 seconds, proceed to bomb at will. If they're close, drop the nuclear bombs. An aide behind him spoke up to remind him of the decision he had just made. But Mr. President, Governor Brad is still in their hands. Someone frowned and replied, Forget that useless piece of trash. He spilled everything. If he dies, it's deserved. Besides, the people of Oba Province have already been evacuated. For the safety of the Federation, sacrificing one governor is no problem. With that, a squadron of fighter jets lit up on command, locking their targets below. A series of announcements was transmitted. Warning. Intruders detected. You have 10 seconds to surrender, otherwise we will commence mass bombing. Warning. Aircraft target locked. Warning. Preparing to deploy nuclear ordnance. Admiral Brad, your great sacrifice for the Federation. The Federation will never forget. Brad could not believe what he had just heard. Terrified, he said, What? Has the Federation abandoned me? The others had not expected things to go this far. Ming La spoke up. This is a headache. We originally thought that killing all our opponents would make the mission go smoothly. Lin Rubing, displeased, said, Am I not going to die? This isn't like what he said about the protagonist's development. Yi Ning, seeing that he had outlived his usefulness, bluntly threw it in his face. Admiral, it seems you are of no further use. Go back and wait. Isn't it just a nuclear bomb? I'll take care of this. Having said that, he activated his system and kept calculating in his head. Although his battlesuit was immune to all thermal weapon attacks, the hands continued to move swiftly on the keyboard. Since Yi Ning was not only concerned for himself, but also for others, he had to think very carefully. But he still had to consider the lives of Ming La and Lin Ru as well. If ordinary threats didn't work, then he would have to truly destroy this world to create real leverage. Just as Yi Ning finished his actions, the fighter jets were also ready to launch. The fighter jets had locked onto their targets, and the nuclear bombs were prepared. However, inside the planes, red alerts kept flashing, and the subordinates immediately reported, Mr. President, this is bad. Our nuclear bomb system has been hacked, and the nuclear strike has been cancelled. The person on the other end responded in shock. What? No, this can't be happening. Suddenly, the system flashed with numerous notifications. The original targets had all been switched to other provinces. Warning, warning. Boginia province was the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. And Dong province was the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning, warning. Jian province. Warning. The number of targets was so large that he could hardly believe it. Over 700 provinces. No, this couldn't be. Even he only had half of the control. The subordinates quickly updated the situation. Mr. President, this is real. We've been locked down here as well, and there's no way to regain control. That person said they wanted to destroy the world, and this is true. They truly do not act like humans. In the end, he was forced to agree to negotiate. He ordered his men, Stop them. Make them stop. I agreed to negotiate with him, and immediately sent a special plane to pick them up, bring them to me. He answered clearly. The fighter jets gradually withdrew, and Yi Ning led the group forward. Everyone could not help but be awed, even frightened, by his power. What on earth is going on? Yi Ning can actually do this? Is this the kind of power I'll have in the future? This is beyond belief, Captain. Were our previous combat ideas completely wrong? This level of performance is unnaturally high. Yi Ning pulled Mingla close and whispered something. Mingla, after we meet the president, I need you to cooperate with me. When the time comes, do it like this. He replied skeptically. Huh. Will they believe us? Great Wind Federal Council. Before entering, he turned back and instructed everyone. Mingla and I will go inside. The others wait outside and protect Lin Ru. They answered in unison. The accompanying soldiers were already in place. Seeing Yi Ning step forward, the president scowled. Yi Ning, is that you? I am the president here. Tell me who you are and what your purpose is. He did not mince words and went straight to the point. We are time travelers from the future. In 1 year, the entire world will face a catastrophe called the apocalypse. Yi Ning recounted to him the events that were bound to happen over the next year, consequences that no one could prevent. By then, there would be countless zombies and mutated creatures. Countless people would die at the hands of the zombies, and the Federation would collapse. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity launched a nuclear war against the wave of zombies. Despite the collapse of civilization, the catastrophe could not be stopped. But fortunately, by the 6th year, we had developed a time machine, traveled back in time, and changed everything that happened before. To add credibility, he spoke while presenting proof to show him. This is a video recording of us fighting the monsters in the future. The authenticity of the content can be analyzed, so we are the saviors, not the invaders. Bing was convinced, but still somewhat skeptical, saying, "Are you saying that flesh-eating monsters will appear in the future? This is truly terrifying." Although the video evidence he provided was quite convincing, how could I believe that you are really here to help us rather than sent by the monsters? Seeing that he was not fully convinced, he changed his tone to one of provocation, saying, "You may not believe me, but I really could destroy all of you. Even before the apocalypse, I was already living in the apocalypse." Hearing Yi Ning say this, the guards immediately became cautious, pointing their guns at him and saying, "Stop right there, or we will fire." But Yi Ning merely tapped the table lightly, and their guns flew up, floating in midair. Losing patience, one of the soldiers shouted, "I warn you, I don't have time to waste here. If you do not cooperate, your future will be annihilated. I would rather be exterminated by my hand than die at the hands of a monster. At least, I don't have time to waste here. If you do not cooperate, your future will be annihilated. I would rather be exterminated by my hand than die at the hands of a monster. At least it might make everyone's death come quicker." Ming Lus suddenly climbed up and stepped in front, trying to dissuade Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, I believe the president is only temporarily unable to accept this. I know you do not want to witness the extinction of humanity again. I also know this is our last chance, but I still want to ask you to give them a little more time." Suddenly turning back, he seized the other's collar. Each word ground out coldly. "Everyone, do not hesitate any longer, otherwise we will have no chance to return. Last time we risked everything to break through command, but the rescue force failed. During this interdimensional journey, a group of monsters traveled back with us. They are the very monsters we killed along the way in the suburbs." The more Mingla spoke, the tighter he gripped the man's collar. His voice grew louder and louder. Mr. Yi Ning was also very disappointed with the High Command's actions last time. He had a comrade who was also killed when you surrounded them. Watching Mingla's spectacle, Yi Ning could not help but regret his decision. Mingla's acting skills were truly beyond words. I truly cannot bear to watch any longer. If I'd known, I should have chosen someone with better acting ability. That would have been more appropriate. He continued to press his case to the other side, and as he spoke, Mingla took out a pen. "If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Of course, when we return this time, we will bring you a type of genetic drug that can enhance your physical strength. Take it, and you will gradually become as strong as we are." The recipient took the pen, unable to refrain from admiring its effect, and immediately agreed to Yi Ning's offer. "Extend your lifespan and become as strong as you are. I trust you, and this time, I will cooperate fully." Seeing this, Mingla turned around and smiled at him. The negotiation was successful, And Yi Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking to himself that it was lucky he had brought the enhancement drugs along. Indeed, aside from threats, benefits were also essential. After the negotiation was successful, the other party respectfully lowered their head and said, "Esteemed saviors, how would you like us to cooperate?" Yi Ming, upon hearing this, laid out his conditions. First, I need the Federation to intensify the mining of energy ore as much as possible. Second, find a doctor to help me investigate the origins of the Apocalypse outbreak. He was somewhat surprised by the simplicity of these conditions and immediately agreed. That's it, I will do it right away. Everything went smoothly. Yi Ming was secretly pleased, thinking that this mission was too perfect. What else? With the Federation's endorsement, the mining operations were no different from his own personal mining activities. The system finally displayed the notification. Taxi Kingdom, Stage 3 initial mission complete. The next mission phase, investigate the origin of the apocalypse in this world. Do you wish to continue? Yi Ming did not hesitate to agree to proceed. He thought to himself that the system's original mission of the apocalypse had been completed, but the mission of the god-slaying system had not progressed much. It seemed that to change the course and future of the world on the largest scale, merely holding power and controlling the protagonist was just a small step. The key was to uncover the origin of the apocalypse and prevent it from happening from the very start. By doing so, not only would they acquire the blueprint for the sky battleship, but they could also transform this place into a real-world farm. Yi Ming and his group were standing in front of the group in black clothes. He gave an order. Mingla, Huan Yun, and Lin Ru, come with me to meet Professor Crocker Lin Bin. You take the others to the mine with the army to supervise the mining operations. Lin Bin immediately responded. Understood, Yi Ming. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Lin Bin happily turned to speak to those around him. In the past, we could only control a few trade guilds, so we can only mine a few types of ores, and in limited quantities. But this time, all we have to do is stand by, and we can gather billions, even tens of billions of tons of spirit ore. The people around him also responded joyfully. That's right, thanks to Yi Ming's wise and decisive leadership, the days when we were oppressed by other battle zones are over. I wonder if the army will be so excited when we return that they'll faint on the spot. At the Federal Genetic Research Institute, the group of Yi Ming stopped the car and looked up at the towering building in front of them. They walked straight inside and went to meet Crocker. Crocker spoke up to introduce himself. Hello, Mr. Yi Ming. I am the head of the Federal Gen Research Institute, Crocker. Yi Ming, with a serious tone, said to him, Professor Crocker, I need you to answer a few questions. Then he began to raise his concerns. First, what are you currently researching? Second, have there been any unusual phenomena or problems occurring in your research project? Third, are you conducting any other independent research? Crocker, hearing these questions, became frightened, his forehead drenched in sweat, and he replied, All my research complies with federal law. There are two main research areas. One is gene enhancement, used to improve the physical condition of mech warriors. The second is related to the highest state secrets of the Federation. Yi Ming held up a card in front of him and warned. Right now, I have the highest federal authority, so I have the right to know. You no longer need to concern yourself with confidentiality regulations. Seeing the card in Yi Ming's hand, Crocker was terrified and nearly lost his footing, quickly saying, It's a presidential order. All right, the second project is the Human Origin Project. We are simulating the evolutionary process of humanity. Hearing this, Yi Ming asked again, Human origins, what exactly does that mean? What was the original plan? How long has this research been going on? Crocker quickly replied, Nearly 7 years, specifically since we began genetic intervention during the human embryonic stage. Then the man pointed to the glass tubes filled with strange creatures and introduced them. And here is the combination of spider venom, and here is the combination of snake venom. These are also considered relatively successful experiments. Yi Ming's group walked along the path filled with those bizarre glass tubes. Except for Yi Ming, whose face was serious, the others all looked around with fearful, curious eyes. Lin Ru hesitantly said, I never expected the Federation would allow this. Mingla added, Yet they allow the use of humans for such experiments. Huang Yun sighed. This is just too cruel. Hearing their conversation, Crocker interrupted. But these things also help make humans stronger. Moreover, these are just experiments on embryos, not on actual humans. Yi Ning suddenly asked him a question. Crocker, these are all successful test subjects, right? So, where are the failures? He responded, the failed test subjects and the mutated specimens are still inside, in the most core area. He opened a door in front of them. When the door opened, Huang Yun fearfully exclaimed, "This!" In front of them were glass tubes containing even more bizarre creatures. Mingla covered her mouth and gasped. Why do they look even more disgusting than the mutated forms? Yi Ning calmly looked at what was before them and asked, "What is this?" Crocker responded loudly, "This is a test subject codenamed Kokun. We took inspiration from the metamorphosis of caterpillars into butterflies." He continued with a tone full of arrogance. "I'm considering researching whether it's possible to create a test subject with two sets of organs. Have you ever observed a caterpillar? Before it turns into a butterfly, it wraps itself in a cocoon and reverts to a cellular fluid. These cellular fluids will skillfully and spontaneously form the various organs and tissues of the butterfly. It seems like just a puddle of water, but in reality, they know exactly which part of the fluid will become the head and which part will become the body." With a strange, eerie expression, he continued, "Not only that, if you cut the cocoon in half, it will bloom into two halves of a butterfly. The upper part becomes the head, and the lower part becomes the body. If you cut it vertically, there will be half a head on one side. It's hard to believe that their cellular fluids seem to know what they are. Even more interesting is that if you insert a straw into the cocoon, it will bloom into a butterfly with the straw in the middle of its body." He continued discussing the creation of this strange creature. If you mix the cellular fluids from two cocoons together, it will eventually form a butterfly with its head inside its abdomen. They aren't afraid of the disorder after being mixed and still emerge. Suddenly, Lin Ru lunged forward, grabbing the man's neck and head with his hands, angrily saying, "Clearly, you conducted such a cruel and inhumane experiment, and yet you're still proud of it." Mingla and Huang Yun immediately rushed forward as well. Mingla swung his fist in anger, saying, "Isn't this the cause of the mutations? I never thought it was created by humans themselves." Huang Yun raised his voice as well. "The source has been identified. Just deal with him and make sure this place can't cause any more trouble." Crocker stubbornly tried to excuse his actions. "The brain cells of these test subjects haven't fully developed, so they won't feel any pain." Yi Ning stepped forward, putting himself between Crocker and the others. "Everyone, stay calm. I don't think this mission is as straightforward as it appears." Mingla snapped, "Do you think it's easy? That's because you can control the Federation with ease. It's far more difficult for the rest of us." Yi Ning replied evenly, "Maybe, but my intuition says that, disgusting as it looks, this isn't the real cause." He turned away, and Lin Rui reluctantly loosened his grip. Crocker breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. "Master Yi Ning is wise. No virus could have come from the decayed tissue here." Yi Ning didn't answer. He thought, the demon's eyes give nothing away, so this can't be the true origin. He asked Crocker, "Is there anything else besides this?" Crocker answered immediately, "No, there's nothing else." Hearing that, Yi Ning muttered a single, "Oh," then ordered at once, "That's not right. Search their minds." Yi Ning's mental power surged. He said coldly, "You're lying. There are still structures beneath the surface." He concentrated his energy, and the ground under his feet cracked, sending dust scattering in every direction. The group of people, who were standing, simultaneously fell down due to losing their balance. Loud screams echoed through the air. Except for Yi Ning, who remained standing, the other four fell to the ground in bizarre and awkward positions. Crocker quickly said, "This is an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but later it was buried and abandoned." Yi Ning ignored him and sneered coldly, saying, "How dare you lie in my face? In front of you are conveyor belts with human corpses lying scattered." Yi Ning coldly asked, "The time of death for these corpses hasn't exceeded 48 hours. How do you explain this?" He did not answer but hurriedly said, "Why are you pressuring me? Don't you know? Everything here was tacitly approved by the senior leadership." Then quickly came up with an excuse. "Some important individuals with poor health need to have their organs replaced." Lin Ru stepped closer to the corpses and spoke in a horrified voice. "You secretly kill people and harvest their organs. This isn't your experimental embryos. These are living children, just like us. How could you be so heartless to do this? I even wanted to join the Federation before. You are nothing but a bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. Old man Crocker quickly denied responsibility. Actually, this isn't my fault. I'm just following orders. Then he offered another excuse. Moreover, these aren't humans. They are just pigs raised on a conveyor belt. Just like with livestock, humans not only eat them, but also strip their fur off. Yi Ning shouted angrily, then grabbed Crocker's collar, looked into his eyes, and asked, "Where's the production line? Take me there." 10 minutes later, Crocker led Yi Ning to another area with a glass door. In front of the crowd, a group of armed soldiers were standing guard. The soldier at the door raised his hand to block Yi Ning, and spoke, "Yi Ning, sir, you don't need to see this. I know you're looking for something unusual, but I assure you this is not what you need. I guarantee it." Yi Ning ignored him, and immediately swung his sword, shouting, "Get out of the way." The guards were knocked back by a single move of his, groaning in pain. Yi Ning then walked forward, approached the door, and asked again, "Is this the place?" Crocker answered meekly, "Yes, it is." Yi Ning forced the door open with his bare hands. Inside was a system with a glass cage, 100 times larger than the ones outside. Within the cage were countless corpses, continuously being thrown into a strange green liquid. There were even corpses resembling fetuses with umbilical cords, as if they were still in the womb. Mingla, shocked by the scene before him, screamed, "Do they even realize what they're doing?" Lin Ru, as if in disbelief, said, "The people of this world have gone mad." Guang Yun was also terrified, rendered speechless. A system announcement immediately rang out. Source of the viral infection located. Source of the viral infection located. A large number of viral infections detected. Yi Ning's face betrayed no expression. He thought to himself, the fetuses here seem to have no consciousness. Yet in fact, they are constantly devouring one another. In a sense, this is another version of zombies. Anger flared in Yi Ning's eyes, and a flash of hatred crossed his gaze as he turned to confront Crocker. "How long have you been doing this? How much material has been produced, and where else is this being carried out?" Seeing him step forward and his face harden, the man hurriedly answered, "This production line has been running for several years, and has produced millions of units. There is no other place, only here." Mr. Yi Ning, although this production line appears immoral, it is incredibly useful. He backed away in fear as he tried to persuade Yi Ning. "Do you understand? A single material can save 4 or 5 citizens apiece. Many of our professors, specialists, soldiers, doctors, and even lawmakers have been reborn thanks to this technology." Yi Ning paid no heed to his words. Grabbing the man's collar with one hand, he hoisted him up and ordered angrily, "I want a list of everyone who has had organ replacements within 3 minutes. If you can't produce it, I will kill you, and go ask someone else." Then you tossed the man to the ground. Crocker, terrified, crawled on the floor and trembled, saying, "This, yes." Yi Ning thought to himself that if millions of materials were converted into beneficiaries, there could well be tens, or even hundreds of millions. These people appeared in every field, even among high-ranking federal officials, and each one of them was an original carrier of the pathogen. He watched Crocker scrambling away in panic with a cold gaze and kept thinking, if we took and killed people according to the list, would the higher-ups listen and willingly die? How could that be? If we want to resolve the crisis, we might have to destroy this world. But if we did that, it could no longer be regarded as a farm in the real world. All right. Manhwa frowned slightly, his voice dropping as he spoke decisively. "Yi Ning, do you suspect that this place itself is the root cause?" Yi Ning paused for a beat, then nodded faintly, his eyes still fixed on Manhwa, his voice growing softer. "It's not that I suspect. I'm certain of it." Worry showed plainly on his face. He hurriedly asked what to do next. "So what should we do? Should we just destroy this place outright?" Yi Ning shook his head, slightly, emotionless. "It's too late. Far too many people have already had organs replaced. Even if we destroy this place now, it would only be like cutting the grass and rousing the snakes." Lin Ru hastily cut in, his hands clenched with resolve, his gaze steady. "Then we will persuade, or threaten, the Federation, demand that they hand everything over so we can deal with it all at once." He squeezed his eyes shut and answered, "This is equivalent to persuading them to surrender their lives, so it's impossible. As for intimidation, if everyone dies, who will care about the threat of a nuclear bomb? Unwilling to yield, Lin Ru continued to plead, his limbs waving nervously. Are we just supposed to sit and wait to die? You are powerful. You could kill them all. Hearing that, Yi Ning hurried to explain. My time is limited. I can't eliminate them all in a short period. If even one fish slips through the net, disaster will still happen. Besides, if I act alone, the military will certainly turn on me. Then the social unrest would be indistinguishable from the end of the world. Lin Ru stepped closer, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and proposed what he believed to be the most reasonable solution. Then how about delaying it? Even if we can't stop it, we can at least postpone it. Yi Ning pondered for a long moment, then said, that aligns with my thinking. Trapped in a tangle of chaotic thoughts, Yi Ning struggled to find an escape and reach a final decision. If the apocalypse could be delayed, it would still mark a significant shift in the course of events. As long as the course could be altered, there remained hope of seizing power and obtaining the non-carrier blueprint. Brushing aside his wandering thoughts, he tilted his head slightly and asked, Lin Ru, are you willing to be the savior in the shadows? He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. A savior in the dark? That sounds pretty good. Yi Ning looked directly into his eyes, his voice firm. That's right. On the surface, I'll continue cooperating with the authorities to maintain order, while you, as a dark knight, will save this world. Lin Ru hesitated, feeling his own helplessness. But I don't have any superpowers like you guys. Yi Ning reassured him. Don't worry, I can activate your potential first. He reached into the system panel and skillfully pulled out a set of gleaming armor. The metallic shine sparkled under the light, accompanied by a pair of finely designed, shimmering metal boots. They were sturdy. Yi Ning reached into the tray, quickly retrieving a syringe containing a mysterious green liquid. Without a word, he immediately injected the syringe into Lin Ru's neck, catching him off guard, causing him to shout in fear. What is this? Lin Ru suddenly felt his body burning with heat. Waves of purple energy, like flames, surged around him, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Yi Ning stood beside him, his gaze calm as if he had expected everything, and reassured him. This is a strength-enhancing drug. It will increase your abilities. Now, put on this equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning presented the combat suit in his hand to Lin Ru. The moment Lin Ru donned the armor, a powerful aura immediately spread throughout his body, causing him to exclaim in shock. This kind of power, this kind of equipment feels even stronger than a mecha. Yi Ning sensed something unusual. In the moment the automatic alert went off, a flash of doubt crossed his mind. Is the automatic alert Binjichu? Is it because he's the main character of the instance, or because of the system's divine sword? While Lin Ru was still fumbling to remove his sweat-soaked clothes, a low voice suddenly rang out. Don't take it off any further. Your body had an abnormal reaction earlier, but it's fine now. Suddenly, Crocker burst in, urgently clutching a tablet, his voice hurried, causing Yi Ning to glance over instinctively. Lord Yi Ning, I have the list you requested. Everything is here. Yi Ning took the tablet from Crocker, his gaze quickly scanning the information, his brows furrowing slightly. Give me the order to seal off the entire test base. All researchers and projects. The comings and goings of vehicles. Everything must be controlled. Without my order, not even a fly should get through. Yi Ning turned and started walking, briefly glancing back at Crocker, with a reassuring look in his eyes. Don't worry, this is just oversight, and it's to ensure your safety. The group quickly moved toward the aircraft. Yi Ning issued a firm command from above. Lin Ru, drive to the federal government building. Upon hearing the order, Lin Rui immediately responded. Understood. Mingla sat next to him and gave a quick glance. Yi Ning, are you trying to find the president and trick him into handing over the list so that Lin Ru can kill as many people as possible, right? But just relying on Lin Ru as the assassin, although he's stronger than before, it still doesn't seem enough. He spoke calmly, explaining the tactical issues. This time, Lin Ru is just playing a supporting role, while the actual slaughter will mainly depend on us. Ming La was slightly stunned after hearing that. Didn't you say before that we can't expose or clash with the military? Yi Ning smiled and replied, this method would certainly be impossible now. But what if I disguise myself as a monster and imagine this? Behind them, Huang Yun, Upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and her expression showed concern. Suddenly, she seemed to understand the plan. I get it now. Killing two birds with one stone. Brilliant! Yi Ming casually raised his hand, sighing in exasperation, and issued the order. Lai Fu Gai, help me buy 4 pieces of disguise equipment and 1 illusion prop. On the other end, the response came immediately. Understood, Master. Inside the federal government building, a man stood in a corner of the room, his shoulders hunched as if trying to shrink into the shadows. His voice was full of hesitation. Mr. Yi Ning, perhaps you have misunderstood the issue with the experimental base. He spoke slowly. It is indeed a misunderstanding. The experiment, though brutal, has nothing to do with the virus. Hearing this, the man seemed to let out a sigh of relief, quickly lowering his head and stammering, his voice now light. That's good. That's good. Yi Ning slightly curled his lips, thinking to himself, Ben also had a kidney transplant at this base 2 years ago, so I can't raise his suspicions or alert him. Yi Ming opened the briefcase in her hands, inside which were neatly and carefully arranged bottles of emerald green liquid. But Mr. President, I believe that the physical condition of the transformed individuals could attract monsters to attack in the future. In order to prevent such a tragedy from occurring, I hope you can convene a global meeting and try to bring together the key people on the list. I've brought a variety of medications from the future. These not only address this issue, but they can also enhance strength and prolong life. The person on the other side did not respond immediately. He was stunned, his gaze seemingly drawn to the briefcase. Really? In that case, I will quickly arrange the Federal Conference Square. In the hall, 2 unfamiliar figures could be faintly seen standing. A team of Special Forces soldiers, clad in black armor and wearing emotionless white masks, stood in perfect formation like living statues. Each one was a skilled combat machine. They did not speak or move, only exuding a cold and deadly aura. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward. His deep voice rang out like an order. Soldiers, pay attention to security. Half of the Federation's senior leadership is already here. There will be political and business elites, including some public figures. This conference absolutely must not encounter any problems. The person standing next to Yi Ning had a serious look in his eyes. He raised his hand in a gesture, and his voice rang out clearly. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the messenger of the future. Yi Ming stood firm on the high podium, his face solemn. He meticulously presented a detailed analysis of the clear and looming threats that echoed throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all read the information provided by the military. A catastrophic danger is about to erupt. In order to protect everyone's physical well-being and help them survive the upcoming monster attacks, I have decided to distribute the necessary medications. Unexpectedly, a tremendous surge of power suddenly rose. Beneath the blinding light from within it, monstrous, savage creatures began to take shape. Yi Ming glanced briefly, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. This is bad. They crossed through time and space to get here. We're already 1 step too slow. Those around him hurriedly retreated in panic. What should we do now? He spoke in a calm, reassuring tone, his gaze resolute. Unfortunately, my team is still in the mine, but rest assured, Mr. President, I will not allow them to harm you. Huang Yun quickly rushed over to assist, one hand suppressing the forbidden spell emerging from the monster's throat. A stream of deadly purple poison erupted, swiftly twisting into the shape of a grotesque skull, floating in midair and growling menacingly, threatening to consume everything in its path. The toxic gas rushed toward them, causing the team members in the hall to spit up black blood before collapsing motionless onto the cold floor. In the blink of an eye, Ming La Rue, his body engulfed in blazing golden flames, shot forward, closing the distance and delivering a deadly blow. His 8 sword technique struck with brutal force, cutting through the air with devastating power. Dark magical energy spread rapidly, sowing disaster among those nearby. Yi Ming erupted in a torrent of fierce green energy, tearing through the air as he charged forward. The elemental wind responded, and a powerful magic he unleashed quickly swept everything away. The special forces screamed in desperation, pouring all their firepower at the 3 monsters that were wreaking havoc. One of them shouted loudly, "Fire! Fire now!" The colossal monster still emitted a strange purple light, its mouth wide open like an abyss, creating a terrifying gravitational pull that drew the special forces straight into its maw, like moths to a flame. The horrifying suction from its mouth continuously emitted intense, blinding rays, frightening beyond measure. Lin Ru, encased in Yi Ning's armor, stood above, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he watched the destruction below, his heart ablaze with exhilaration. When will I ever master this level of destructive power? Rewinding to the past, before this flawless plan was set into motion, Yi Ning gently placed his hand on Lin Ru's shoulder, offering both reassurance and a deep trust. His voice was steady and clear. Lin Ru, since tomorrow night's first assassination mission is rather heavy, we'll temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. As for you, just pretend to be me and help with the act. Once our time is up, everything here will be handed over to you. To make things easier, you can sometimes take my role and sometimes play the monster. Over time, we'll be able to eliminate those infected. Lin Ru nodded in agreement, his voice firm as he replied, "All right, I understand." The man's face turned pale with fear as he cautiously stepped forward, his voice trembling. "Lord Yi Ning, why haven't you made a move yet? We're all counting on you." Lin Ru, beneath Yi Ning's guise, slowly drew his sword. His gaze was sharp as ice, his tone deep and resolute. "Rest assured, Mr. President, I will protect you." The blade flashed like lightning as it struck toward the monsters under his comrade's control. Lin Ru roared, "Monsters, meet your end." Under Ming La and Huang Yun's manipulation, the two beasts pretended to cower, gradually retreating before melting into the blazing crimson pit and vanishing completely. Now only one creature remained, the blackest of serpents, Yi Ning himself, who was evolving and controlling everything. Lin Ru kicked away massive rocks, sending thunderous echoes through the air as he charged forward, growling menacingly. "Only you remain, and no trick can save you now." Yi Ning, in his monstrous form, gripped his sword that radiated a sinister power, and shouted, "The ultimate technique can be unleashed without cost. What remains are only one asterisk Yamlet descends to the mortal realm asterisk and one divine wrath. This slaughter is nearing its end, and the final act shall be you all killing each other. Asterisk Yalmut descends to the mortal realm asterisk." A gloomy purple mist suddenly arose, swirling violently like a raging storm, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. Billows of black smoke surged upward, twisting into a grotesque skull that screamed with a bone-chilling echo, like the wail of the damned from the deepest pits of hell. "Kill!" The masked special agents turned pale, threw down their weapons, and scattered in panic. Those left standing were frozen in place, their faces drained of blood, stammering. This thing. Under Yi Ming's control, the monstrous serpent finally hurled itself into the void and swiftly escaped. Lin Ru rushed forward, pretending to be furious, shouting, "Damn it, I'll kill whoever's responsible for this federal experiment." Yi Ning, still in the form of the serpent, slowly emerged from the spatial rift. His eyes swept around as a thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, I can't destroy the experimental base myself, but the monster can asterisk. In his serpentine form, Yi Ning opened his jaws, baring his razor-sharp fangs in a terrifying snarl. He flicked his tongue, spewing flames that engulfed the entire base in a blazing inferno. Asterisk, after this lesson, asterisk, he thought, asterisk, I believe the people here won't dare restart the organ replacement projects so easily. After all, replacing organs here will only make their bodies more vulnerable to monster attacks in the future, asterisk. The serpent coiled in midair, its body shimmering with strange streaks of violet light before gradually dissolving into a faint mist. The mist writhed as if alive, then gathered to form Yi Ning's figure once more. He descended gently as his feet touched the ground. The fine dust around him silently dispersed. His voice was calm as he spoke. "This attack will spare the president for now. Doing so will make it easier to control the situation later. When the time comes, Lin Ru, after you've wiped out all the corrupted ones, killing him won't be too late. By then, you'll become the new ruler of this world, and you will serve me." The system suddenly activated along with a stream of information. The current dungeon progression has been changed. The main character in the original dungeon was Lin Ru. The value change is 49.1%. The main character of the original dungeon, Crocker, has died, and the change is 87.2%. The number of infected people has decreased by 10.17%. The value change is 23.3%. The total change in the national narrative is 53.2%. Currently, the highest authority of the dungeon is held. Suddenly, the system emitted a series of urgent warning alerts. Warning, system process anomaly detected. Warning, undefined error found. Warning, dungeon authority has been revoked. Immediately initiating cleanup procedure. Yi Ning froze, a brief flash of panic crossing his face. He frowned slightly, his gaze quickly scanning the red warning messages, flashing relentlessly like blades descending right where Yi Ning was standing. In that moment, the space was torn apart by a surge of violent power. A sharp pain hit him suddenly, burning from his flesh all the way to his very bones. Yi Ning screamed, his voice echoing in the air. Immediately initiate cleanup procedure. Green energy exploded, engulfing Yi Ning. Thick black smoke poured out of his chest. Yi Ning tilted, lying flat in midair, his body being lifted by an invisible force. The black smoke continued to surge from Yi Ning's chest. He panicked, stammering. "This is the air shattering." A flash of light flickered and then vanished, like a dream shattering in a moment, enough to leave Yi Ning dazed. The pulling force suddenly vanished, and he fell freely, crashing hard onto the cold, rigid ground. A sharp pain spread down his spine as he made contact with the damp earth. At last, the mist in the center began to dissipate and strange symbols slowly appeared, holding a mysterious, unpredictable aura. The symbols raced across the orb, continuously extending into the silent space. A familiar voice echoed, cold and emotionless. "Error, no anomalies detected. The system has completed the check. Warning canceled. Dungeon completion begins." Witnessing the strange scene before him, Yi Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Could that black and yellow light be the divine sword system? Does this have something to do with the Apocalypse system's lottery program?" He suddenly paused, recalling the system's earlier warning. Ding! Warning. This action violates system regulations. Please retrieve all system devices provided to the unawakened NPCs within 10 seconds, or you will be forced to become a dungeon NPC. Yi Ning furrowed his brow, a trace of doubt crossing his mind. It seems that what happened before was also caused by the Divine Sword System's interference. I had once thought the Divine Sword System was just a sneaky and somewhat powerful trick, but I never imagined it was this powerful. He checked his body with his hands, confirming there were no injuries, then muttered to himself, "No injuries at all." As for the yellow light that appeared from the void that day, even the Apocalypse system was able to handle it. Truly amazing. It's important to note that the Apocalypse system controls the life and death of the survivors. It's like a deity. Yi Ning gently tried to punch his chest a few times. "Hello, big brother. You really are something. Is it possible to directly end this face like that? Hey, Sword God system, Sword Senior. Sword brother, little sword." He waited for a moment, but received no response. He just sighed, his hands hanging down, completely indifferent to him. It seemed that he would have to rely on himself after all. The system activated, and the transaction information was completed. The progress of the current dungeon was 100%, with 19.7% completed. Current evaluation. SSS rank. Rewards. Spiritual ore. Attribute points reward. Attribute increase +1. Reputation reward. Blood sorcerer's claw equipment. Blue shield armor. Green elemental may. Angelic strategy. Skill enhancement reward. Level B learning. Exclusive dungeon. A-level mechanical synchronization. Exclusive dungeon. The dense lines of text continued to scroll on endlessly. Received SSS level exclusive authority rewards. Skipping storyline 1. Skipping the storyline when entering the next dungeon. You will forcibly enter any irreversible future storylines. Received confrontation props reward. Main battlefield. Prop grade. Blue. Special. Prop description 1. After using it in the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, all members will receive a +3 bonus to all attribute rewards, and a 35% increase in the recovery speed of all statuses. Additionally, the integrated reinforcement effect of 2 will be activated when entering the dungeon, allowing entry without worrying about the power disparity with the opponent. The maximum entry time is 4 hours, and the 3 items can be used in other dungeon worlds. But this special effect will not increase the benefits. Yi Ning rested his hand on his hip, slowly inspecting each item. There were quite a few rewards, but they no longer had any use for him. However, The blue equipment and skills could be given to Lin Ru for improvement. The items from the main battlefield could be handed over to Mingla, who could then lead the team in the future. Suddenly, the system panel encountered a technical glitch. In an instant, the system panel flashed in color. Yining teased, "Is it flashing like this to show off?" In front of you, the system keeps flashing the message. "You have successfully gained control of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon rights. Isn't this a bit too boastful?" The ring on Yining's hand suddenly glowed with a mysterious blue light. The ring sparkled, releasing radiant beams of light, gradually freeing the items contained within, which amazed him. Just now, all the orbs rewarded by the Apocalypse system were pushed out and scattered. The system was activated, the task was complete. The full set of S-tier strategic equipment, the Heavenly Ark, had been sent. Please check and confirm. Data notes from the experiment flew chaotically around the room, like broken wings of birds caught in a storm. Yining frowned at the situation, his eyes glancing over the pile of paper that had just been stuck to the ceiling. Do we really need this much? At this rate, we'll have to see how many years it will take. I need to think about who to pass this technique on to in the future. He pondered silently, his gaze quietly sweeping across the room cluttered with papers and lingering echoes. Although he didn't mind handing it over to the military, he feared it might lead to internal power struggles and unnecessary complications. It would be safer to find a few people he knew from his past life, like Huang Ji-qian or San Liang Chu-tian. A familiar sound echoed as the progress of the dungeon quest was completed. The items from the dungeon were confirmed to be of no experimental value. The system had detected this and was now eliminating them. Sweat poured down Yiming's forehead in streams. System elimination. What does this mean? The activation sound of the system rang out, and the permissions for the dungeon quest had changed. Current dungeon owner, Yining. Current authority level, highest. Authority function 1. Open actively. You can open the dungeon at any time without time limits. 2. Publish missions. You can publish missions at any level and customize the mission content and rewards. The reward items are provided by you. 3. Accelerate time in the dungeon. You can control the speed of time at will, with a speed multiplier of 10 times. 4. Create NPCs, consuming materials. You can shape and create any NPC at your discretion. 5. Control the weather. Yining staggered back, his hand clenched tightly as if trying to suppress the turmoil inside. Is the system communicating with me like this? It turns out that taking over the authority of the dungeon meant that I now had control over the entire dungeon, with hundreds of powers at my disposal. From now on, this place would be my world, and I would be the god here. As long as I had enough energy, I could summon hundreds of thousands of warriors in the blink of an eye. He suddenly stopped, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Wait a minute, it seems that the powers don't include the zombies. Could it be that zombies aren't actually part of the dungeon's ownership? Then Yining crossed his arms, shook his head, and chuckled. Never mind, it's fine. The powers I have now are enough. If war breaks out in the future, if I don't kill them, it'll be my fault. He casually turned around and walked away, completely unconcerned. After Mingla and the others filled up the oars and explained everything to Lin Ru, it was time to head out. As for the movement of the Donghai Beast Tide, no one knew what the situation was like outside. In the conference hall of the border military base, the space was as quiet as a tomb. The delegates sat upright on the long benches, their gazes all directed towards the front. Chen Ming didn't bother to change his position. His deep voice echoed. Increase the support standards for Yining. I disagree. He loudly voiced his opinion during the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, are we really going to spend this meeting focusing on someone who's already dead? There are many other important matters that need to be discussed. Do we really need to bring up compensation for the Ning family in this meeting? Yuan San sat upright, facing him, his cold gaze through dark glasses. The silence in the room was suddenly broken by his voice, which was cold and unyielding. Commissioner Liu, please be careful with your words. What do you mean by organizing a meeting about a dead person? Yuan San crossed his arms, his eyes icy, fixed firmly on Tan Ming across from him. What we are discussing is how our army should handle the situation if something happens to Yining, in a way that won't demoralize the officers and soldiers, not because we think he is dead. His fist clenched, his expression darkened. A flicker of coldness flashed across his face as he looked at Yuan San. Then he frowned slightly and spoke in a dry, mocking tone. "Commander Chang, stop deceiving yourself. It's been half a month outside, and although time inside is slower, several days have already passed. 6 against 1. Even a third-rank elite couldn't survive. Yi Ning and the others wouldn't have made it." Tian Ming sneered, his eyes gleaming with smug provocation, as if he wanted to crush the last shred of hope the other man had. His voice dropped cold as steel. "How many times has your special operations team failed? In my opinion, we should give up on fighting the dungeon instances in the future. Resources must be fought for in reality, and we should avoid letting more people die in vain." After hearing this, Yuan San's face darkened like storm clouds, his features twisted with fury, veins bulging, anger surging up inside him. His voice snapped like an accusation. "It's because the difficulty level is too high, and our intelligence team made another serious mistake. This is not Yi Ning's problem." Tian Ming suddenly stood up, his feigned concern failing to conceal a coldness in his eyes. He looked at Yuan San, a calculating, fake smile spreading across his face, as though worried, yet mocking in essence. "Don't get too worked up. What I want to say is that if survival is not possible, rather than wasting resources to compensate Yi Ning's family, it would be better to save those resources and allocate them to those who are actually useful." Tian Ming slightly curled his lips, his voice laced with sarcasm. "By the way, if I remember correctly, Yi Ning was the top person, right? Now that he's dead, the position should be given to Wang Kai. The supplies Yi Ning took before should also be returned to the military and redistributed. After all, we can't let the dead occupy positions and resources." The anger in Yuan San surged like an unquenchable fire. His arm clenched into a fist, muscles tensing, his face turning crimson as though he wanted to break everything around him. He slammed his fist onto the table with force. Furious, Yuan San pointed directly at Tian Ming's face, shouting, "Commissioner Liu, you really are going too far." Tian Ming remained indifferent to Yuan San's fury, a smug smile curling his lips, each word uttered lightly but filled with provocation. "What's this? Are you really going to lay a hand on me?" Jai Bing stood up abruptly, interrupting the heated argument. The entire room fell silent in an instant. "All right, let's stop discussing this matter here. The top position is the rising star of our military and represents the face of the army. Indeed, better to change it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the whole world will laugh." The old man explained slowly, his voice low and steady as if announcing an important state pension that Yi Ning would receive. Of course, the premise of all this was to confirm that Yi Ning was dead. "Once I return, I will report to the commander." The national port terminal had collapsed, the entrance to the nation's zombie dungeon. Beneath a spiraling wave of blue energy, a widening chasm yawned, surrounded by soldiers whispering among themselves. "It's been half a month. Do you think Dong Yifeng and those pigs from Nation H actually killed him? Nonsense. Do you think they're all as useless as you? The people involved were elite talents. I bet those pigs in there are scared out of their minds." "That's right. I heard our spies say that even Nation H's army has confirmed all their people are dead." In the dark of the camp, the soldiers spoke of a tall, thin man. His shifty eyes suddenly curled into a derisive half-smile, insolence playing on his lips. "Now that I think about it, this mission was even easier than before. After this, Nation H probably won't dare come in again." A bitter chuckle, a hoarse tone of contempt. "Exactly. Once our people move out, it's time to declare war. Without spirit or, Nation H is bound to fail. Women, resources, land. By then, they'll get whatever they want." The green energy spiraled, and suddenly a voice rang out. "Quick! Look! The teleportation gate is barely moving. Our heroes are stepping through it. Hurry, go call for reinforcements. This time, the energy ore is definitely going to take much longer to transport." The soldiers stood crowded around the reception station, their gazes fixed on the swirling energy vortex roaring in the air as though it were an enticing spectacle. Gales of laughter erupted without restraint. Apart from the ore, Dong Yifeng was sure to return with a few more heads. "I'll record a video showing how those pigs from Nation H fare." From the vortex came the cold, mechanical voice of the system, and the notification popped up sharply in the air. "Instance completed. The number of survivors this time is..." The soldiers froze mid-laughter, their mouths agape, eyes wide as if they might pop out of their sockets. One of them stammered, his voice breaking in panic. No survivors. Another soldier next to him could hardly believe it and blurted out. No survivors. Murmurs echoed all around. It's impossible. Why is this happening? At the H Nation port station, the entrance to the Zombie Nation instance, amidst the rows of soldiers standing in strict attention under the dim light, the shadows of Chen Ming and Xiang Hu stretched long, casting an atmosphere of tense silence. Xiang Hu looked at Chen Ming with suspicion, his voice filled with doubt. Colonel Chen Ming, should we retreat now? No need to wait any longer. Chen Ming quickly responded, his tone firm and resolute. This place no longer requires resources. Commissioner Liu has ordered all of you to immediately move to the southeast border. Xiang Hu tilted his head, his eyes clearly showing his concern. However, as for Yi Ning and the others, Chen Ming didn't even spare them a glance. He merely frowned slightly and crossed his arms. His attitude was as resolute as steel, and his eyes were deep and cold. He lowered his voice. Colonel of the Dong High Border Peacekeeping Force under Liu Tianming's command, the reinforcements from Special Operations Team, led by Captain Zhao Qianhu, are absent. If I tell them to withdraw, they will withdraw. Stop talking nonsense. Qianhu spoke up, his tone still cautious, but there was a hint of wisdom as if he was carefully considering each word. Colonel Chen Ming, how about this? I will first send a few people here to stand guard, and you can take the others with you. Chen Ming slightly curled his lips, giving a faint, dismissive smile. There was no sign of compromise as he spoke. Seems like you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. It's up to you. I'll leave at most 2 people here, and the rest will follow me obediently. After 3 days, both of them kept their eyes fixed on the swirling energy vortex, flashing with waves of intense light. Xiang Hu clenched his fists, his voice hoarse with worry. Has the mission ended? Is there anyone from our side still alive? They must make it out alive. Chen Ming took a step back, his face pale, his eyes filled with panic. We can't make it out alive. Don't say that. From the heart of the vortex, a figure emerged, walking slowly and steadily, tearing through the light. Manhwa stepped out, his armor immaculate, his expression unusually calm. Chen Ming froze, his eyes wide in shock, his whole body stiff, his mind in chaos. How could this be possible? Xiang Hu, standing beside, widened his eyes in shock and stammered. Is it Manhwa? Are there still people alive? Is Manhwa the only one left? From behind Wang Yun, Yi Ning and the team members also approached. Wang Yun glanced at him, half teasing and half urging, Captain, what are you spaced out for? Don't block the way. Yi Ning and his group confidently stepped out of the energy vortex, leaving the onlookers stunned. The system notification activated. Dungeon completed. Current survivors, 8. Xiang Hu couldn't believe his eyes. He hurriedly rubbed them and exclaimed, all 8 of them are still alive. Everyone's still alive. Am I dreaming? No. Wait. How's everyone? Is anyone injured? Why are the medical teams still standing there? Hurry up and check them. Chen Ming, standing next to him, just silently watched, not saying a word. Yi Ning slowly walked over, his voice calm but decisive. No need for medical attention. These are just ores. Everyone, come and collect them. Xiang Hu furrowed his brow, glancing around before looking at Yi Ning, puzzled. Collect ores. Did everyone's equipment for storing ores break down? Yi Ning shook his head, exhaling lightly. It's not that. There aren't enough people here. Call everyone over to help with the collection. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hu gaped, almost not believing his ears. 1/3 rank is enough, and you're asking for everyone to come over. Holy shit. The ores glittered and poured out from the vortex like a cascade of light. Xiang Hu couldn't contain his excitement and immediately rushed forward, his eyes shining brightly as he yelled loudly. Mom, Dad. He laughed, staring at the pile of ore, speaking as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. I've never seen so much ore in my life. Is this a mining raid? No, this is like raiding a dozen times over. While Xiang Hu was absorbed in the ore, Chen Ming quietly faced Yi Ning, his gaze serious. Yi Ning, weren't you supposed to avoid the conflict in the outer zone and sing a different tune? Is our intelligence accurate? Are they not cooperating with each other? How did you survive? Yi Ning raised his chin, his voice cold as it rang out. What's the matter? Do you think we survived because of luck? Manhwa stood silently behind Yi Ning, his gaze as cold as fog, locking onto Chen Ming. His voice was sharp as a blade, unflinching. "Colonel Chen Ming, I've met you before. You're with Commissioner Liu, right? Let me tell you something. We didn't just bring back a massive amount of resources. Yi Ning even led us to kill everyone in the other battle zones." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's face went pale, his mouth hanging open as he stuttered, unable to speak. What did you say?" A deep fear rose within him. Shit, yesterday Commissioner Liu took all the resources from Yi Ning's house. Chen Ming was horrified, sweating profusely, his heart pounding wildly, his mind in disarray. The report to replace the head of the unit has already been submitted. Yi Ning didn't die. He's even accomplished a great feat. If Yi Ning finds out about this... No, I have to find a way to notify Commissioner Liu as soon as possible. He stood upright, hands on his hips, his cold eyes scanning Chen Ming, his voice deep and commanding. "Colonel Chen, why is your reaction different from everyone else's? Do you hope we'll die in there?" Chen Ming staggered back, his face paling, stammering. "What do you mean? Commissioner Ye, you're overthinking this." Cold sweat dripped down Chen Ming's face as he secretly thought, "I can't let him leave yet. I need to come up with a reason to keep him here and buy time for Commissioner Liu to deal with the aftermath." Outwardly, he forced himself to remain calm and spoke. "The reason I did this is because the large-scale evacuation plan you proposed earlier has been cancelled, and I was concerned." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning's eyes flashed with anger. He stepped forward, grabbing Chen Ming by the collar, his voice hissing. "What did you say? Cancelled? Why?" The higher-ups sent a highly influential representative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Donghai, but they found no evidence of any imminent danger. As for the details, I'm not sure. Perhaps you should go to Donghai yourself to investigate. He turned to the Mingla team, his voice firm. "Mingla, you all will accompany me to Donghai first." As soon as the order was given, Wang Yun stepped forward, frowning in protest. "Yi Ning, according to protocol, we need to report back to the capital first. Besides, I suspect Chen Ming and his associates might be up to something." He spoke resolutely. "I'm afraid time is running out. The lives of 7 million people in Donghai are the most important. We'll prepare the report on the way. We've already accomplished a great feat, and the higher-ups won't blame us. As for other methods, we'll handle those when we return," he said. In the sky above Donghai, the plane gently landed by the azure coastline. Yi Ning, sitting quietly inside, unknowingly fixed his gaze on the window frame, lost in thought. There were only about 4 to 6 days left before the sea beast outbreak reached its peak. The plan had clearly been approved before. Why was it not being executed as he had expected now? The internal obstacles in this peaceful era were actually far greater than those before his rebirth. He thought back in silence. Before his reincarnation, he commanded instant obedience, perhaps because of the looming apocalypse. But now it seemed that, in order to save the world from the end times, he would first need to grasp the peak power. Without it, he wouldn't stand a chance. If he wanted to seize supreme command, he would definitely need to break through to the 4th rank soon. With his current authority and resources, he could reach 3rd rank peak in 3 months at most. However, to break through to the 4th rank, Yi Ning placed a hand on his chin, his eyes sharp as a knife's edge. He would first need to begin the superproduct project. After the apocalypse erupted in his previous life, the reason humanity had been able to resist for 2 years was due to the superproduct project. If he remembered correctly, the lead researcher in his previous life, whose surname was Sun, came from Donghai's safe zone. After completing the evacuation of Donghai, he had to find him as soon as possible. In front of him, Yi Ning was suddenly presented with a touchscreen displaying a conference call connecting 4 people. He spoke up, "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, I need all of you to mobilize every available force to Donghai to support me." Kai Lei's eyes were full of worry as he stared at the screen, then immediately asked, "Huh? What happened?" Yi Ning's voice echoed through the call, and due to the urgency, he couldn't explain. "If you trust me, please make the arrangements right away." While the 3 of them were still stunned, listening in, Fan Fang turned around and gave an order. At that moment, in the Liu Mansion's guest room in the capital, the director sat across from Tian Ming, his face full of concern. He leaned forward and asked, "Commissioner Liu, what should we do now?" Yi Ning had not only survived, but had also achieved great success, and both the commander-in-chief and the others were extremely pleased. The director spoke while waving his hands anxiously. He is someone who seeks revenge without fail. What if he finds out what we did while he was away? Chen Ming's face darkened, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it, that bastard really is a living nightmare. How did he manage to pull this off without us knowing? The director next to him stuttered. Commissioner Liu, we didn't even finish our sentence. Tian Ming raised his hand to interrupt, but Director Wang, don't panic too much. Didn't Chen Ming say Yi Ning went to Dong Hai? We still have time to clean up. We just need to return the resources we took from the Ning family. The chief continued. Commissioner Liu, I'm afraid we still can't return them. The high-grade spiritual fruits were eaten by my son last night. Not only that, his younger sister is very difficult to deal with. The image of Xiaowen lying motionless on the hospital bed suddenly appeared in the chief's mind. He frowned slightly, let out a soft sigh, and continued. Just tell her that Yi Ning is dead. She seems unable to handle the shock, and she's now hospitalized. Upon hearing this, Tian Ming's face turned purple with rage. Unable to hold back, he quickly moved toward the chief, shouting, You are all a bunch of fools. This is completely ruining the rules. The chief's face turned pale, stammering. Commissioner Liu, is it too late for me to send someone to the hospital with flowers and fruit baskets to comfort his sister? Chen Ming turned around, his voice sharp and authoritative as he gave an order. Also, you need to find someone to take responsibility. If Yi Ning really wants to investigate, just say it was the work of a temporary worker. Upon hearing this, the chief felt the weight on his shoulders lighten, and he let out a relieved sigh. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Chen Ming's expression hardened, and he lowered his voice. Besides this clear path, there must be a dark one left behind, just in case. The chief furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean, sir? Chen Ming tilted his head slightly, then explained. He didn't return to report, but went straight to the Donghai safe zone. Achieving too much too quickly, and not being able to control oneself is always a soldier's taboo. As long as he does something against the regulations, it will be as easy as throwing a stone into a well to get rid of him. In the Donghai safe zone conference room, Lai Lai smiled and extended his hand, with a high-level credit card resting on his palm. He handed it over to Quan Fen. The two of them shook hands with pleasure. Lai Lai stood upright, smiling politely, and spoke. Thank you, Representative Qian, for clearing Donghai's name and helping us avoid the hardship of relocation. This small credit point is nothing at all. Tonight, we prepared a seafood banquet to honor you. Quan Fen replied calmly. Commander-in-Chief Lai is being too polite. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of their own shadow. The situation was originally due to Yi Ning losing his mind. An A-class beast tide. How could it just break out like that? Suddenly, the door to the room flew open with a loud crash. A team member was flung into the room like a living sack of sand. Both Lai Lai and Qian Fen turned sharply. Lai Lai furrowed his brows and shouted, What is this? Which brave soul dares to storm into the Donghai Safe Zone's conference room? From outside the door, a familiar figure appeared. Yi Ning and his group walked in. Lai Lai froze, his eyes widening as his lips slightly parted. Yi Ning. Yi Ning stepped forward confidently, his gaze sharp and cold, his voice deep and commanding. I want to reinvestigate the safety issues in Donghai. I hope everyone will cooperate. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Quan Fen placed his hand on his hip and spoke. Yi Ning, we've already investigated the issues in the Donghai safe zone. All the irregularities you raised in the meeting have been compared. No problem at all. The results were reported yesterday. You can review and verify them yourself. Lai Lai then stepped forward and said, That's right, Commissioner Yi Ning. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, under Article 27, Section 33 of the Military Code, if you trespass into a military base to seek classified information, I have the right to kill you on the spot. One order from me and hundreds of the Awakened will. Yi Ning paid no attention to the empty threats, raised the black badge and replied, I possess A-level authority. Mingla, take a few people and conduct a search. I want all information on my desk in half an hour. Focus on the water zones and the military's deployment log. Mingla immediately bowed slightly and answered tersely, Understood. No one challenged that at the moment. Half an hour later, Yi Ning's group, accompanied by Quan Fen and Lai Lai, entered the information room, which was lined with rows of equipment and brightly glowing screens. Yi Ning stepped forward, his eyes darkening as they swept across each image on the monitors. A vivid purple light flared over his whole body. He crossed his arms and said, "Manifest the will fully, concentrate the single mind 12-fold." Qian Fen, with a haughty expression, began to speak sourly. "What pretense is this? An outsider issuing orders to the specialist. Can he even understand the data? I myself couldn't find any anomalies. Why on earth could he investigate?" Lai Lai, standing beside him, couldn't hide her anger, sneering, "Is that how A-level authority is to be used? I'll file a complaint with the capital to have the military revoke his authority." Yi Ming tilted his head, his sharp gaze interrogating them. "A month ago, there was a small earthquake in the C07C region. You concluded that it was just a normal tidal wave. You didn't take into account the migration of the sea beasts. On the 1st of the month, the temperature at the tidal power plant rose by 3.9 degrees. Was your conclusion that the equipment malfunctioned?" Lai Lai gently smiled and responded to him. "The issue you raised does exist, but if it can be explained by conventional theories, there's no need to attribute it to the beast tide. Small earthquakes occur every year. If we were to consider them beast tides, then there would be no need for the Donghai safe zone to exist." Qian Fen then spoke up. "Lai Ning, let me explain why we are certain this is not the beast tide. A few days ago, I personally led 33rd rank warriors to search across more than 300 nautical miles of sea, but we found no signs of a beast tide gathering." Yi Ming raised his hand, pointing at the touchscreen, where large footprints and data on 4 masked individuals appeared. He said, "If there are no signs of a beast tide, then what happened during the skirmish that broke out 4 days ago off the coast?" The monitoring equipment recorded traces indicating the involvement of 3rd rank fighters. The time and location of the battle match with other military deployment records. The data shows that you deployed 7 3rd rank soldiers for routine patrols at 3 a.m. 4 days ago, but only 4 returned. So where are the 3 dead soldiers? A routine patrol with casualties? Qian Fen felt as if he had been struck right in the heart. His eyes widened in horror as a chill ran down his spine. This was bad. He had noticed even the smallest, most insignificant detail in the transfer record. Lai Lai hastily steadied herself, forcing her composure. This was the nation's topmost secret. Under no circumstances could it be exposed. Yi Ming pointed at the coordinates displayed clearly on the touch screen and spoke in a firm tone. "At these coordinates, I saw a laboratory. What are you people doing there? Will you take me there, or should I go myself?" A flicker of panic flashed across Lai Li's face before she shouted, "You have no right to go there. That's an A+ level secret. Even someone with level A clearance is not permitted." Yi Ming tightened his grip on his sword hilt, then suddenly slashed through the air, his voice ringing out. "So that's where the real problem lies. Get out of my way." Startled, Lai Lai and Qian Fen stumbled backward, shouting orders in alarm. "Guards, stop Yi Ming. Don't harm anyone else." At that very moment, Yi Ming turned sharply and commanded, "009, Mingla, attack with me." Behind him, Fang Fang and Mingla called out in unison, "Lang Ning." The 3 moved as one, their figures darting forward like lightning, tearing through the approaching Special Forces unit. Bodies were hurled through the air, crashing hard against the walls and floor like paper dummies. Qian Fen's mind was in chaos, a single desperate thought repeating over and over. Stop them. We have to stop them. Commander-in-Chief, we mustn't kill him. But it's impossible to stop them. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Donghai Research Lab, Yi Ming, Mingla, and Fang Fang stopped in front of the towering door. Yi Ming spoke up, confirming that this was the place. Qian Fen and his group arrived in a hurry, drenched in sweat. He shouted out, "Lai Ming, I'll give you one last piece of advice. This place has absolutely no connection to the beast tide. Even I don't have the authority to enter. If you dare break in, you will bear all the consequences. When the time comes to face a military tribunal, don't say I didn't warn you." Yi Ming didn't bother to turn around. He signaled, 009, break it open. Fang Fang immediately stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. The thick steel door was crushed, bursting open with a large hole. Inside the spacious laboratory, Yuan Xiao stood motionless with his hands in the pockets of his lab coat, slightly tilting his head as he glanced toward the door, his eyes showing a hint of panic. He turned around and spoke sharply. "Who's the reckless fool? Who dares to break into my research lab?" Qian Fen, Mingla, and Fang Fang stood silently, their faces dark. Yi Ning stepped forward, his gaze icy, raising his hand and pointing directly at Yuan Xiao's face. "Give the order now. In 1 minute, I need all the information here written down." Yuan Xiao's face immediately darkened. He shouted, "Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, this project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even Commander-in-Chief Liak Xuan Go would have to treat us with respect." Without saying a word, Yi Ning merely shot a cold glance. In his mind, the command was issued, 009, capture him. In 1 minute, I must take over this place. Without hesitation, Fang Fang charged forward, delivering a powerful, decisive strike that sent Yuan Xiao flying, clearing the path for Yi Ning to move ahead. Yuan Xiao was forcefully knocked to the cold ground, painfully lifting his head to scream. "You're crazy. All of you are crazy. You're doomed, you little mutt. I will report this to the army. Just you wait." Yi Ning continued to give orders. 009, make him shut up. Fang Fang immediately complied. Understood. Fang Fang quickly removed his shoe and shoved it into Yuan Xiao's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Yuan Xiao could only lift his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Yi Ning walked over to the water tank, silently observing, his mind spinning with chaotic thoughts. Modifying sea beasts, extraction, genetic fusion. Screening embryos. Are you using infant embryos to merge with sea beasts? Yuan Xiao pulled the shoe from his mouth, his voice seething with anger. So what? As long as we can combine the power of sea beasts, we can create a powerful awakened being. We're not experimenting on survivors. It's all legal. Yi Ning inwardly sneered. Familiar events, familiar lines. This was exactly like in the zombie kingdom. Indeed, the ignorance and arrogance of humanity had nothing new under the sun. He shot forward, his movements as quick as lightning, slicing through the air toward Yuan Xiao's face with a speed that left no time for reaction. "Spit it out. What happened 4 days ago? Did you release the modified specimen? Tell me now, or you'll die." Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth, finally lowering his voice. "You can't know about this." "All right, I'll say it. 4 days ago, a modified specimen did escape, but it's fine. That thing was just a juvenile. It hasn't developed any aggression." Yi Ning shot him a sideways glance. "No aggression, huh? Then what about the 3 third-rank operatives who disappeared? Don't tell me they just fell into the sea and drowned." Yuan Xiao groaned. "Yi Ning, if I tell you, your death won't be far off. Are you sure you want to know?" Yi Ning snapped coldly, "Quit stalling." Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth, then was forced to speak. "The 3 of them aren't dead. They were just locked away because they saw things they shouldn't have. The genetic material used to create the specimen, it was from the old commander." At that, Yi Ning's eyes darkened. He slowly tilted his head. "What did you just say?" The system suddenly activated, displaying streams of information, triggering a special mission. It detailed the A-Class Sea Beast raid, the specimen, and the description of the event. The juveniles that were born had been contaminated and were now leading the beast tide. By instinct, they would seek out the specimen. The next beast tide would approach in 4 hours. Task description: please evacuate the residents from Donghai. The completion of this task will be assessed based on the number of survivors. Task reward: 1,000 reputation points. Epic grade life essence solution. The notification about killing the queen body will effectively slow down the movement progress of the beastlings. Yi Ning tilted his head back and let out a soft sigh, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Only 4 more hours. He had initially wanted to investigate thoroughly and provide enough evidence to ensure military cooperation. But now, it seemed that there was simply no time left. Yi Ning muttered to himself, killing the queen body to slow down their progress. But deep down, my thoughts are completely different. With my current strength, it's impossible. Even the current commander-in-chief can't do it. All we can do now is retreat and resist. Words may reflect will, but thoughts are the truth I must face. Yi Ning pushed aside the chaotic thoughts, his gaze immediately sharpening. He ordered 009, contact Xiaohai immediately. Chen Kai-lai and Wang Tian, we need to re-engage and implement the evacuation plan from Donghai immediately. Fang Fang, upon hearing the order, immediately turned and dashed off like a gust of wind, acting without a word of hesitation. At the secret research facility in the Donghai security zone, Mingla looked quite displeased and said, Yi Ning mobilizing the military without authorization is tantamount to treason. Even if his judgment later proves to be correct, it can't excuse his actions. Are you sure you want to proceed like this? Yi Ning immediately replied, Mingla, I understand everything you've said. Right now, the best thing for me to do is to leave and pretend as if nothing ever happened. His expression was deadly serious. That way, I'll still be the top genius of Nation H, someone with limitless potential in the future. Not only that, once the disaster strikes, my earlier warning will earn me credibility and praise. Everyone in the military will regret not believing me. Even if millions of survivors die miserably, no one will blame me. On the contrary, they'll think I've done everything I could. Ming Lo was clearly astonished. If you already know all of this, then why would you still? Yi Ning shot him a brief glance, his expression turning grave. I know full well that if I don't give my all for the survival of hundreds of thousands, I could never forgive myself. Since I've been given a second chance at life, if I still can't prevent this tragedy, then what would be the point of coming back at all? I'll give you the choice once more. Ming La, you and your men can decide for yourselves whether you want to dive into this murky water with me. Even if you choose to retreat now, I will not. Ming La stood there, dumbfounded. Yi Ning. Everyone immediately stood at attention. Lord Yi Ning, please don't misunderstand us. Our lives were saved by you. No matter if it's climbing mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, just give the order. Yi Ning smiled at them and said, Thank you, all of you. Fang Fang falls silent and smiles. Yi Ning stares at the chaotic space before him. Lai Lai laughs smugly. Yi Ning, you and your people have learned things you shouldn't have. No one will leave this place alive today. Although I don't dare kill you myself, if you charge in and die within this electrified area, that's none of my concern. Tian Fen sneers. Yi Ning, now you know why I didn't dare continue investigating, right? This place has no shortage of food and drink, so I advise you to stay put and await orders from above. But he immediately draws his sword and dashes forward. Time is critical. I don't have time for many words with you. The two of them are utterly astonished. What? He can resist high-voltage electricity? Yi Ning, what skill is that? Both sides unleash frigid techniques. The spiritual energy protective wall and elemental armor. Yi Ning instantly swings his sword. Dimensional slash. He quickly presses the blade to their throats. What's happening? I can't make sense of it. How on earth did he do that? He looks at them with a threatening gaze and stands motionless. If you don't want to die, cut off the circulating electric field immediately. Don't dawdle. Tian Fen's face turns pale with terror. Lai Li picks up a device. Don't hurt Representative Qian. I'm shutting it down. The barrier vanishes at once. Ming La still looks bewildered. Yi Ning, what should we do now? Yi Ning immediately handed control of 009 over to him to suppress Lai Lai and Ming La. Grabbed the controller and ordered, the rest of you, cut off all external communications outside the Donghai safe zone. He then snatched the device from Lai Li's hand. At that moment, Fang Fang had already pinned Lai Lai down. Yi Ning shoved him inside and said, As for Representative Qian, there's plenty of food and drink here. You better stay put for now. Ming La immediately activated the device, starting the electric field. No one inside could leave. Qian Fen was furious at this action and shouted, Yi Ning, you bastard. Yi Ning instantly commanded Lai Lai, Commander Lai, hand over full command authority of the Donghai safe zone. I'll be taking over from here. He was utterly enraged with Lai Lai. Lai Lai immediately threatened Yi Ning. What? Yi Ning, are you really rebelling? You've got some nerve. Do you even know who's backing me? It's the former commander-in-chief himself. Even the current one has to show him some respect. Yi Ning looked at him with disdain, an irreplaceable position in the secret research lab, huh? Lai Lai sneered, that person doesn't even care about you, Yi Ning. You're not qualified to know anything. Yi Ning stared at him, a sense of unease creeping in. Something didn't feel right. He feared that Yuan Shao had lied about the matter of the prototype. The old commander was indeed the prototype, but this time, the young one of the mother body escaping might not necessarily be him. So the words Yuan Shao said back then were probably meant to scare me into retreating. The sea monsters flaunted their strength in their past lives. The main target of this beast tide is the safe zone of Donghai. After the world's surface erupts once again, the beast tide will start attacking the capital. If the young one triggered the beast tide to search for the mother body, then this time, the mother body's target might be Lai. The boy's eyes turned green, his demonic eyes probing. The system immediately returned the information. The demonic eyes had completed the investigation of Lai's identity. His position as the leader of the Donghai safe zone hit one of the mother bodies of the Gen C beast fusion technique, with a total of 2 mother bodies. Yining raised his fist, and sure enough, I never wanted to kill you, but now it seems the death penalty is unavoidable. Fang immediately received the order, kill completed. The system once again announced, A-level C beast ambush event. Progress shows the death of the mother body of the Donghai safe zone. The beast tide outbreak will be delayed by 3 hours. Explanation. In 651, a sea beast wave will approach the coastline. Please evacuate the survivors and leave Donghai as soon as possible. He looked at the screen and muttered, it really can only be delayed for 3 hours, but it's better than nothing. At least more survivors can be evacuated. The entire group then quickly ran off. Mingla, let's split up and take action. You go to the outskirts of the safe zone with Chen Kai Lai, while Xiao Hai and the others gather everyone and lead them into the city, arranging an orderly evacuation. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me through the video system. Mingla also responded urgently, understood. A large crowd was gathering here, in the wasteland area near the Donghai safe zone. Wang Tan felt quite curious. Commander Chen, what exactly does Commander Xiao Yiming want with us here? My eyelids have been twitching non-stop. Xiao Hai was also quite confused. I don't know, I just hope this isn't a major issue, and doesn't drag on too long. We could still stay here for training. But if we stay here too long, the higher-ups will definitely start paying attention. Kai Lei spoke very seriously. I suggest everyone prepare yourselves. If it's a small issue, there's no need to make such a fuss. But even if it's a big problem, we can't rush things like this. After all, Yining has just accomplished something significant. At that moment, a helicopter appeared in the sky. The armed helicopter seemed to be heading towards them. Could it be Yining? Mingla stepped forward and shouted. Commander Yining has ordered, lead the troops into Donghai immediately and evacuate all survivors. He will take control of Donghai within 1 hour to assist with the evacuation. The 3 of them were stunned. What? Xiao Hai could hardly believe his ears. Enter the city with troops, take control of Donghai, and evacuate people. Over here, Wang Tian was also worried, wondering, isn't this essentially treason? Kai Lai was equally puzzled and asked, is this the military's idea or is Yining acting on his own? Mingla had to reaffirm, the military has issued no orders. This is Yining's decision. A Class A disaster is about to strike Donghai, and we have a responsibility to evacuate the survivors. This is indeed a highly risky operation, but I trust Yining's judgment. Time is running out. I hope everyone can make a decision quickly. He was still very fearful. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or fails, we are likely to face no good outcome. Xiao Hai was extremely uncomfortable with this action. Yining clearly had limitless potential, so why would he do this? Kai Lai then patted Xiao Hai on the shoulder and said, Xiao Hai, you're right. Think about it. Who here has a future brighter than Yining? If he's willing to abandon his own future and take such risks, how can we think only of ourselves? Once we've joined him, we share in both the good and the bad. Xiao Hai calmed down a little at that moment. That's true. Since ancient times, a gentleman always sacrifices himself for the greater good. Yining continued observing everything around him, and then asked, Donghai 009 safe zone. Do you think this bustling place resembles what it was before the apocalypse? Fang honestly replied, I'd never seen it before, but I heard it was incredibly beautiful. There was a family that was very happy, and everyone believed that life was getting better and better, with the end of the world seeming like a distant myth. But unfortunately, everything would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Even if their lives could be saved this time, they could not avoid the pain of displacement afterward. Suddenly, the sky thundered. Warning! Beast Tide Level A is about to attack. Warning! Beast Tide Level A is about to attack. His army also began to take action. All survivors in the Donghai safe zone are required to evacuate immediately and in an orderly manner with the support of the military. Warning! All survivors in the Donghai safe zone, please evacuate immediately. Yi Ning lowered his head and said, if we want to end all of this, we still have a long way to go. She also encouraged him, saying, I understand, you can do it. Yi Ning regained his composure. That's right, I can do it. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Next, he said, I have a very important mission for you. You need to find all the research institutes in the Donghai safe zone and look for a researcher named Sun Lei Cheng. Immediately after, Yi Ning left and brought him to my place. He was the key figure in the future. Fang Fang had received clear orders. The leaders were in a meeting. 4 hours later, there was a strong reaction in the military district's conference room. This is definitely a rebellion. Zhuanggu was both furious and disappointed. Waste of effort. I was just thinking how to reward Yi Ning when he returned, and instead, he's created a complete mess for me. Tian Ming announced angrily. Commander-in-Chief, I've just discovered we cannot contact the Donghai safe zone. I used satellites and found that Yi Ning is rebelling. He's riding on his merits, swaggering, and insolent, holding no one in regard. He was full of fury at the boy's actions, killing the Donghai commander, leading troops to seize power, concealing and lying, evacuating the survivors. Such betrayal, however strong, cannot hold. Another man, equally upset, rose to defend him. Commander-in-Chief cannot deny that Yi Ning has gone too far this time. But what if Yi Ning's prediction is right? What if Donghai really is about to erupt into sea beasts? Satellite imagery shows that besides evacuations, Yi Ning also deployed forces to the defensive lines. He truly believes a beast tide is imminent. He looked extremely displeased. Deputy Marshal Fang means to say that a commander-in-chief who has guarded Donghai for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital together with 34 senior Donghai researchers, and more than 600 disaster warning staff are all worthless. And none of them even measure up to Yi Ning's shadow? Even if he really detected anomalies, why didn't he report them to the military? Chen Ming ground his teeth in fury. According to the psychological expert's analysis, Yi Ning has fallen into paranoia. His thinking has long since become abnormal. To minimize losses, I propose we immediately lead forces to stop Yi Ning. If necessary, carry out a decapitation plan. The commissioner, upon hearing that, was furious. You're being outrageous. Jai Bing also spoke up seriously. Put the beheading plan on hold for now. First, we must stop Yi Ning. It's best if we can capture him alive and then decide. Zhuanggu now made the decision. That's the only way. Commissioner Liu, take the troops immediately. Bring Yi Ning back alive at all costs. Tin Ming looked very pleased. Understood. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. His entire body radiated a murderous aura. Yi Ning, I was worried you'd come back to settle the score with us. Who would have thought you'd be stupid enough to tear open the gates of hell yourself? Capture him alive. Bullets have no eyes. In the heat of battle, accidental casualties are perfectly ordinary. At the seawall of the Donghai safe zone, the system suddenly flashed an announcement. Time remaining until the sea beast's assault, 29 minutes. Kai Lai hesitated. Yi Ning, are the sea beasts really coming? The time he mentioned was almost up, but aside from the rain, there was no sign that anything was happening out at sea. Yi Ning replied, definitely, they're coming. Their speed is extremely fast, and they can erupt at any moment. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment, then chose to voice his thoughts. Yi Ning, if it really breaks out, our end might be a little more comfortable. But if that doesn't happen, he continued with a sense of frustration. Hayes, even if I'm right, the outcome will only be slightly better. This really makes one feel quite upset. Kai Lai suddenly spoke with a thoughtful tone. It's always been like this. We don't need to worry too much, as long as the great hero has a clear conscience. When the sea beast comes, we should try our best to hold our ground here. Yi Ning understood his meaning immediately, and replied slowly, it's only about delaying, because we won't be able to defend it. Yi Ning paused for a moment, and then added, the scale of this attack is enormous, and the forces we've mobilized are insufficient to stop it. If we can manage to delay until all the survivors have evacuated, that will be a stroke of luck. But that wasn't enough to convince Kai Lai. He still had some lingering doubts. What about the Donghai safe zone? A fleeting look of sorrow flashed in Yi Ning's eyes. He then responded, as for the Donghai safe zone, we can only abandon it. Hearing this, Kai Lai immediately objected strongly. It took over 10 years to build Donghai to its current state. The higher-ups will never agree to this. Yi Ning understood this, so he simply explained quietly, "That's why I didn't report it or negotiate with them. If we don't abandon it, the losses will only be greater." Both Kai Lai and Wang Tan were momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say next. Just as the situation seemed to reach an impasse, a loud, forceful voice rang out. "Mr. Yi Ning, the person you wanted me to bring has arrived." Lai Cheng was suddenly pulled down from the helicopter, causing him to panic and scream for help. When Yi Ning saw the two people appear, he couldn't help but sigh. "This is great." Just before falling straight to the ground, Lai Cheng was caught by Fang Fang in time. As soon as they landed, she quickly explained, "When we found him, he was being chased all over the street by some low-level awakened individuals, as if they were trying to steal his black box." Hearing this, Lai Cheng immediately tried to explain, "Sir, my name is Sun Li Cheng. I'm just a temporary janitor at the Research Institute. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. These things are mine. They're not bait for mutant creatures." Upon hearing his words, Yi Ning immediately understood everything. "A janitor, haha, no wonder I couldn't find you in the list before," Yi Ning said, then immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, how could I kill you?" Outwardly calm, but inwardly, Yi Ning had already begun to feel overjoyed the moment he found Lai Cheng. He thought to himself that finding Sun Li Cheng was as meaningful as saving all the survivors in Donghai. This man, who appeared extremely shy, played a role in the aftermath of the disaster that was nothing short of miraculous. Thoughts kept swirling in Yi Ning's mind. In his previous life, Lai Cheng's research technique for extracting spiritual energy. He could extract spiritual energy from spiritual ore for human use. After absorbing it, ordinary people can awaken. This is the extraordinary plan for the apocalypse. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. In this life, with the mineral mine in Tanghai Kingdom, there was an endless supply of energy-infused ore. He could support him in his research and development, helping the process advance rapidly. That way, he could smoothly ascend to the 4th rank. After reorganizing his plans, Yi Ning gave an order. "Arrange a special armed helicopter to take him to Uncle Fang's house. Make sure he's safe. Wait for my return." Fang Fang obediently acknowledged, "Understood. I'll make the arrangements and ensure of his safety." Lai Cheng, still clueless about what was going on, took the chance to ask in confusion, "Sir, when you say protect, do you mean the kind of protect I think it means?" Before Yi Ning could reply, she grabbed him by the collar and hauled him toward the helicopter, giving the most convincing assurance possible. "Let's go, Mr. Sun. I'll get you on the aircraft, and they'll take you somewhere safe." At that point, Lai Cheng could only scream in terror, "Help! Somebody save me!" Fang Fang watched as the helicopter gradually disappeared into the distance, then reported, "Sir Yi Ning, the arrangements have been completed." He nodded in approval and praised her. "Thank you. You've worked hard." The scene shifted abruptly as a series of urgent emergency broadcasts erupted. "This is the peacekeeping force stationed along the border under the Central Command. By order of Commissioner Liu Tianming, chairman of the peacekeeping force, all rebel troops must surrender immediately. All remaining survivors stop evacuating at once. You've all been deceived. The army never issued an evacuation order. There has never been any sea beast attack." At the same time, countless warriors were charging straight toward them. Kai Lai asked anxiously, "Did someone send reinforcements from above?" Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, irritation flashing within them. "Damn it, so they've finally shown up. Uncle Chen, keep watch over the sea. Leave these people to me in 009. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out sharply. "Yi Ning, I am Liu Cheng, Deputy Commander of the Border Peacekeeping Force. I'm here under the orders of Commissioner Liu to take you in." Apparently thinking that wasn't persuasive enough, Liu Cheng added, "Xiao Hai, the man you sent for evacuation, has already been captured. Your plan to evacuate has completely failed." Hearing this, Yi Ning's expression darkened, power rippling faintly around him. "If you know what's best for you, come quietly, resist, and you'll be dealt with immediately. No exceptions." Yi Ning's tone turned cold. "You captured Uncle Xiao and blocked the survivors' escape routes. You really have no idea what you're getting into." Still unaware that he was provoking something far beyond his control, Liu Cheng continued his arrogant threats. "Yi Ning, The military has verified everything via satellite. Donghai is perfectly stable. There's no sign of a beast tide. Stop clinging to your fantasies about some hidden danger. Do you know how much damage you've caused to Donghai? The higher-ups are extremely angry and have sent the elite third-level forces from the capital. They will be here soon. I won't let you off today. In contrast to Yi Ning's furious attitude, Fang Fang remained remarkably calm and asked, "Sir, should we kill them?" He responded slowly, "Not yet. Try to delay as much as possible, conserve energy, and deal with the beast tide behind us. Besides, their worthless lives might be of use later." Upon hearing this, she obediently acknowledged, "Understood." Before they could even get fully prepared, Lu Cheng suddenly launched an attack. While striking, he cursed, "Stubborn fool! Attack!" Yi Ning immediately spoke, reallocating all his stats to agility, then dodged his fatal strike as nimbly as a squirrel. A series of moves such as Shattering Void Fist, Heavenly Golden Hammer, Netherworld Breaker, and Sun-Chasing Arrow were unleashed at the two of them in rapid succession. However, Fang Fang, without even using a weapon, was able to counter these overwhelming attacks. Yi Ning, after speaking, switched to a full defense combat suit, and a red protective shield appeared around him, rendering the incoming strikes increasingly ineffective. After a moment, Yi Ning was forced to break out of his cocoon, and the force of his sudden release sent the attackers tumbling backward. At this point, Yi Ning realized, "Damn it, these people really want to kill me. Just wait, I'll deal with you all later." While Yi Ning was still immersed in his thoughts, Lu Cheng suddenly rushed towards him and spoke with contempt. "Yi Ning, you're just a low-level third rank, and you think you can fight against us, the higher ranks. You're nothing but an ant shaking a tree, completely unaware of your own limits." He began blocking all the attacks Lu Cheng threw at him with 6 hands, while warning, "I advise you all not to push your luck." But it seemed his words had no effect on them. A second later, another one rushed towards him. Just as the man was about to strike, Yi Ning soared into the air to dodge, causing the man's punch to land on the rocky ground below. Yi Ning kept moving swiftly, dodging attacks while countering them. The smell of blood was overwhelming, but Yi Ning paid it no mind as he was busy calculating the best move to hold back his big move for now. Besides all this, there were still other cards left to play. It seemed that the strongest attack in the mind system would have to be revealed today. Although this move might not be effective against the beast tide, it would definitely work well against those who had awakened. With that thought, Yi Ning cast his mind storm spell. As soon as he spoke the incantation, a massive surge of power erupted, leaving his opponents frozen in place, too afraid to move. Lu Cheng and his group were immediately overwhelmed by Yi Ning's power. Weakly, they collapsed to their knees and whispered among themselves, "Is this the attack of the mind system? Activate the mental defense, quick." It's up, but his willpower has such a strong impact, it's almost impossible to block. One of them was still in shock, unable to believe Yi Ning's extraordinary abilities. Is this really the power of a worthless mind system? No way, it's impossible to be so powerful. They can't even move their bodies anymore. Taking advantage of their weakness, Fang Fang launched a swirling kick, sending them flying in the air, before they crashed to the ground in pain. At that moment, Yi Ning also landed and confidently said, "These 2 moves should be enough to keep them frozen for at least 2 minutes. Just then, Wang Tan suddenly shouted, "Look over there, on the sea." Kai Lai was equally shocked and asked, "Is it the beast tide? Has it really arrived?" The system kept sending alerts. High-speed moving object detected. 1034. High-speed moving object detected. 771. Facing the life-threatening situation, Lu Cheng and the others were all panicking. What? The beast tide has actually erupted. Was Yi Ning's prediction correct? What should we do now? Someone go inform Commissioner Liu immediately. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, upon seeing the tidal wave of beasts approaching, gave orders. Mingla immediately dropped 2 nuclear bombs from the stockpile below to stop this wave of beast tide. Mingla, upon receiving his command, acted without hesitation. Order received. A second later, a cold voice rang out, and the nuclear bombs were launched. Immediately, a massive explosion echoed across the sea, shaking the entire region. Kai Lai was stunned and immediately exclaimed, "Yi Ming, did you detonate a nuclear bomb? If so, Donghai will no longer be habitable. Yi Ning, hearing his words, calmly explained, "When you see the number of beast tides next, you will understand why I abandoned Donghai. This is just the beginning. And the nuclear bomb is only a temporary delay." Finishing his sentence, he raised his voice and gave an order. "All artillery, prepare to fire. The Awakening Corps, get ready. The moment they approach the coast, attack immediately." Everyone answered loudly, filled with determination. After organizing his team, Yi Ning turned to negotiate with Lu Cheng. "Lu Cheng, right? Can we begin the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and issue orders to the entire city to continue supporting the evacuation. Risk your lives fighting against the beast tide. If you manage to survive, I promise I won't hold this against you." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng decisively replied, "Understood." In the Donghai command room, Tian Ming casually asked, "What's going on? Have you caught Yi Ning yet? Or did you kill him?" Suddenly, a piece of news arrived that made him extremely angry and surprised. Tian Ming frowned and asked again, "What did you say? The beast tide has truly erupted? Did Yi Ning really detonate a nuclear bomb in Donghai?" When he finished speaking, he suddenly put on a dangerous look, then muttered as he calculated, "Haha, it really does still turn the tide. Even if that Yi Ning judged correctly, drove back the beast tide, and evacuated the survivors, so what? The level of radioactive contamination in Donghai is enough to make you pay for it." In the capital's conference room, senior officials were meeting in the building's grand hall. Zhuan Go was so anxious he almost sprang to his feet. "The beast tide in Donghai has truly erupted. Time is running out. We need to discuss and find a solution as soon as possible. Moreover, regarding Yi Ning, we must decide quickly." Hu Jibing presented decisive proposals at the conference on countermeasures. The 6 major war zones are currently mobilizing high-rank Awakened to provide support. 27 safe zones near the coast are also ready to receive survivors. He proposed an extremely clever plan. If we can delay the front line for 2 hours, casualties can be kept within 7%. Fang Heo agreed cheerfully. Then what is there left to discuss? Yi Ning has saved millions. This is a tremendous achievement. Xiong Hun declared, "As for the fact that the military shirked their duties, if we want to cover it up, that's simple. Just tell everyone that all of Yi Ning's actions were organized by the military. For the third-rank operatives sent to apprehend him, simply say they were deployed to reinforce him. After the disaster ends, actively portray him as a hero of our nation and reward him handsomely." But Lu Tianming immediately objected. "Deputy Commander Fang, what on earth are you talking about? Yi Ning forged a military order, arbitrarily deployed troops, detained delegates, made unilateral judgments, and violated military orders. Which of these is not treason? Moreover, he secretly detonated a nuclear device in Donghai. Are we supposed to pretend nothing happened just because he claims credit? He believes Yi Ning's actions could be the prelude to future danger. Next time, if he uses his merits to do something even crazier, like kill us, can we turn a blind eye then? So where is the law? Where is state justice? Besides, who can guarantee that his prediction this time isn't just a lazy cat catching a dead mouse? After all, he produced no evidence." The sharp-beaked, blue-haired man beside Tian Ming chimed in. "I agree with Commissioner Lu's reasoning. Merits and faults do not cancel each other out. Otherwise, things will become chaotic. I propose we arrest Yi Ning as planned and announce to the public that the military uncovered a problem. Yi Ning's actions had nothing to do with saving Donghai. As for Yi Ning himself, since he saved the most people, he might receive a light punishment. But his subordinates must be punished severely." "Fang," he roared angrily. "What are you talking about? Are you all insane? We're fighting for our lives on the front lines right now, and you're worried about arresting people. Is rescuing people wrong? Is this warning incorrect?" He jumped onto the table without hesitation and pointed directly at Tian Ming. "If we don't drop a nuclear bomb, will that fill the defensive line? Moreover, nuclear bomb contamination can be removed over time." The Donghai commander and the military representatives kept insisting there was no problem. "And what will the result be? Do they want to die?" He pressed on, his voice strained. "The generals outside can't hear the orders. Don't you understand this logic?" Lu Tianming was dumbfounded and couldn't retort. "Be quiet." Hu Jibing rose to calm things as the situation began to tighten. "Don't argue anymore. In my view, We should compromise. It's true Yi Ning acted on his own, but it's also true that he saved people. If Yi Ning hadn't acted recklessly, what would have happened to us? Even if we arrest him, can we deceive the public and the troops by claiming the rescue was the army's doing? We don't trust him. We were wrong. We must admit our mistake. We cannot let people down any further. Like Swan Gu could no longer sit still and made a swift decision. If that's the case, notify the major military regions. All of Yi Ning's actions were in accordance with military orders. The A-level Coastal Defense Command in Donghai is temporarily transferred to Yi Ning. He ended the meeting before further disputes could break out. Wait for Yi Ning to return. If there is decisive evidence, those involved will be severely punished. Dismissed. The secretary following him quickly identified the issue. Commander-in-Chief, actually, from the very beginning, you had no intention of investigating Yi Ning, did you? This meeting must be just to silence Lu Xi's faction. He chuckled and walked away with a carefree stride. The girl has grown up. Indeed. After all, I am responsible for the Donghai situation. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. Even if it means taking the blows, I'll stand firm. She kindly reminded the Commander-in-Chief of Nation H. Yi Ning is truly outstanding, but I'm not sure how he managed this time. But Commander-in-Chief, don't you think he's very similar to the man he was over 10 years ago? He raised his hand in a gesture of silence. Shah, that's taboo. No more talking. The seasoned Donghai commander, Tian Ming, slammed the table angrily from the frustration of the earlier jab. Damn it, is this what you call a compromise solution? Xuan Gu and those old men of the new faction are intentionally trying to set me up. You've all completely forgotten that the old chief died over 10 years ago. Chen Ming's eyes flashed with cold, resolute determination. After all, this time, the beast tide wasn't my front line to risk my life on. Whether Yi Ning survives or not depends on his own skills. At the Donghai front lines, the battle was still raging, with dozens of beast-tide creatures relentlessly attacking. Yi Ning, now in command, immediately issued orders. These sea beasts advancing towards us all have energy shields. Regular artillery fire won't have any effect on them. As of now, I have taken control of the Donghai situation. All those who are awake, position yourselves on the coastal defense line. If the sea beasts get close to our front line, do not engage directly. Their blood is extremely thick, so we must separate them and deal with them one by one. Remember, our most important task is not to win, but to delay as much time as possible. He leaped up, taking the lead. 009, let's head to the sea and kill these third-rank sea beasts. The goal is only to delay. They are all heading to the shore. The pink-haired girl, nicknamed 009, accepted the order. Understood, she said, drawing her sword, ready to strike at the sea beasts. First, eliminate the rabble in front of us. He slashed repeatedly with his green sword, severing the monsters and causing explosive shockwaves from the sword. Wang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, this destructive power, one strike is equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. A genius like this, we haven't made the wrong choice. Kai Lai, still on high alert, noticed some sea beasts starting to spill onto the shore from the right flank. It's time to use our real skills to stop them. Meanwhile, Yi Ning unleashed her dazzling ultimate move, sweeping the monsters clean with heavenly rift flowing light. Girl 009 also performed a ground-shaking punch, clearing countless sea beasts in her path, directly overturning the scene like a rampaging dragon. From the water's surface emerged a strange whale-like creature, with rough, toad-like skin and sharp, heavy jaws. 009 immediately noticed it and charged forward. Recognizing the gigantic, high-ranked third-rank whale was charging at them, ready to kill it. She delivered a divine kick straight into the whale's throat, sending an overwhelming stench of decay into the air. But it seemed that she had angered the creature, causing it to unleash an immeasurable sound that sent everything around them flying. The others were affected by the sound, starting to bleed from their orifices as if their bodies were falling apart. Some clutched their heads. The sound was unbearably terrifying. Others vomited blood, and it felt as though the internal organs of the Liu mansion were about to be shattered. 00 was sent flying by this unexpected blow. Suddenly, a giant crab-like monster with spider-like eyes appeared behind 009, forcing her to momentarily halt her battle. Realizing that a large third-rank crab was launching a surprise attack from behind, She immediately leaped to avoid its crushing claw, dodging at incredible speed. Above her, a tail appeared, preparing to strike down, and she suddenly thought that she wouldn't be able to escape in time. Realizing that there was a powerful enemy attacking from above, she knew there was no way to dodge it. A voice rang out, "Dimensional slash. Yi Ning is charging into the fray, blocking the attack to help you." He slashed with a sharp, precise sword, splitting the pincers of the two monsters to help 009. She felt deeply guilty. "I haven't fulfilled my duty as a protector." He immediately brushed it off. "I don't see you as a bodyguard, but as a comrade." For a moment, 009 stood still, stunned. "Comrade." He gently reassured her. 009, don't lose focus. These sea beasts are much harder to deal with than those mutated creatures of the same rank. She immediately regained her composure, determined to face the horrifying crab head-on. "Comrade, but right now I feel an inexplicable surge of strength. You're behind me, helping to strike the whale." The whale suddenly dove deep into the water, leaving 9 in shock. "Ed, did that big whale just get scared off?" Yi Ning couldn't explain it either. "It's impossible. It's just a high-level third-rank sea beast with a lot of health." But immediately, they were surrounded by 3 massive sea beasts as the shrimp had joined the battle. Yi Ning was taken by surprise. "We're done for. Not only do they have intelligence, but they also know tactics." He recalled the events from his past life. In his previous life, he'd only heard that this battle was incredibly brutal. Dong Hai had fallen, and every attempt to reclaim it afterward had failed. But he didn't know that this was the very cause. The 3 monsters launched a coordinated attack on Yi Ning's group. He activated his armor, and the violent onslaught of the 3 fallen heaven monsters collided with his defense. He gripped his sword tightly, struggling to hold his ground. Their attacks were too strong. "I can't hold them off much longer. We need to find a way to counterattack. That's our only chance." 009 agreed. "Got it." Yi Ning and 009 shot up from the battlefield. The 2 of them were preparing to unleash their ultimate moves on the monsters. Yi Ning unleashed a devastating final strike, and Fallen Heaven emitted a shockwave. 009 simultaneously provided support. The powerful blow struck down, exploding all 3 monsters. Yi Ning immediately commanded 9. "Take the chance and strike the giant shark with another blow." She understood, dashed forward. "Understood." Comrade 009 drove another strike into the middle of the shark's head, but then a swarm of jellyfish surrounded the 2 of them. He assessed the situation as extremely critical. Damn it, those jellyfish monsters were 3rd rank. Fighting them now would be a severe disadvantage. He quickly made a decision to survive. 009. "Break through the encirclement at once and retreat. I'll dive down and hunt the giant whale." She immediately broke the encirclement and fell back. "It may be the leader of this sea beast tide. We must kill it first." 009 carried out the order at once. "Understood." Comrade. He dove at top speed into the depths. He activated his special ability to seek out the lead whale. His investigative spirit unfurled. "Let's see where you're hiding. I actually have 3 types of upgraded combat suits. Even if you hide on the seabed, I can still find you." He didn't have to search long. The whale appeared together with its pack of sea monsters right in front of him. "You must have just mobilized all your high-ranking ones, right? Relying on this army of crab soldiers won't stop me." He struck, sweeping away the long tentacles that blocked his path. He raised his sword and shifted it into a supercharged variant, ready to confront the giant whale. "Divine Wrath Ngai. 4th rank. After I kill you, it will be like a pack of dragons without hands, and I'll take your soul to deal with your beast tide as well." The whale was no pushover either. It launched spheres from its mouth at Yi Ning, while emitting lethal supersonic waves. But Yi Ning was not about to stand still and take the hits. He moved swiftly like lightning, tearing apart the whale's strike with ease. "Your strongest attacks can't even touch me." He swung his sword for a decisive blow. "Prepare to die." He plunged the sword into the whale's forehead, unleashing a tremendous force. But the whale immediately shook off the attack and countered. "Yi Ning, I must admit, I'm impressed by this giant whale. No wonder it's the sea beast monarch. Its strength is truly remarkable." He was as fast as lightning, delivering a lethal blow that cut through the whale's body with a deadly sword technique. "Too bad for you that the one you've encountered today is me." As Yi Ning completed his strike, the red aura gradually faded. He stood high above, watching the whale sink slowly to the ocean floor. Humph. Looks impressive, but 10 seconds is really too short. He kicked off the water, rising effortlessly, as if he hadn't just fought a deadly battle underwater. He swung his sword again, forming a blue sword aura that enveloped the sky, and delivered another strike. The rest depends on my men and the army sent to capture me. Thus he summoned the souls of the sea beasts he had slain, creating a powerful army of spectral beasts, their spirits awakening. He raised his sword, pointing it at the enemy's formation. O mighty souls of the sea beasts, turn back and hunt down my enemies. 009 was still surrounded by hundreds of strange, venomous jellyfish. She cursed under her breath. Damn it, these third-rank jellyfish are really hard to deal with. She stood up, ready to fight the jellyfish with their electric tentacles. They could not only attack from a distance with their tentacles, but could also surround her and block her vision. She threw a punch toward the legs of the sea jellies closing in on her. What was even more disgusting was that every time their tentacles were severed, they regenerated almost instantly, making it nearly impossible to cut them off completely in such a short time. Her fist was entangled by one of the jellyfish, which only made her frustration grow. Round after round, not only was there no breakthrough, but even her reserves of spiritual energy were nearly depleted. She unleashed a strike to slice away the bothersome tentacles clinging to her. Panting heavily, a red warning flared across her visor, signaling that her energy was on the verge of exhaustion. If she couldn't return in time to replenish her spiritual power, she might very well die here. A bolt of electricity lashed out from one of the tentacles, striking her squarely before she could evade. The jolt coursed through her body, and she collapsed helplessly. Tears streamed down 009's cheeks. I'm sorry, comrade. This time, I couldn't complete the mission you gave me, nor will I be able to see the day this world meets its end. Yi Ning came charging in, riding atop the spirit of that monstrous whale, leaving 009 utterly astonished. Comrade, he's back. He swiftly caught her by the hand and pulled her up. Come with me. Relief and joy welled up inside her, not only because he had arrived just in time to rescue her, but also because of their unbreakable camaraderie. All right, comrade. The whale led the legion of spirit beasts, sweeping away the troublesome swarm of jellyfish. At that moment, 009 spoke up in all seriousness. Comrade, should I activate the blushing and rapid heartbeat effect right now? He quickly brushed it off. There's no need for that. It's best if you erase this useless knowledge. She immediately complied. On the other side, the monsters were charging into the city. A warrior wielding an axe cleaved down, slicing the neck of the dog-headed, spider-faced monster, causing it to collapse. He exhaled, sighing. I never expected that a sea beast at the second rank peak would be harder to deal with than a mutated creature of a much higher level. But I've been on the battlefield for many years. I'm not some amateur. A spiked ball flew through the air, shooting spikes at the soldiers, several of which struck fatal blows. The team worked together to fight the octopus, its tentacles, weighing tons, stretching everywhere. Too dangerous. The warrior at the front, wearing a helmet, led the charge with a determined death wish. These sea beasts were simply too tough to handle. Many of our lower-tier soldiers have already fallen. Well, just let it be. With this many sea beasts, it looks like we're doomed here today. He swung his axe decisively, commanding the soldiers to assist from behind. First, focus all our strength to kill the third-rank octopus in front, and then we'll figure out the rest. With one powerful swing, the axe struck the left side of its face, followed by a blow right between its eyes, bringing the creature down completely. The helmeted warrior, panting heavily, thought to himself, a third-rank monster, and it already drained this much energy, and there are still countless second-rank peaks. This is simply a battle for our lives. What in the world is Commissioner Liu doing? Yi Ning's words were entirely justified. If it weren't for Yi Ning, things would be even worse. Someone shouted in displeasure. How dare you speak to a superior like that? The hybrid dragon, attacking beast, was attacking from above. The bearded man, holding an axe, Xian Feng, fought through the chaos of a thunderstorm. So what if I say something? This time, that man truly did something inhumane. A dangerous thing like this. What right does he have to intervene? We're all going to die here anyway. Who cares if he's some kind of superior? Follow me. Let's lure the electric stingray from the sea here and trap and kill it. Behind the dragon, countless sea spirits flew up. The man looked up in astonishment. This is the spirit of a sea beast. After death, these sea beasts can still fight? What's going on? How can we even fight anymore? No, these spirits are attacking other sea beasts. Someone is controlling them. Indeed, the spirits were swarming and attacking the dragon from all sides. Some people were losing control of their words. Who is it? The highest level fighters on the battlefield are us, who has this kind of skill. The bearded man looked doubtful. Could it be Yi Ning? He's only a third-rank beginner. How could he possibly do this? The gray-haired man wasn't so sure either. Maybe not. Not necessarily. Did you notice the strange willpower attack he used when he fought us earlier? A look of panic appeared on his face. If he really has the power to control these spirits, could it be that you were just going easy on us earlier? Where did Yi Ning come from in front of everyone? He pointed his sword at the commander with the goatee, the ferocious sea monster. Yet the high-ranking soldiers just stood here, stunned. Don't they value their lives? He took a step back, showing some restraint. No, Yi Ning, we were just shocked by you. He wasn't in the mood to stand around chit-chatting. All right, stop with the nonsense. Although the main situation of this beast tie has been contained, there are still quite a few stragglers. Everyone, go take care of them. The goatee commander immediately took action. Understood, sir. Yi Ning walked ahead, his mind still in turmoil. All of his major, undiminished skills had already been used. Though his spiritual energy was still enough, he could only use God's fury and human world Yoma, Awakens one more time. The remaining energy would be just enough for him to use his regular skills, like wind elemental strike and false paralysis, to deal with the remaining sea beasts. The awakened ones should still be able to handle things. He wouldn't make a move unless absolutely necessary. His stats page popped up. The first wave of sea beasts had been contained. The second wave of sea beasts would arrive in 3 hours, and their numbers were twice as many as the previous wave. He focused on the last entry in the second sea beast wave. He reflected on the timing of this moment, carefully recalling what had happened in the past. At this point in his previous life, he hadn't been discovered by the military yet, so he hadn't participated in this battle. I've only heard that this battle was especially brutal. The Donghai safe zone was completely unprepared and was utterly destroyed. Afterwards, the army sent people to retake it but were repeatedly beaten back and ultimately had to give up. It turns out there was even a second wave in the afternoon. He exhaled, full of skepticism. 3 hours? Even if other corps of the army arrive, it will be too late. If the fighters here manage to survive this battle, it will be a miracle. Everything is exhausted now, so they cannot stand and fight head-on against a second wave. We can only think about establishing an isolation zone, so we can quickly secure the survivors and get the soldiers out of here. He video called the uncle on the other side of the front. How is the evacuation on your side going? Is everything all right? How much longer until the evacuation is complete? The uncle on the other side was having a hard time too. Nothing was going smoothly. The people assigned here had persuaded many survivors who had evacuated earlier to come back. The uncle spoke in a trembling voice as he suppressed his anger. They shoved all the survivors into the shelter and posted guards. He was astonished that the situation there had deteriorated so much. What did you say? The uncle turned the camera toward the hopelessly closed door. As you can see, the survivors inside are trapped by fire. They don't trust us at all and refuse to open the door for us. We could break the door down and force them out, but that would only make them trust us even less. The evacuation mission has become many times more difficult than before. It took too much time. Uncle was in a hurry. Based on the current progress, it was estimated that it would take at least 3 more hours to evacuate everyone. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the storm of emotions within. It's tough for everyone. Hang in there. He pressed his hand to turn off the conversation screen, but Uncle's voice still echoed. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my old life. His face darkened, and his eyes showed immense determination. In this era of abundant resources and apparent peace, trying to do something like this was 100 times harder than in the future. Similar events would definitely happen again, and the outcome he most desired would certainly encounter obstacles. His eyes lit up. After the situation in Donghai was resolved, his first priority was to reach the pinnacle of power and gain the final say. If he wanted to deal with the extreme disasters that would follow, he would need extreme focus and extreme measures. He shouted authoritatively, Who dares to block my path? 009, following behind, asked what the next step would be. Comrade, where should we go now? He decisively gave his order. 009, go collect the fuel reserves from several safe areas near Donghai. He coldly drew his sword and started walking, then immediately ordered them to transfer all the stored fuel to Donghai's safe zone within 2 hours. At the same time, they should find a way to replenish their spiritual energy and protect themselves well. 009 raised her hand in acknowledgement. Understood, comrade. He looked up at the torrential rain and the distant silhouette of the spaceship. The Donghai safe zone can no longer be saved. Rather than cutting flesh with a blunt knife, it's better to be decisive and swift. He clenched his hand, fixed his target, and unleashed a huge blaze to burn the entire Donghai safe zone, creating an isolation ring. At least this way any survivors wouldn't be pursued. The Donghai safe zone borders inland. Yi Ning stood on the rooftop, looking down at the chaotic battlefield. He was connecting his phone. The other end of the line showed 009 reporting, "Comrade, I'm afraid there isn't enough fuel in the surrounding safe zones." He was taken aback by the news. Impossible. I checked the fuel levels in each zone before. 009 was stomping a moss-headed man into the ground. It seemed she had just defeated him. Most of them falsified their records. Those who didn't were uncooperative. Even killing them wouldn't solve the immediate problem. He snapped angrily. Wasn't Yi Ning's sea beast already under control? And you still want to burn the entire Donghai safe zone? Do you know how long the Donghai safe zone has existed? I've already coordinated with the 6 surrounding safe zones and reported to the capital. He remained stubborn in his resolve. The capital definitely won't agree. You have no authority to demand we supply fuel, he said through the screen with an unreadable expression. I know, Yi Ning replied. You should return. His eyes blazed with fury at the injustice of the world. There's no saving it anymore. It's beyond cure. If I don't wipe out this bunch of useless trash, sooner or later I'll be exhausted to death. But right now, I have to stay calm and figure out a solution first before saying anything. He sighed, trying to console himself. Stay calm. The pickup truck drove away from the chaotic city. People inside wept and wailed. Boo-boo, our home is gone. Boo-boo, why are there people wearing hats of resentment? Why didn't you tell us beforehand? Why are we only retreating now? A man in a cloak voiced his discontent. We've paid so much in taxes, and this is how the army treats us. Some people are still staying behind, confronting the soldiers just so we can go back to retrieve our belongings. Give us back our vehicles. What right do you have to requisition my truck? A woman knelt on the cold, rain-soaked ground, her arm in a cast, pleading with the soldiers. Please, I beg you. We've lost everything just to gather this shipment. More than half of our men died bringing it back here. These things, our men risked their lives for them. If you destroy the city and these supplies are gone, how are we supposed to survive? Gu Wu suddenly stepped forward, placing his hand solemnly over his chest. The city must not be destroyed. All the surrounding safe zones expressed their opposition to burning down the city, refusing to supply fuel to the Donghai safe zone. He looked at the innocent civilians with a determined gaze, as if making a solemn promise. I, Gu Wu, as the representative of the safe zone rescue team, assure you that the soldiers on the front lines are doing very well. In just a few days, everyone will be able to return home. The civilians were overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful news. The older sister, who had been helped to her feet, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, military. Thank you so much. We will cooperate in the retreat. However, as soon as the civilians turned to leave, he began to curse, and Yi Ning kept shouting loudly. Did you see that? How are we supposed to destroy the city now? If we destroy Donghai, what will become of these poor civilians? What does that kid Yi Ning know anyway? He has no idea how much damage his actions will cause to Donghai. He laughed triumphantly. They're just a bunch of sea beasts. What's the big deal? His gray-haired subordinate, standing beside him, joined in, cheering him on. He pointed, giving orders to the soldiers. Everyone, follow me into the city to search for and evacuate the survivors hiding in the buildings. The soldiers responded in unison, raising their hands. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as Yi Ning's image appeared in his mind. Of course, all the assets of the survivors, especially those of the major commercial firms, will be protected by us. Since the city is currently deserted, we must act quickly. During a disaster, no one will hold us accountable. How much we can earn this time depends entirely on us. But he did not expect Yi Ning had been watching everything from afar with a mystic eye. Haha. Good, very good, excellent. Making money amid national calamity. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So when people are speechless, all they can do is laugh. He gave a bitter chuckle. I don't know whether to laugh at myself or at those deceitful men. Haha. Even after being reborn, I'm still far too naive. I forgot that this is a time of peace, and that most high positions remain occupied by useless men. I mistook the army of unity forged from the blood and tears of my previous life for them. I was wrong. I forgot that people will mourn only after they see the coffin. He tilted his face to the sky to catch the rain and calm himself. From now on, this will be nothing more than a minor sea beast disaster. I nearly failed. From mourning Donghai to Fang Tang stopping me, the military turned a blind eye. I forced the troops into action and was slandered for it. Though the truth is clear, the commanders erred. The survivors have returned. I wanted to burn the city to stop the enemy, but there are rotten worms causing trouble. He opened his eyes wide and looked through the world. It was unbearably absurd. He plunged from the highest floor like an arrow in the rain. At first I wanted to save Donghai, not to let things end up this way. Now it's because you forced my hand. He dashed, vaulting across buildings toward his target. Want to profit from a national disaster. Then go into the city. Today I will take you to Western Heaven. Beneath the Ling Energy Tower in the Donghai Safe Zone. After the apocalypse, the spiritual energy nodes provided by the system began to appear across the world. Humanity began to awaken. The towers containing energy orbs were formed from this. The original world had been destroyed by the zombie tide, and the survivors established a new safe zone around these key points. Each spiritual energy node within the safe zone was the core to maintaining the process of restoring the spiritual energy of the central nucleus. Those who awaken without a spiritual energy node would have no safe zone. The Donghai Ling Energy Tower, a third-rank spiritual energy node, when activated, would cause the Donghai safe zone to disappear forever. Yi Ning had appeared beneath the energy tower, but without doing this, how could humanity be warned? What they would lose in the future would not only be the Donghai safe zone. This explosion would cause the spiritual energy to burst and scatter. At the very least, it could erase all traces of humanity, interfere with the awareness of the sea beasts, prevent the sea beasts from attacking, and form the strongest isolation belt. Xiao Hai, on the other end, reported the situation. Yi Ning, the rescue mission for the survivors has basically been completed half an hour earlier than expected. However, we have received reports that some soldiers from nearby battle zones have returned to the city. We found that they are interrupting the uncle's words, hurrying to resolve urgent matters. Never mind them. All that the uncle had to do was evacuate the survivors from the Donghai safe zone as quickly as possible. I'll hang up now. Immediately after, he contacted the pink-haired woman, 009. Quickly contact Min-A, Chen Kai-Lai, and the other frontline fighters. Within 10 minutes, evacuate them from the coast. Carry out immediately. Understood. He swung the flame-flying sword toward the anomalous orb. A farewell to the safe zone. The Donghai wind element met the wrath of fire. He slashed a strike into the center of the energy eye. The huge explosion severely damaged his barrier. He fought desperately to hold his ground as the energy fields collided violently. The combat suit did its utmost to support me. He surged forward rapidly to finish this. One more stroke. He delivered a killing blow into the very heart of the energy core. He pierced the sphere, and then vaulted high into the air. The orb seemed to have exceeded its limit of endurance, and began to crack wide open. He blasted out of the building at top speed. Just before the massive blast could swallow everything, he activated his burst speed ability, an agility attribute measured in points. The cheering squad here is looting from the residents. That lackey is gleefully hauling off the stolen goods, acting like the representative. There's a ton of high-grade materials and equipment here. We're rich now, he said, utterly self-satisfied. That's obvious. This time we don't even have to fake the ledgers. He shamelessly boasted aloud, as if it were a joke. Everyone, we must save all the people of Donghai. This is our responsibility. Even the close aide applauded. The veteran delegate An Man insisted that these words be made explicit. The energy sphere from earlier had expanded toward the cheering crowd, consuming everything in its path. He didn't even have time to react. Just as he managed to get a few words out, he was mercilessly swallowed by the orb. The sphere expanded, engulfing the entire city within it like a miniature sun, devouring buildings as it spread. In the capital's conference room, the delegates watched on screen as the safety zone Donghai was consumed by the orb. Hu Jibing's face went dark. What is Yi Ning doing? Like Xuan Gu's expression was blacker than a pot bottom. Is this the spiritual energy node being destroyed? The purple-haired secretary quickly updated the emergency situation. The spiritual energy node cannot be regenerated, and the Donghai safety zone will never be rebuilt. Fang Hio stood frozen before the havoc Yi Ning had caused. Lu Tianming burst into the meeting, panting. Yi Ning is simply lawless and reckless. The tide in Donghai had clearly been brought under control, and the situation was favorable. Yet that Yi Ning proposed burning the city. It seemed he had been waiting for just such an opportunity, so he promptly denounced Yi Ning. I urged him against it, but to no avail. I could only hurry back to report. Unexpectedly, that man was the commander-in-chief. Someone this monstrously mad and chaotic cannot be entrusted or indulged. Like Xuan Gu, having lost all patience, snapped Yi Ning. Have I really trusted the wrong man? Where are the men? Move. Fang Hio immediately stepped forward, volunteering. Commander-in-chief, let me go in person. I guarantee I'll bring Yi Ning back. Whether it's dealing with Yi Ning himself or his bodyguard 009, it's no problem for me. But deep down, he had already planned to investigate this matter thoroughly. If the commander-in-chief sent more people, there would likely be more misunderstandings. At that point, Yi Ning would have a hard time saving himself. Like Xuan Gu quickly made a decision. All right, take my Thunder Fighter and bring Yi Ning back as soon as possible. I will personally interrogate him. 10 minutes later, in the Donghai safe zone, the advanced aircraft landed near Yi Ning's location. The voice of his assistant, Deputy General Fang, could be heard. According to Yi Ning's A-level clearance card, this is a restricted area. He is on the mountain outside the Donghai safe zone. Fang Hio immediately gave the order. Land, I want to meet him. Yi Ning calmly awaited what was coming his way. Haha, has the most advanced hypersonic jet from Nation H been sent? Looks like another sir is coming to accuse me. As Fang Hio landed, he said, Yi Ning, you caused a big mess. Yi Ning quickly recognized his older uncle, Fang Uncle. Fang Hio tried to persuade Yi Ning to speak up and clarify his side, so there would be evidence for his defense. Yi Ning, you destroyed the Donghai spiritual energy node. If you have anything to explain, now is the time. Before we go back, I can help you find a solution. But Yi Ning wasn't interested. Fang Uncle, I'm tired. I'm too lazy to explain. Right in front of the two of them, the energy surge could be seen spreading across the city. Yi Ning pointed towards it. Uncle, look over there. In a minute, you'll understand right away, Fang Hio said. Fang Hio still couldn't understand what his nephew was trying to do, what his intentions were. But in the next minute, he saw the monstrous shadows looming in the distance, and he instantly realized. This was the second beast tide. They were attacking the energy field but were immediately turned into dry bones. Yi Ning asked again, now you understand? Fang Hio finally got it. I understand now. You used this extreme method to stop the beast tide from chasing the survivors. But why didn't you explain it clearly to the higher-ups? Yi Ning closed his eyes tiredly and explained, what time did I have? Didn't I make it clear from the start? But what was the result? Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Fang Hio patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Yi Ning, you've worked hard. Even though it's frustrating, Uncle Fang still wants to advise you to go back to the capital and explain everything clearly. He continued to offer his advice. Now the result is clear. The commander-in-chief is not unreasonable. As for the fish that slipped through the net, leave it to me to handle. Yi Ning obediently agreed. Okay. Fang Hio went on to talk about the tense situation at headquarters. By the way, when you return, be careful of Lu Tianming's group. They came to your house while you were struggling in the dungeon. Your mother and little sister are still in the hospital. Yi Ning was stunned when he heard this news. What did you say? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the empty street. Yi Ning rushed toward the building, each step heavy with anxiety. Xiaowen curled up on the small chair by the hospital bed. Her face was drenched in tears. "Brother, where are you? If you're still alive, please come back. Mom has been in a coma for 2 or 3 days. I'm so scared." Yi Ning burst through the door, his face filled with panic, his voice trembling with worry. Hearing the noise, Xiaoan slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes wide open, and she gasped in a sob. "Brother!" Without a second thought, Xiaoan rushed into Yi Ning's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother who? I thought you were dead." Yi Ning gently patted his little sister, trying to comfort her. "Xiaoan, don't cry. I'm not dead. Didn't I come back safely?" He softly ruffled her hair, his voice tender as he spoke. "Xiaoan, be good now. Let me go check on Mom first." Xiaoan nodded slightly. "Ma'am, when Mom heard that you had died, she fainted." She lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Even though the doctors say she's fine, she still hasn't woken up." Yi Ning silently walked over to the hospital bed, gently taking his mother's frail hand. "Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm back, I'm fine, Mom. Please wake up, Mom." The frail hand stirred slightly, as though it had been faintly moved by his heartfelt call. Yi Ning froze, looking up in surprise. The heart seemed to choke, the voice trembling with hope. Mother Xiaoan beside her sobbed. "Brother, do you think Mom won't wake up?" Yi Ning gently patted her hand, his gaze firm. "No, Xiaoan, Mom knows you're back. She'll definitely wake up." He turned around, his face serious. "Xiaoan, who came to our house? Who said I was dead? Do you remember?" The little girl answered, "I think it was someone called Director Wang. They came to take all your things. I didn't let them. Then they said you were dead." Xiaoan frowned slightly, but strangely enough, he came again yesterday, bringing flowers and fruit, saying something about an intern making a mistake, claiming that you hadn't died. After he made a phone call, his attitude changed, and he said you were about to die. I don't believe his words, so I threw his things outside. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning wasn't surprised at all, quickly deducing who it was. "I understand now," he said without saying more, his mind carefully considering. "Director Wang, father of Wang Kai, subordinate of Lu Qing and Ming. You bastards should never have touched my family. Now that I'm back, I'll make sure to pull you out by the root." Seeing Yi Ning's terrifying aura, Xiaoan couldn't help but worry, hurriedly speaking. "Brother, your expression just now was so scary. In fact, besides the bad guys, there are also good people who've come. Like Uncle Fang, for example. He arranged for Mom and you to be admitted to the hospital. They even sent 2 people to ensure the safety of Xiaoan and her mother." Yi Ning smiled gently, his warm, tender smile caressing Xiaoan's head. "Mom, I know. Xiaoan, don't worry." The little girl looked up at Yi Ning, her voice soft. "Then, can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave? It's just me. I'm really scared." He answered softly, "Xiaoan, don't be afraid. I won't leave before your mom wakes up." In the Lu Tian Ming family's guest room, Tian Ming sat with his legs crossed, speaking up. "Commissioner Lu, the people we sent to capture Yi Ning have returned to the capital. They said that the second beast tide seemed to have broken out, and Yi Ning has also returned." Tian Ming, without hesitation, said, "I told Director Wang, can you please get to the point? Stop rambling. With your courage, what big things can you accomplish?" Tian Ming furrowed his brows, his voice slow. "We still have time before the Commander-in-Chief calls the Commissioners' meeting. We have plenty of time to make our moves. Don't forget, the Commander-in-Chief's final order was to have Fang Hio capture him. And whether the beast tide happens or not, it's not important. As long as we stay calm, we will win." Tian Ming leaned forward and responded, "Director Wang, do you still remember the people from over 10 years ago? At the conference, we will capture Yi Ning." Meanwhile, the chief officer exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing. Truly brilliant. It's a move that helps us control the bottom of the pot. That's forbidden in Nation H. Anyone who touches it will die." At the military airport, the aircraft hurtled down the runway at breakneck speed. 4 people, Wang Tian, Ming La, Xiao Hai, and Kai Lai, disembarked one after another. Each of them looked haggard. Exhaustion was etched into every face. No sooner had they set foot on the ground than Chen Kai Lai, deputy commander of the Kuwu Abai military, Xiao Hai, commander-in-chief of the Tian Feng Safe Zone, and Wang Tian, vice president of the Heaven City Trade Association, along with Ming La, captain of the Special Operations Unit, stepped forward, Ming La's voice was hard as steel. You have seriously violated orders and military discipline. Come with us. Ming La shouted in fury. We shed blood in a desperate battle and just rescued millions of survivors. On what grounds are you detaining us? We demand to see the commander-in-chief. Kai Lai turned his head, and, his voice stern, tried to calm him. Ming La, conserve your strength. Reasoning with them won't work. The four strode on with stiff backs. Kai Lai spoke crisply. Stand aside. I can walk on my own. I, Chen Kai Lai, have lived my life with a clear conscience. From a distance, Fang Fang had seen everything. She told herself, I must inform Comrade Yi Ning immediately. In the capital's military conference hall, Zhuang Guo stood solemnly on the high platform amid the vast auditorium. His voice rang out gravely. I believe everyone has seen the reports about the second wave that broke out this afternoon in Donghai. The deputy sect leader is now in charge, and the Huadong safe zone has been barricaded. There should, for the time being, be no large-scale disorder. The reason I called everyone here today is mainly to discuss the qualitative issues related to Yi Ning's series of actions. Du Bing sat thoughtfully among the delegates. His face was clearly serious as he slowly raised his hand. Based on the results, Yi Ning has saved hundreds of thousands of survivors and stopped the sea beast. Although the process exceeded the rules, I believe the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, especially considering his far-sighted vision. This should be exempt from responsibility and should be praised. Moreover, we should offer a sincere apology. Chen Ming slightly leaned forward, his voice laced with insinuation. Commissioner Hu, don't you think you're concluding too quickly? Kai Fen suddenly stood up, his voice firm and filled with anger. I disagree with this. Everyone has been deceived by Yi Ning. Do you know that before Yi Ning destroyed Donghai, he had infiltrated the Sea Research Institute? Yi Ning not only killed Commander-in-Chief Lai, but he also stole all the research results there, intending to claim them for himself. He decided to destroy all of Donghai to erase the evidence of his crimes. Kai Fen pulled sharply at his collar, revealing a large scar. He pointed forward, his voice trembling with rage. He nearly killed me as well. If Commissioner Liu hadn't sent someone in time to rescue me, I would have been left behind in Donghai. By then, the truth would have never been exposed. Lu Xiang, seated beside him, gently raised his hand, a gesture neither hasty nor rushed, but one that carried enough authority to silence the entire room. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping the conference before he spoke. Aside from the crimes already mentioned, I wish to say a few words, as the representative of the coastal economic region. Lu Xiang sprang to his feet, his tone harsh. First, the beast tide in Donghai was not that serious. Yet Yi Ning completely destroyed the Donghai safe zone. Second, the safe zone near Donghai dispatched dozens of officers to carry out rescues. But the moment they entered the city to search and rescue, Yi Ning destroyed the spiritual energy node and killed them all. All of this just to seize control of their safe zone, refusing to supply fuel and setting Donghai ablaze. This is simply selfish personal gain. Before the silence could fully settle, the chief also suddenly stood up. The chair behind him screeched as he spoke. Furthermore, we discovered that Yi Ning also embezzled a large amount of supplies from the Donghai safe zone. I even suspect Yi Ning's so-called foresight. In fact, he was the one who instigated this beast tide. Otherwise, how could he have made such accurate predictions? Unless it's a thief crying, "Stop thief." Hearing those brazen accusations, Yuan San could not contain his anger and protested. Enough. You people are nothing but peddlers of baseless rumors, turning white into black, spitting blood at others. Damn, all you ever care about is your own profit, framing and slandering others. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the front lines and kill the beast tide yourselves? The director replied in a mocking tone. Commander Cheng, are you really that enraged? I know Yi Ning made tremendous contributions to your useless squad in the dueling operation, but let's keep things in perspective. You need to rub your eyes and look clearly. Don't act like the treacherous employees of yours who, riding on their merits, turn against Yi Ning. Yuan San, unable to contain his fury, jabbed a finger in the other's face and shouted, "Me turn traitor, my ass. I'll kill you. Do you believe that?" Du Bing, seeing this, hurried forward and tried to calm him. Mr. Zheng, please calm down. Director Wang's behavior could be understood in that light. Du Bing continued. After all, If he could use this incident to eliminate Yi Ning at the first choice, his son Wang Kai could be promoted to that #1 position. A father's motive, after all. The director heard this, and his face went pale as if he had been exposed. He stammered, like Swan Gu, "You dare to spit your blood on others." Tin Ming raised a hand to stop him. "May I say a few words?" He stepped deliberately out from the row of seats and spoke clearly. "Commander-in-Chief, it cannot be denied that Yi Ning is the best in the world across the 4 systems and performed a great feat, a rare prodigy. But whether in talent or in his manner of work, Commander-in-Chief, don't you find him oddly familiar? Do you recall the small-scale beast-tide outbreak about 10 years ago? It seems that person was pursuing that very thing." Shuwen Gu stood on the podium, slammed his hand down on the table, and shouted so loudly it rang through the hall. "Go away, Commissioner Liu. Pay attention to your words." Tin Ming walked straight toward the podium, still speaking non-stop. "Don't worry, I will keep it confidential. Nothing will leak. I just want to let you know that I have found something very interesting." His voice was cold, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Before going to the capital, Yi Ning had used the name Yi Lin in many different dungeons. Don't you think that's quite the coincidence? Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside, causing both of them to turn around in surprise. Zhuan Gu immediately asked, "What's happening outside?" Tian Ming squinted and said, "I guess that sound is probably caused by Commissioner Yi Ning's arrival. Right, I don't believe it. Let's go outside and see." Tian Ming and the others hurried outside, and the sight before them left everyone speechless. Amid the scattered rubble, Yi Ning stood still, surrounded by soldiers who had been taken down by the sharp edge of a sword. Tian Ming walked closer and said, "What did I tell you? That's the legendary equipment, the paralysis gloves and the wind elemental sigil. Right." Yi Ning turned around, showing a look of disdain, and said, "Sure enough, it's a trap, the same old cat and mouse game." 2 minutes earlier, at the entrance of the conference hall, Yi Ning stood facing Fang Fang, feeling frustrated and speaking out. "I didn't expect those bastards to strike at Ming La's roof so quickly. Fortunately, my mother has regained consciousness. It's time to deal with them." She paused for a moment, then added, "I'll sneak inside and take a look. You act according to the situation." She listened and then decisively responded, "Understood." Yi Ning sensed something unusual and thought to himself, "Mom, there's hidden aggression." He slowly drew the sword from his back, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, 3 shadows appeared from above, descending rapidly. He turned, locking his gaze on the 3 soldiers rushing towards him. The weapons in their hands swung like flashes of lightning, ready to tear apart the space. Yi Ning quickly assessed the situation. A 3rd rank, low-level lethal move, and these guys haven't even spoken. If I use Divine Wrath, there's a chance I might end up killing them. If that happens, explaining it later will be impossible. His hands tightened, sparks of red flashing from his gauntlets. He thought to himself, I can only deal with this one for now. The gauntlets were fiery blood treasures. Yi Ning swung his hand. A surge of red energy erupted violently, sending the soldiers flying back, causing the earth to crack and debris to scatter in the air. One of the soldiers coughed violently. Blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain, staining the ground beneath him. Yi Ning blinked, a look of surprise crossing his face. Damn, they hurried to retract their moves, and they didn't even set up a defense. Are they intentionally trying to get hurt, using the suffering tactic? Back in the present, one of the fallen soldiers struggled to rise and said, Commander-in-Chief, we only told Commissioner Yi Ning to wait for a moment, and yet he dared to strike at us. Chen Ming waved his hand and slowly spoke. Commander-in-Chief, did you see that? I told you Yi Ning has gone crazy. If he's not happy, they'll kill someone right away. Shuwen Gu stood silently observing, his voice low. Yi Ning, do you have anything to say? Yi Ning let out a soft snort and replied, Interesting. To be honest, I can't be bothered to explain this, or anything related to Donghai, again. Yi Ning stood tall and confident, hands on his hips, commanding firmly, 009, come out. Immediately, Fang Fang leaped down from above. She spoke, and the image was projected. From her eyes, a blue light flickered. The space in front of them displayed a clear image, capturing the moment when the group attacked Yi Ning. Right before they appeared, Tian Ming stood frozen, his eyes wide, stammering. What? Yi Ning, smug, glanced at Tan Ming with a hint of mockery and casually said, Commissioner Liu, the light here is too bright, so the projection effect isn't great. How about we go inside and watch instead? In front of all the leaders, Fang Fang played the video for them. After the playback was finished, she reported, the video replay process has been completed. After everything, Xuangu's face darkened, trying to suppress his anger, thinking, Commissioner Liu, what you did here is absolutely wrong. Tin Ming awkwardly replied, General Tong, I admit that the ambush at the gate was a mistake, but I did it out of concern for the safety of Nation H. According to the video that was shown, although the beast tide from Donghai is very fierce, it is not yet at a level that requires completely destroying Donghai. Yi Ning only did this because of his own personal interests. Commander-in-Chief, have you already forgotten what I told you earlier? This made Xuangu fall into deep thought. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Warning. The H Nation's war zone is about to face an A-level beast tide attack. Please prepare for the war zone mission. Eliminate the peak 3rd rank giant sea demon. Upon seeing this, Tan Ming seized the opportunity to change the subject and exclaimed, What? Xuangu and everyone else immediately received the notification as well. He was stunned and said, This event has been identified by the system as a disaster, and it's a peak 3rd rank sea beast mission. The second wave has already reached A+ level. This has never happened since H Nation was rebuilt. At this point, Yi Ning calmly remarked, Haha, the system's warning came just in time, saving me from having to explain. Commander-in-Chief, you don't need any further explanation from me now, right? Just then, Fang Hio called in. Seeing this, Xuangu asked, Fang Hio, what's the matter? Fang Hio reported, Commander-in-Chief, the scale of the beast tide here is unimaginable. Although I have mobilized the troops, the current scale of our army is still insufficient to withstand the wave of beasts. This afternoon, even though the soldiers are fearless, charging directly into battle will only result in unnecessary casualties. He projected the situation there and added, Luckily, Snow Point Energy managed to hold them off, so we can ensure that the survivors retreat without being pursued. Xuangu immediately gave the order, Understood. Ensure the safety of the survivors, abandon Donghai, and assist the troops. Upon hearing this, Fang Hio responded clearly, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Suddenly, Tian Ming questioned, Commander-in-Chief, how could Yi Ning predict everything so accurately? Clearly, he's the one manipulating all of this. Sheng Yuan couldn't hold back and rushed forward, cursing, Damn, by your nonsense logic. Are all the heroes in history just disaster bringers? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Tan Ming, hearing this, provocatively retorted, Sheng Yuan, are you looking for a fight with me? Can't take it anymore? Xuangu's eyes flashed with anger, and he coldly snapped, Shut up, both of you. Then, without hesitation, he triggered a powerful explosion, throwing Tan Ming and Cheng Yuan, who were bickering outside. Xuangu spoke sternly. At this point, there's no need for further speculation. Yi Ning is undeniably the hero in the Sea Beast incident. Tomorrow, we will hold a national commendation conference. Yi Ning offered his suggestion. Forget about the commendation conference. A simple news release to show appreciation is enough. If Commander-in-Chief truly wants to reward me, then I want to investigate and deal with something personally. After all, some damned fool had the guts to take advantage of my absence while I was tackling the dungeon. This issue has even come to my doorstep, making things difficult for my family. Hearing this, the chief of police's face darkened, and he spoke up. Commissioner Yi, let me explain. This whole situation was caused by an intern. Xuangu did not give him time to make any more excuses and said, This situation has indeed undermined the regulations. Then, assigned Commissioner Yi Ning to investigate. I'll send a task force to assist you, as long as you keep things in check and act within the law. Yi Ning, upon hearing this, was visibly relieved and thanked me. Understood, thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Upon hearing this, the chief of police couldn't help but tremble and exclaim. The scene shifts as the sky gradually darkens. A private car moved out from the central office of high-ranking officials. Inside the car, a voice sounded with urgency. Commissioner Liu, we are in the same boat, so whatever happens, you have to save me this time. Beside him, Tan Ming, With a cold face, asked Director Wang, "Are you threatening me?" Hearing this, the chief of police stammered, No, of course not." Tian Ming, with a sly and confident look, responded, "What's there to panic about? Didn't the commander-in-chief already warn him not to go too far? When the soldiers come, the generals block them. When the water rises, build the dike. The law of the land is above all else. Does Yi Ning dare to cause trouble? Don't worry, if he's unreasonable and doesn't back down, the commander-in-chief won't let him off. After all, the forbidden seed has already been planted, despite the chief of police still looking worried." At the same time, in the compound where the senior officers had gathered, Fang Fang asked, "Comrade, aren't we going to rescue Mingla and the others first?" Hearing this, Yi Ning replied, "Not in a hurry. First kill the chicken to scare the monkey, then we'll talk. If we can frighten them, when we return more people will naturally tell us what they know." Fang Fang asked further, "Then which chicken should we kill first?" No hesitation, Yi Ning said with an eager expression, "Of course, Director Wang." At Director Wang's house, Yi Ning thought to himself, in 4 years he had skinned off 30 million points, not even sparing allowance money. Looking at the piles of gems, diamonds and cash stacked in the chests around him, Yi Ning thought, does he know that an ordinary family's monthly living expenses are only 20 points? He said with a stern face, "I truly underestimated you." Hearing that, Director Wang, his authority now restrained by the guards, still tried to bellow, "Yi Ning, these things are not yours. You have no right to search my house." No sooner had he finished speaking than the commander-in-chief snapped, "You should know your place, don't you?" Fang Fang, standing beside him, delivered a slap to the director. She went on striking his face repeatedly. Seeing this, Yi Ning silently drew his sword, stepped closer to him, and taunted, "How can a parasitic creature like you even have the right to lecture me about being out of line?" He pressed the sword's tip to the director's throat. Yi Ning said sternly and loudly, "The reason I am killing you today is to eliminate a threat to the people." Even so, that thick-skinned director still confidently believed, "Yi Ning, you can't execute me like this." With a cold, sharp gaze filled with extreme anger and indignation, Yi Ning growled, "You dare to touch my family? Do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" At that moment, the director finally realized fear. He teared up and begged, No, please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you ask." Seeing this, Yi Ning sheathed his sword and spoke slowly, "That's more like it. As long as you tell me who ordered you, I'll spare you. Don't even think about hiding it. I already know. But if you tell me, you might just live. And as for any so-called friendship, you're nothing more than a pawn that's been abandoned by someone else." Remembering Tian Ming's expression when sitting in the car, the director suddenly realized that Lu Tianming had never intended to save him, and in fact, wanted to use his death to bring down Yi Ning. All of the commander-in-chief's men remained silent, clearly wanting to use him as a tool for Yi Ning to vent his anger. After a pause, the director finally confessed, "I admit it. Lu Tianming was the one who gave the orders. All the most valuable items taken from your house are with him. He promised to guide my son, so I followed him. Except for me, the culprit who caused the fuel incident in the vicinity of Donghai was also him. He even achieved his goal." Yi Ning immediately ordered, "Very good, make a recording for him, and have him sign it. Then let him go next to it." Fang Fang replied, "Understood." Then, Yi Ning casually used his power to seize all of the district chief's valuables, and said, "I'll take these first. After the investigation is complete, they will be redistributed." Once outside, he called Xiaoan. Upon seeing the call, Xiaoan spoke up, "Brother, what's going on?" Hearing this, Yi Ning suddenly said, "Xiaoan, brother wants to teach you something. When facing bad people, those who bully us must be killed. Deceiving the dead does not count as deception." Meanwhile, behind Yi Ning, the scene of the district chief being decisively dealt with by Fang Fang was unfolding. At the same time, in the Lu mansion, Tian Ming had no idea what was going on and remained calm, lovingly caressing Lin Lan on the bed. In Lin Lan's embrace, he perversely said, "Lin Lan, I'm extremely frustrated today. You must help me relieve this anger." Just then, a guard suddenly burst in and announced, "Commissioner Lu, something's wrong." Seeing the embarrassing scene before him, the young man immediately blushed and exclaimed, "Ah, this has ruined the fun." Tian Ming immediately grabbed the teacup next to him and threw it with all his strength at the guard's head, shouting loudly, "Damn it!" While hurriedly putting his clothes back on, Tian Ming impatiently asked, "What the hell happened again?" The guard quickly replied, "Sir, Director Wang, he's dead. Yi Ning, who had just captured many of our people, is now heading towards us." Upon hearing this, Tian Ming couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. Is he out of his mind? How can the military maintain its dignity like this? Quickly report to the commander-in-chief, tell them Yi Ning has lost it. Following the order, the guard nodded and quickly left. It was only then that Tian Ming's face paled as he realized, this isn't right. The commander-in-chief sent people to follow them, so they must know what's going on. This is bad. I need to meet with the old leader immediately. Outside the Lu mansion, the key figures involved with Tian Ming were being controlled by Fang Fang, Yi Ning, and she calmly made their way toward Tian Ming. Yi Ning ordered, "Take these people and parade them around Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of Lu Tian Ming's house. Broadcast all their crimes live, make sure everyone knows the truth." Behind them, Wang Hai tried to stop them. "Enough, Commissioner Yi Ning, please stop. The upper brass knows you're dissatisfied and has been quite lenient with you. But this is going too far. Do you have any respect for the law or military discipline?" Yi Ning, with anger boiling in his mind, sneered and responded, "Is this too much? When they slandered me and wanted to kill me, didn't you think that was too much? When they didn't care about the lives of the survivors, didn't you think that was too much?" He shouted loudly, "Too much? This is just the beginning. There's even worse to come." His spiritual power unleashed fully. Waves of energy surged through the entire city and flew straight towards Lu Mansion. Yi Ning relentlessly launched attacks to provoke Tian Ming while shouting, "Lu Tian Ming, come out here, you dog." He crazily slashed with his sword, his voice filled with fury. "Lu Tian Ming, come out here. You bastard, you think you have the guts to act, but not to face the consequences." As Yi Ning's flames grew larger, enveloping the entire Lu Mansion, he thought to himself that he had already decided to reveal the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon to save his people. Now, it was naturally important to maximize the benefits. The more shocked everyone was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Only by fighting to the death with the sea beast would he have the chance to bring that old man down. Political calculations. No, if I wait, neither I nor humanity will have time to hesitate. In response to the challenge, Yi Ning shouted, "Tian Ming, old dog, stop being a coward and come out here." Tian Ming fled for his life, trying to escape from the death that was Yi Ning. Watching his mansion burn to the ground in a sea of flames, Tian Ming seethed. So he's using his spiritual power to threaten me across the entire city. Bullying people to this extent, it's really unbearable. He roared, "I'll personally kill that bastard." Then he tried to rush over to Yi Ning to settle the score, but his attendant immediately restrained him. "Commissioner Lu, that kid is deliberately provoking you." He thought that if he confronted him now, the outcome might not be favorable. Besides, he was being protected by a master, not unguarded. Tian Ming snorted coldly and said, "Let's go. After I see the old chief, I'll make sure that bastard dies without so much as a grave." Inside the capital's military conference hall, all the senior officials were gathered. Xuan Gu spoke up. "Yi Ning, today's conference is closed to outsiders. There are some matters we need to discuss first. You must realize how far things have gone. It's time to stop, otherwise later we won't be able to protect you." Yi Ning replied, "Sir Commander-in-Chief, this is Director Wang's confession before he died. All of this was orchestrated by Lu Tian Ming. Do none of you know this, or are you choosing to turn a blind eye?" Zhai Bing took the statement and said, "Yi Ning, even the Commander-in-Chief's secretary didn't accompany him today. It's meant to show we're being more open with you, don't you see?" He was annoyed, and thought it fitting to speak with such sarcasm. Beside him, Yuan-san also stepped forward to Yi Ning. "Since you left the deputy-level showdown, my support has always been with you. It's all very clear, isn't it? Although I also want to kill Lu Tian Ming, the timing is just not right. We can't force the Commander-in-Chief to get involved." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning immediately asked, "What you mean?" Zhai Bing quickly replied bluntly, "Yi Ning, there are certain matters that at your level you are not allowed to know. However, considering your potential, we have decided to take the risk." He believed that Lu Tian Ming was just raising his hand. But it had already involved everyone, with powerful forces backing him. Even the current commander-in-chief had to be cautious. If the situation escalated too much, Nation H might plunge into civil war. The bordering countries were watching, waiting, keeping an eye on us. Even if the commander-in-chief were to take drastic risks, even if he were to defeat the government, it would only serve as a wedding dress for other countries. Xuan-gu continued, therefore, there are things we don't want to do, but simply cannot do. No one wants to kill them more than I do. But the situation was urgent. Right now, as long as we don't turn against each other, we can at least unite to face the external threat. So these family matters, you'll just have to endure them. As for Lu Tianming, he can be punished, exiled, or boiled like a frog in warm water, but we absolutely cannot kill recklessly. After hearing this, Yi Ning fell silent for a long time. Then, he darkened his expression and coldly responded, I understand your point, and I thank you for trusting me. If we can't kill recklessly, then what do you suggest? Then allow me to challenge Lu Tianming to a life-or-death duel in an honest, proper manner. After all, according to Article 131 of the committee's regulations, the rotation standards for members of the standing committee may be based on ability. Hearing that, Xuan-gu snarled, You brat, do you not understand human speech? He was furious, slammed the table, then stood up resolutely and said, putting aside the fact that these are old laws no longer suited to the current system, do you really think Lu Tianming's third-rank strength is nothing more than an embroidered pillow? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. He rose to his current position by carving his path across the battlefield with his power. Yi Ning would not be outdone. He sprang to his feet and retorted, So what if that's true? Xuan-gu barked immediately, So what? I see you, a mere brat. Do you want to die? He flew into a rage, unleashing his strength to suppress Yi Ning, convinced that Yi Ning's power was hardly any less than his own. Do you really think that a low-level third rank like you can stand against me? Today I'll tell you, potential and actual strength are two different things. At the side, Zhe Bing stepped in to calm him. Commander-in-Chief, please restrain your anger. Fighting a child will only cost you face. Yuan San also tried to reassure Yi Ning. Wei Ning, the commander-in-chief, only wants what's best for you, for Nation H. Refusing to submit, Yi Ning, though affected by Xuan-gu's power, strained to channel his inner force and said, firmly and resolutely, Right now, you're truly cowardly. Although I can understand your point of view and stance, the moment he unleashed his power, broke free from Xuan-gu's suppression, and shouted, I want to offer a different perspective. Upon hearing this, Xuan-gu, stunned, asked, Do you really want to rebel? With anger surging inside him, Yi Ning, his eyes filled with murderous intent, replied, What if our greatest enemy isn't factions, or even the influence of foreign powers, but something far more serious? What if the East Beast Tide is just a small beginning, and later A plus and S-tier Beast Tides break out in multiple places? What if the apocalypse comes again and fourth-rank mutated creatures attack the city? Will humanity be wiped out? What if we don't have time to boil the frog in warm water? What then? At this, Zhe Bing urgently asked, The apocalypse and fourth-rank mutated creatures destroying humanity. Are you crazy, Yi Ning? Yuan San, extremely worried, asked, Yi Ning, are you out of your mind? Xuan-gu, too, was puzzled and asked, Yi Ning, why are you saying this? Yi Ning answered confidently, What if I told you I have the ability to predict the future? Would you believe me? For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Just then, the deputy minister's call came through. Seeing this, Xuan-gu said, Trouble's here. Pick up the phone. He politely greeted the venerable chief. You summoned me? At his side, Yi Ning thought to himself, Venerable chief. Could that be the venerable chief of the central prototype? On the screen, the deputy minister, his face masked and his black cloak hiding him, spoke up, Xiao Lai, you're still in a meeting at your age. It seems being commander-in-chief is truly arduous. You're getting on in years. If you really can't manage it, why not hand it over to the younger generation? Xuan-gu replied, The venerable chief is taunting me again. I'm only 60, still a child who can eat 8 bowls in one sitting. At this age, I can still charge forward. I still have plenty of strength to undertake great tasks. The deputy minister cut to the point. Enough nonsense. I heard Xiao Lu say there's recently been a genius who kills and sets fires, someone who dares anything. Ah, of course I don't mean to blame him. He's a genius, so of course he should be treated differently. Acts like that can, to some extent, be tolerated, but his subordinates who break the law and violate discipline, shouldn't they be severely punished? Sitting beside him, Tan Ming poked his head in and, complacent, said, Commander Song, if you truly want to act according to the law, then Ming La, Chen Kai Lai, Xiao Hai, and the others all deserve to die. Xuan Gu only answered, I will handle this matter very carefully. You may rest assured, venerable chief. On hearing this, the deputy minister reminded him, Good. Remember that. Don't destroy Nation H just because of some genius. The aged vice minister admonished, don't let the tragedy of that so-called genius from 14 years ago happen again. Seeing this, Yi Ning wondered aloud, why is this old chief wearing a mask? His voice sounded like some kind of electronic voice changer. Judging from their conversation, it seemed these two powers were currently in a very fragile balance. He even mentioned someone from 14 years ago. What was that about? When things settled, Zhuan Gu said, Yi Ning, have you heard everything? If you want to save Ming La and the others now, you must release Lu Tianming. Make your choice. Otherwise, Nation H will face a major crisis. But Yi Ning immediately made a proposal. Commander-in-Chief, if I can help you withstand the pressure at the border, would I still have to choose? Zhuan Gu, puzzled, asked, What are you saying? What do you mean? Yi Ning confidently boasted, I've obtained the authority of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. At those words, the three senior officials stirred at once. What did you say? The dungeon authority. You've obtained the legendary dungeon authority. What kind of rank is that? Can it teleport awakened people? Yi Ning explained, It's the highest level authority. I can use every resource and piece of technology within that dungeon. All the people inside the dungeon obey my orders at will. All of the dungeon's rules are decided by me. Hearing this, the senior group couldn't contain themselves. Eyes wide and mouths agape. As soon as they recovered, they rejoiced as if a festival had broken out, shouting in unison, Divine. A rule rank is a rule rank. That rule rank has hit the jackpot. It's taking off. It's ascended. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ning slyly offered, Aren't you all getting a little overexcited? Will this be enough to bear the pressure of internal conflict? Please give me a definite answer. The question instantly snapped Xuan Gu back to reality. He said wearily, Calm down, calm down. He strode straight toward Yi Ning, despite the other two seniors still celebrating. Then said sternly, Damn it, you perverted genius. Kid, I'll make my position clear to you right now. Then, Xuan Gu immediately lunged forward, hugged Yi Ning and puckered up at him, causing Yi Ning to cry out in alarm. Enough, enough. Hey! After pushing Xuan Gu away, Ji Bing and Yuan San also rushed in, yelling, It's that rule rank. Isn't it basically like being able to kill countless third ranks from foreign powers? All we have to do is say the word. No wonder the brat could slaughter across the board in the dungeon, so I could plant a kiss on him. Yi Ning said wearily, Do you have to be so showy? Shut your mouth. How disgusting. Finally, Zhuan Gu happily decided, Tomorrow morning, I'll release Ming La and the others. Everyone will be promoted. Yi Ning immediately brought up something. What about my life or death battle with Lu Tianming? Xuan Gu only replied, Yi Ning, for your own safety, I still advise you not to do that. Yi Ning announced, the life or death duel will take place in about 3 months. 3 months is enough for me to be certain I can defeat him. Everyone can also use this time to prepare for the internal conflicts that may follow. In 2 months' time, I'll open a confrontation instance to eliminate a large number of foreign forces and thereby relieve pressure. At this point, Xuan Gu could only warn, so Yi Ning, the reason you can kill without restraint is because you have this ace card, right? It looks reckless, but in fact every step is carefully calculated. He asked Yi Ning, I want to know, can you really predict the future? But Yi Ning only answered, if you believe it, then yes. If you don't, then no. Of course, I want to ask you, Commander-in-Chief, if I truly can, what would you do? Hearing that, Xuan Gu replied, if that were truly the case, an old man like me would willingly hand things over to the young. Do you really still think I can eat 8 bowls of rice in a single meal? Jai Bing suddenly spoke up. You predicted the beast tide Dong Hai, and obtained authority over the instance. It's hard for us not to believe you. If the future is as bleak as you say, then we really don't have time to keep boiling the frog in warm water anymore. Yuan San also followed up, saying, taking this opportunity, I think the same. Upon seeing them, Yi Ming softly remarked, perhaps, even in this era, I am no longer as alone as I had imagined. Then he spoke up, oh, right, who is that old chief you mentioned? What was he talking about? About something that happened 14 years ago. Hearing this, Chuan-gu began to recount that it was a taboo in Nation H 14 years ago. There was a genius just like him, also from a humble background, with natural talent, quickly rising to fame, and was considered a rising star by Nation H. Later, she secretly led a group to Donghai, and after returning, she rebelled. He said she had secretly tried to assassinate the former commander-in-chief, who was also the current old chief, but failed and was killed. Because of this, the old chief withdrew due to severe injuries, which allowed me to take the current position. What's more coincidental, her name was also Yi Lin. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming wondered, could it be that there was such a coincidence? So that's why people both respected and feared me before. Xuan-gu responded, yes, it's true. Although it sounds absurd, people really did hold back, wondering if you might actually be her. At that moment, Yi Ming had a suspicion and a way of thinking. Could it be that she was also someone from the rebirth? Or was it all just a random coincidence? Where was the experiment conducted? It had been done 14 years ago, and she tried to assassinate the old chief. Was it because she discovered this matter? Does that mean the old commander is the model for this? Yi Ming wondered. Commander-in-chief, do you know why Yulin suddenly attempted to assassinate the old commander? And has the old commander always worn a mask and cloak like that? Xuan-gu responded. The old commander only said that the reason for the assassination was a private matter, so no one dared to investigate further at the time. As for his attire, it seems he started wearing it 14 years ago. I heard it was because he was severely injured in the assassination attempt. Yi Ning asked further, has anyone seen what he looked like after being injured? But then, Xuan-gu questioned, why are you asking like that? Are you suspicious about his identity? In response to this question, Yi Ming simply suggested, please answer me first, and then I'll explain afterward. Jai Bing suddenly recalled, Yi Ming, asking about this reminds me of something. He said, a few years ago, a servant in the old commander's household suddenly went mad and fled the house. He said the old commander was not human, something about scales or whatever, but he was quickly killed, so no one paid attention to his insane ramblings. Hearing this, Yi Ming immediately realized. So that was it. Do you know the cause of each beast-tide outbreak? One person asked. This was a genetic fusion experiment between humans and sea beasts. The specimen itself is what caused the beast-tide attacks, he continued. He revealed that there were two specimens. One was Lai Lai, though she had not yet fully matured, and the other was the old chief, and it was he who had initiated this secret research. The news left the three senior officials stunned. They cried out. What? Yi Ning said seriously, the scale of this beast-tide is still considered small compared to the future apocalypse. Next time, when they are finished, they will directly break through the ceiling layer that restrains the berserk spiritual energy, seize the capital. Not to mention the political turmoil that will follow. For this alone, we must kill him. Hearing this, Chuan-gu could not hide his concern. He wondered about this. Did the old commander know that he had led to the beast-tide's violent outbreak? I hope he doesn't know. Yi Ming, with a serious expression, added, because if he does, the trouble will be even greater. I'm afraid things won't go as we expect. What's even more worrying is that not only might he know, but he could also control the beast-tide in the future. After all, those newly transformed beings can no longer be considered human. Jai Bing then offered his opinion. Sir Commander-in-Chief, from this perspective, political struggle is really just a small issue. Yuan San also spoke up. I support Yi Ning. After all, the battle will happen sooner or later. It's better to settle it quickly. Seeing this, Zhuan-gu said, we truly need to put this issue on the agenda. Yi Ning reminded them, in 3 months we still have a lot of work to do. If we want to win this battle, everyone will focus on the big strategic arrangements. As for me, I'll do whatever it takes to reach the 3rd rank peak as quickly as possible. 3 months from now, the life and death battle between Lu Tianming and me will be the signal to begin the war. However, Zhuan-gu countered, In 3 months to level up from the basic 3rd rank to the 3rd rank peak. Are you out of your mind? An average person needs at least 10 to 20 years to go from the beginner level to peak. Hearing this, Yi Ning asked, "So how long does it take a normal person to level up from awakening to 3rd rank, and how long did it take me?" Then he suggested, as long as we have the resources and the right conditions, it might take less than the first 3 months. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Immediately, Zhuanggu agreed and replied, "All right, just tell me what kind of resources you want." Later, at Yi Ning's residence, he was sitting atop a pile of gold, silver, gemstones, and jewels, saying, after absorbing this batch of high-grade spirit essence, I should be quite close to reaching the mid-3rd rank. However, I shouldn't rush through the early advancement stage. I need to build a solid foundation first. Only then will everything progress faster and more smoothly afterward. And so, the notifications of Yi Ning's growing power continuously appeared. Strength +1. Agility +1. Constitution +1. Strength +1. Agility +1. Strength +1. Then, a large announcement window popped up. It stated that the A-rank event mission *Sea Beast Assault * had been completed. Current survival rate, 93.31%. Current threat level of Sea Beast, low. Mission rating, SSS. Rewards obtained, Epic Grade Spirit Energy Solution, 1,000 reputation points. Additional reward, an A-rank awakening token upgraded to Epic Grade. Seeing this, Yi Ning excitedly said, "Looks like the evacuation mission for the survivors went smoothly. The higher my reputation, the easier it'll be for me to gain authority later on. As for the Spirit Energy Solution, I can give it to Sun Lai Cheng. It'll surely help with his superhuman project research." Suddenly, an object appeared. Seeing it, Yi Ning recognized it as an additional reward. The system also provided information about the Epic Level Awakening Token. The item is a one-time use consumable, and once used, it will summon a mutated sea beast to the designated sea area to wreak havoc on the surrounding regions. The summoned sea beast will depend on the current maritime zone. The highest awakening level is 3rd rank peak, and the item's rating awakens a deep-seated fear. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning could not hide his astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my, this is a massive weapon, isn't it? Summoning a sea beast. If any neighboring countries want to cause trouble, I could use the sea beast to deal with them, right? Besides the authority of the dungeon, this gives me another way to deter outside forces." Then, through the system, Yi Ning continued to observe the situation of everyone. He even asked, "Han Uncle Chow, Chen Uncle, Wang Uncle, have you all gone outside? Is everything okay?" On the other end of the line, the 3 of them replied cheerfully, "Not only are we fine, but we also just received news from the military. According to the Huobai Combat Zone, the 3 large safe zones surrounding Tianfeng have been merged into the Huafeng Combat Zone. Uncle, you'll become a big deal now. From now on, the Zhenjiang Safe Zone will also fall under your jurisdiction. Not only that, but the capital has also given you a chance to be promoted to the 3rd rank mid-level position." Wang Tian, who was standing beside him, also spoke excitedly. "Uncle has been appointed as the director of the External Resources Bureau of the Huobai Military District. His power is far greater than even the president of the Heaven City Trade Association. Yi Ming, following you is definitely the best investment Uncle has made in his life." That's right. Mingla also received a lot of resource rewards, but he had other matters to attend to, so he left earlier. He asked me to express his gratitude on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning happily replied, "As long as everyone is satisfied with the result, that's all that matters." Kai Lai also expressed his thanks. "Lai Ning, not only did you save us, but you also entrusted us with important positions. You must have put in a lot of thought into this, right?" Hearing this, Yi Ning politely responded, "Commander Chen, you have the option to either become the commander-in-chief of the Huobai battlefield, or let Chen Yong take that position. Of course, I would prefer it if you could become the commander-in-chief of the Xin Gang Army Corps. Chen Yong will be the successor." He mentioned that this is a newly established military unit. This unit will fall under the Special Operations Bureau, or you could understand it as being under my name. Kai Lai hesitated and then made a firm decision, thinking, "Then, I'll go with your arrangement." Shell Hai spoke enthusiastically. "Establishing a new army corps, a whole new district. With this, Yi Ning had officially paved the way for his future as commander-in-chief. By the way, Kai Lai also reported, "That's right, our sun is about to rise." At Research Institute No. 7, Yi Ning introduced, "Sun Leg Chang. This is the secret laboratory I set up for you inside Research Institute No. 7. Are you satisfied with it? Whatever people or equipment you need, just make a list and Research Institute No. 7 will fully cooperate with you from behind the scenes." Lai Chang hurriedly ran after him, hesitantly asking, "My own laboratory? Commissioner Yi, is Yi Ning really that important for my project?" He said shyly. "Are you not joking with me? I was just a cleaner before. Are you sure you have the right person?" But before he could say anything further, a clap from Yi Ning echoed. In an instant, a group of researchers appeared, politely greeting him. "Professor Sun, if you have any requests, please direct them to Research Institute No. 7. We will do our utmost to assist." To Lai Chang's astonishment, witnessing this scene, he was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. Dark memories from his past suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Those who had bullied him had always mocked him, saying, "A cleaner wants to study research? That's laughable. How could you possibly think of using spiritual energy in an industrial mine on humans? Isn't that the same as forcing people to drink gasoline? Instead of doing that, you might as well buy a cleaning robot to clean yourself up." To calm Lai Chang's emotions, Yi Ning stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and reassuringly said, "Please trust me, your research will shake the world, and it might even change it." Hearing this, Lai Chang couldn't hold back his emotions and exclaimed, "Yi Ning." Then, with his determination, Lai Chang regained his confidence and stepped forward to announce to all the staff, "I hereby declare the official launch of the extraordinary plan, prepare the Type 3 air purification equipment and the cryo-electron microscope." Seeing this version of Lai Chang, Yi Ning thought to himself, "That's right, Dr. Sun," he exclaimed. "Now that's more like it." A moment later, the director of Research Institute No. 7 rushed in and reported, "Commissioner Yi Ning, we have news about the human face mask and the heart core of the demonic creature that you previously asked us to investigate." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning responded, "Where are they?" The director, with an extremely serious expression, anxiously reported, "The human face mask is currently in the hands of Captain Ying Long, of the Blood Shadow Legion in the Yongang region, under the leadership of the director of Research Institute No. 7. As for the heart core of the demonic creature, no one has it at the moment, but there are legends about it in the Yongang region." Hearing this, Yi Ning asked, "Then, can the military transfer the human face mask here?" The director replied, "That would be very difficult, and you might not fully understand yet. Due to historical reasons, there are many private forces in the Yongang region, especially the Blood Shadow Legion. They are the local rulers there and are not under the military's control. If we push to send troops to fight, it will inevitably lead to a brutal battle, causing the deaths of some innocent survivors." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning responded, "All right, I understand now. Thank you, Director Chen." He thought to himself, time was running short. He needed to quickly gather the materials to upgrade the God Sword system. The military was about to start an internal power struggle, and it was unlikely they would pay attention to Yuan Gang for a while. Stepping outside, Yi Ning thought it might be best to go there himself, and while at it, he could search for the mysterious core as well. Moreover, going to Yuan Gang for some training would also help consolidate his own third-rank foundation. If he could bring the forces in Yuan Gang under control, wouldn't that be even better? In the underground military training room, a series of advanced combat robots were equipped. What's more, the interface for the entire robot army was Yi Ning's face. Chen Ming, furious, cursed loudly. That old fox, Lai Xuan Go, not only treated me decently, but also rewarded me greatly. Clearly, he's still wary of the old chief. If he's so cautious, then why did he release Yi Ning's subordinates, and even allow that brat Yi Ning to challenge me to a life-or-death duel? Recalling what happened yesterday, the deputy minister thought, "Tian Ming, isn't this a good thing? The people who were once nearly impossible to assassinate can now be killed openly. Perhaps, after all these years, Lai Xuangu still has some lingering fears, but he can't take action himself. Conveniently, Yi Ning is foolish, so Lai Xuangu took advantage of the situation and pushed him. He's using someone else's hand to do the killing." Hearing this, Tian Ming could only reply, Then, it shall be as the old chief wishes. Seeing Tian Ming's somewhat unusual expression, the deputy minister immediately assumed, Tian Ming, are you so angry that you're lacking confidence in your ability to kill Yi Ning? Upon hearing this, Tian Ming confidently affirmed, I am at third rank peak. Killing him is no different from killing a dog. Thinking back to his words at that time, Yi pondered. Although I said that back then, I've heard that Yi Ning's performance on the beast-type battlefield was quite extraordinary. Moreover, I haven't fought in 2 or 3 years, so I can't afford to underestimate this. Over the next 3 months, I'll intensify my training just in case. After that, I'll activate the battle mode for the robots. Seeing the countless faces of Yi Ning before him, Tian Ming immediately entered a battle stance, pouring all of his rage into a loud shout, Yi Ning, you're dead now. He furiously used his strength to swiftly dispose of the robots, plastered with Yi Ning's face, cursing, die already. In the blink of an eye, Tian Ming had taken care of all the robots there. Afterward, he leisurely commented that although he hadn't moved his muscles in a while, the feeling of warmth in his body wasn't too bad. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Hellgate dungeon to recover my battle state. Suddenly, a soldier entered to report. Commissioner Liu has new information. Yi Ning has set off for Yuangang. Upon hearing this, Tian Ming asked, Yuangang. He secretly smirked, thinking to himself, isn't that the hometown of Lin Lan? How interesting. Tian Ming immediately ordered, quick, go summon Lin Lan to receive orders from me. The soldier quickly responded, understood, then left. Upon entering the room, Lin Lan spoke, Commissioner Liu, did you call for me? Tian Ming, seeing her, gently stroked her and suggested, Lin Lan, Yi Ning has gone to the frontier. Go help me kill him. Hearing this, Lin Lan hesitated and replied, Commissioner Liu, it's not that I don't want to go, but with my current abilities, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. In response, Tian Ming moved closer, approaching Lin Lan and whispered in her ear. Of course, she couldn't succeed through strength alone, but perhaps she could try something else, like taking his life while he was distracted. He became agitated and added, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Do you remember how Yi Lin humiliated you? Didn't you always want to kill him for revenge? I've discovered that Yi Ning is actually Yi Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan was stunned. What? How could that be? Yi Lin was only second rank, and Yi Ning just appeared recently. But Tian Ming simply responded, when you meet him, you'll understand. Lin Lan thought that if this was true, it would be even more difficult. Yi Lin had already seen her. That part was simple enough. Just find a disguise. However, before she could finish her thought, Tian Ming interrupted, that's simple enough. Just get a disguise. He suddenly grew furious and grabbed her throat, growling, it's not like that. Let me tell you, I don't have the patience to argue with women. Tian Ming roughly threw Lin Lan to the ground. His face darkened as he said, even if I have to perish with him, I must kill him. Even if I can't kill him, I must at least make sure to. That's not it. Let me tell you, I don't have the patience to reason with women. Tian Ming forcefully threw Lin Lan to the ground. His face went dark. He said, even if I have to perish with him, I must kill him. Even if I can't kill him, I must make sure he is grievously wounded, so he learns his lesson. He threatened, if not, I cannot guarantee that your sister won't die tonight. Hearing this, Lin Lan could only reply, understood, Commissioner Liu, I know what I must do. Tian Ming pondered, even if this mission failed it would not affect him. But if there was a good show, why not watch? From the plain, looking down, the distant settlement was a scene of overlapping mountain ranges below. A voice spoke, Commissioner Yi Ning, we have reached the Yuangang area. If you proceed further southwest, you will enter the sphere of influence of the Blood Shadow Legion. The main forces of the army are still far from the Tarim border. I recommend landing outside the Shanglang safe zone. Yi Ning fell into thoughtful silence. Is there really such a powerful private force separating the Central Army's border from the local forces? I never came here in my previous life. I only vaguely remember that there seems to be a rebellion next year. He turned and asked, the Shanglang safe zone was established 22 years after the apocalypse, right? I heard their safe zone commander is very powerful. Isn't that so? The atmosphere on the plain was silent and heavy. Only the drone of the engines and the dim light reflecting on people's faces made everyone tense. Hearing your question, he immediately responded, yes, Commissioner Yi Ning. Shanglang Safe Zone is an incredibly vast safe zone. Although the population is not large, it still has more than 8.6 million people. Among them, according to the military statistics, there are 3 large awakened legions, over 200,000 second-rank awakenings, and 31 third-rank awakenings. The individuals he mentioned began appearing as the commanders of Shanglang 17 years ago, and have since become high-ranking third-rank warriors. However, their current exact strength is unclear. As for the father of Mula Emperor's force, he became a high-ranking third-rank warrior more than 40 years ago. Dong was also mentioned in his words. The special mineral of the safe zone is copper ore, which is incredibly tough, suitable for the crafting of spiritual tools. Furthermore, because of its central location, it is one of the main trade routes between Yuangang and the interior. Huang Yuan made a suggestion based on his experience. Therefore, I recommend that once we enter the city, we disguise ourselves as merchants. It will be more convenient that way. I was stationed here more than 20 years ago, so I know a bit about the situation here. It sounded reasonable, so he agreed. Then let's do as you suggest. Thank you for your hard work. He looked out the window, where the sun was slowly setting behind the mountains. In his mind, he continued to carefully calculate. The strength here was far stronger than the figures on the surface, so I can't take risks. If I want to reclaim this position, the first thing I need to do is strengthen my abilities, as quickly as possible. At the Shanglang safe zone, the voices of people standing in line mixed together in a loud uproar. Line up! Anyone who dares cut in line, break their legs right now. Yi Ming had disguised himself and successfully entered the city. As he walked, he carefully observed his surroundings. Most of the stalls in the domestic safe zone sold wild rats and similar goods, while those on the other side sold equipment. Suddenly, a soldier blocked his way, shouting loudly, "Stop! You haven't paid the entry fee and still want to enter the city?" Yi Ning, confused, asked him back, "Entry fee? We are foreign traders, and I'm a second-rank awakened. Do we still need to pay an entry fee?" The soldier didn't care and yelled even louder, "Traders have to pay even more. What's the big deal with being a second-rank awakened? This place has rules. Can't you understand? Where did these pastries come from?" Huang Yuan quickly handed over some money and said, "Sorry, sir. It's the first time our young master has come here. This is the entry fee for our trading team. Please accept it, soldier." The soldier remained arrogant, shouting loudly, "Once you're here, you're all just dogs and cats. Keep that tail between your legs, got it?" He took the card they handed him, cursing angrily. "What the hell is this? Are you dogs of the army? And this is the capital too." Then, a group of guards appeared and ordered the security team to arrest them. These people were from the capital and were here to take them in. And there was even a reward involved for this area. Yi Ming looked around and then asked, "Uncle Wang, what's going on?" He glanced around for a moment before answering, "It's been many years since I've been here. I never expected the situation to have gotten this bad." Fang, who was standing next to him, sensed the tension and asked, "Should we take action?" He shook his head. "If we make a move before even entering the city, things will become much harder later on." At that moment, Fang Hio's voice reached his ear. "Yi Ning, I heard you've arrived at Yuangang. I already asked someone to pick you up. If you encounter any trouble, just mention the name Tang Hai. You're still the young Master Yi of the second generation." He smiled faintly. Uncle Fang's help is truly invaluable. Then, he stepped forward to negotiate with the guards. "We're here to deliver goods to Tang Hai." One of the guards responded anxiously, "Tang Hai? Are you referring to Director Tang from the Materials Department? You people from the capital, you're being a bit too loud, aren't you?" Before he could reply, the guards advanced and threatened him. But from a distance, another figure rushed over and signaled repeatedly, "Stop! Stop right there!" The person who rushed over was none other than Director Tang of the Materials Department. In a stern voice, he asked, "Tang Hai, what are you all doing? How dare you touch Tang Hai's guests? This is the Shanglang safe zone." Director Tang of the Logistics Department, Tang Hai, could only stammer, "Director Tang." The guards gathered together, knelt on one knee, and began to explain, but in their hands were capital city identification cards. He immediately said, "So what if it's the capital? My clients all come from major trade associations. Is it not possible to do business there?" Then the guards responded in unison, "Yes, Director Tang." He then turned towards Yi Ning, respectfully speaking. This is young Master Yi. I sincerely apologize for making you feel wronged. Tonight I will make sure to treat you well and make amends. Yi Ning simply replied, "Please be careful, Director Tang." Wang Yuan wondered about the situation and asked, "Brother, are you also from the military? What's going on with the soldiers here? Why did you directly kill the capital's army upon encountering them? Although they weren't exactly welcomed before, it wasn't to this extent." Director Tang smiled and responded, "I think you might be mistaken. I'm not one of your military people. I was once saved by Sir Fang Hio. So hosting you all here is just a way to repay his kindness." He continued with a mocking tone. "As for the military, their current status here is not much different from rats running on the street, especially a while back. I heard that the military had some trouble with major forces, and a lot of people ended up dead." Hearing him speak, you immediately gave your own opinion. "No wonder Uncle Fang calls me young Master Ye. Besides the imposing power, it turns out Tang Hai is also not someone entirely trustworthy. I need to be more careful." They had arrived at Tianlang Palace, and the route Director Tang had taken them on was now ready for a break. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. First, I'll take you all to rest." Then he turned to ask Yi Ning, "Young Master Yi, do you know what the most captivating thing after the apocalypse is? Do you know what the true specialty of Yuan Gang is?" He led the three of them into the main hall. Yi Ning looked up at the large chandelier hanging in the center of the hall and was amazed. Tianlang Palace is truly magnificent. To build something like this must have cost over 10 million. This heavenly eye tool was supposed to be a blue object on the battlefield, yet here it was used as the central air conditioning system. Then someone appeared. It was the manager of Li Katna. She spoke up and asked, "Director Tang, is this distinguished guest here for you?" "Young Master Ye, is it?" He responded and gave some careful instructions. "Yes, tonight's banquet is set at the highest level. If these three distinguished guests are neglected, you know what the consequences will be." Kana bowed her head and spoke to Yi Ning. "Young Master Ye, you arrived just in time. We've just received a new shipment, and we hope young Master Yi can give us some guidance tonight." He observed her and asked, "Are you a second-rank awakener?" Director Tang replied with a playful, somewhat improper tone, "That's right. If young Master Yi is interested in Katna, you only need to say the word. Tonight, she will take the initiative to climb into your bed. Although she may be a bit older, her skills are exceptional. Of course, I still advise you to watch some other performances before deciding who you want to spend your time with." You placed your hand on his shoulder and said, "There's no rush with the performances. Let's first find a place to talk." After that, they sat down in the living room and chatted. Director Tang, as the host, took the initiative and said to young Master Yi, "Tianlang Palace is also considered my property. Almost everything here belongs to me. This place has a special soundproof barrier. If you want to know anything or need any assistance, feel free to ask directly." Upon hearing this, he immediately asked the question that had been on his mind. "First of all, I'm very curious about the conflict with the military you mentioned earlier. What exactly happened?" Director Tang then explained, "Actually, 2 years ago, the major forces here were still cooperating with the military, always ready to coordinate. After all, the military has great power and influence. But just 2 months ago, the military requested that Blood Shadow, as well as several major safe zones of Tianlang, deploy high-ranking personnel to protect the borders. This caused great dissatisfaction among the Grand Commanders, especially since the military, under the pretense of national interest, demanded our cooperation." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and bluntly saying, "We weren't protected by the military when the apocalypse happened, so why should we put in our efforts after the apocalypse?" Guang Yuan, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but voice his disagreement. He spoke up, "Director Tang, how can you say that? During the special event in the desert, we were short on resources. If the military hadn't sent high-level reinforcements, this place would have been destroyed long ago." He was angry, losing his composure as he stood up and tried to explain. "We've saved so many people too. Do you know how many soldiers have died here? Do you know how difficult the military situation was 20 years ago? Not to mention the zombie tide storm that happened 60 years ago. We even pushed monsters toward the north, which was better than releasing them toward the west. If we don't talk about these things, should we just forget them?" Hearing this, Director Tang also paused for a moment. Yi Ning sensed the atmosphere was quite tense, so he coughed a few times to remind him. Huang uncle, don't get too worked up. Sit down, and let's talk. Feeling that he had indeed gotten a bit too worked up, he took the initiative to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be impolite, but when I think of the comrades who sacrificed their lives in battle, I can't help but feel upset. Then, Director Tang tried to ease the tension by raising his glass. Young Master Yi, I truly apologize. I just wanted to remind you that we have to be very careful here. I'm not very good with words. Perhaps it's because I've been hearing since childhood that the military abandoned this land. So let's just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll punish myself with a drink, and I hope you'll join me. As he drank, he reflected on the conversation between the two of them. It seemed that the previous generation had distorted their memories and muddled up the concepts for their generation. Clearly, taking control of this place was much more difficult than they had originally anticipated. After finishing his drink, Yi Ning immediately continued with his main issue. We're not going to discuss the military matter anymore. Actually, the real reason I came here this time is for a personal matter. I want to buy the personal identification dossier of the Blood Shadow Legion commander, Ying Long. Director Tang, upon hearing this, immediately rebutted. The personal identification dossier. That's impossible. You probably don't know, but Blood Spear Ying Long, sir, has reached the 3-Tai peak level of power since 17 years ago. He mentioned that under the Blood Shadow Legion, there are 3 main safe zones, 16 key locations, and most importantly, energy ore mines. The personal identification dossier is a war trophy from the famous battle before he established the Blood Shadow Legion. There's no way he would sell it to you. Hearing this, Yi Ning tried another approach. Then could you introduce me to him? I want to talk to him and see if I can trade it for some other equipment. Director Tang shook his head and replied, Not only you, but even I don't have the qualifications to meet him. Since it seems unlikely, I've inquired, so if you have any information on his whereabouts nearby. Director Tang then said, I've heard that recently he's about to move to a newly formed dungeon, but I don't know exactly where it is. Yi Ning, upon hearing this information, cheerfully said, I can investigate the dungeon myself. Thank you, Director Tang. He responded, You're too polite. Afterward, Yi Ning continued to think quietly to himself, while Director Tang observed him. At this moment, in the previous life, a famous instance dungeon had appeared in Yuan Gang, and inside it, a legendary set of armor had once dropped. I think the only place that could have made him personally come was likely that dungeon. In this real world, the 3 of us have no chance to steal the facial feature collection from Ying Long. But it would be different once we enter the dungeon. If the blade is large enough, perhaps there's still a chance. After that, Director Tang clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He said, Young Master Yi, the work has been discussed, and now it's time to relax. I will let you experience what Tan Han enjoyed back then. Every horse here is a rare bloodline steed, and you're free to ride any of them. Next, he introduced a group of beautiful women, saying, Young Master Yi, these dancers are all carefully selected virgins, and they've been trained well, so they understand everything they need to. What's more, all of them are awakened ones. Although their level is not high, they can coordinate very well in any position. He excitedly continued, At any time, anywhere, in any position, no matter who it is, even if it's many of them. Are you still confused? Haven't settled yet? At that point, one of the girls from the 4 of them approached him, her body constantly striking flexible poses. She said, My lord, may I pour you a drink? Then, she flew straight toward him, her arm draping over his shoulder. Yi Ning was utterly bewildered. She raised the wine glass, drank from it, and then moved close to his lips. Yi Ning was stunned, and immediately stepped back, declining, No need. I'm not used to this. Director Tang, seeing this, immediately ordered, It seems that young Master Yi is very displeased with her service. Someone, take her down and punish her. Upon hearing this, he immediately explained, It's not like that. The main reason is that I'm worried that when my desires take over, I might not be able to control the force. They are all so fragile, and if I apply too much force, I might end up breaking them. At this moment, Yi Ning was extremely frightened and panicked. I can't ruin young Master Yi, the 2nd generation. I need to find an excuse to back out first. It seemed that Director Tang had misunderstood his meaning. Young Master Yi, why didn't you say so earlier? Young people like to play with flowers. They all want something exciting. Well, you've come to the right place today. He had a bad feeling. The man then ordered the beautiful women. You all step back and invite Miss Chu Yang of the third rank up. They reluctantly retreated to the side. The three of them were stunned when they heard Director Tang's words. He spoke aloud. Third rank? Huang Yuan was astonished and thought to himself, can a third rank even be used as a toy here? Has it really become this lawless? Fan Fang said nothing, but her gaze was cold and sharp. Director Tang placed his hand on his shoulder, as if to comfort him. Young Master Ye, you don't need to doubt it. Like I said, a third rank is a third rank. Moreover, she has an astonishing appearance, absolutely fitting your tastes. Not only that, Miss Chu Yang is not some worthless thing we created on purpose. She's a true awakened third rank. Her strength might even surpass yours. Her temperament, her beauty. I'm bold enough to say, she is the finest in the entire nation age. After hearing Director Tang's words, he couldn't help but ask. According to what Director Tang said, you really admire Miss Chu Yang. Yet you still dared to offer her to me. The man explained. If I could keep her for myself, I definitely wouldn't do this. But Miss Chu Yang has quite an arrogant personality. She's not the type to flatter anyone. You don't know this, do you? How many safety zone commanders have tried to get her into their bed, but all have failed? Director Tang mentioned another name to convince him. Even Ying Long, the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, was attracted to Miss Chu Yang, but he couldn't even touch a hair on her head. He marveled. Ying Long. Director Tang responded. Yes, that name Chu Yang was given by Sir Ying Long himself. So today, I'm just inviting her here. Whether you can have her or not depends on you. Miss Chu Yang arrived, a girl in a red outfit, her figure and aura completely different from the four girls earlier. He was momentarily stunned. Seeing his reaction, Director Tang laughed heartily. Young Master Yi, your expression is exactly like mine when I first met her. He added with a soft reminder. But you need to be mentally prepared. If you can spend even a few moments with Miss Chu Yang, you'll be doing well. Don't treat her lightly. Suddenly, he made a request. Director Tang, could you give Miss Chu Yang this seat? I want to get a closer look at her. Old Tang was bewildered. Then he suppressed a laugh and had to say, young people really are full of vigor. Very well, I'll give you the seat. Director Tang rose from his chair and sat to one side. Inwardly, he was amused. Wern, you just pretending to stay calm. And now you can't hold back already. Young people are truly impolite. Let's see what kind of spectacle you'll make next asterisk. Su Yang stepped closer and politely called his name. Young Master Yi. He replied, Miss Su Yang, please don't be so formal. He tapped the empty space beside him, indicating for her to sit. Come sit here, so I can admire you properly. Su Yang looked displeased and snorted. Young Master Ye, you're being very rude. You don't object, yet you act astonished with such pleasure. What is it? Is everyone allowed to be rude to me? Fan Fang, beside her, stood up in fury, radiating menace. Miss Chu Yang, if you dare cause trouble, I can kill you within 3 seconds. Huang Yuan, seeing this, was startled and realized. This was the aura of approaching third-rank peak. Director Tang, both anxious and astonished, said, This Yining boy must think he's strong. Doesn't he fear jade shattering into pieces? He spoke to defuse the situation. Young Master Yi, that's really not appropriate. Hearing that, he also gave an order to Fang Fang. Indeed, that's not right. 009. Miss Chu Yang and I, though we've just met, already feel like old acquaintances. We're not enemies. Relax a little. She obeyed the order. Understood. Afterward, he stepped closer to Xu Yang, his hand brushing her face, and asked, Miss Chu Yang, I think we've met somewhere before, haven't we? He teased further. Was it in a dream, or in a past life, perhaps? Su Yang, who had been shocked just moments ago, now found herself irritated by his playful remarks. Young Master Yi, it seems that not only are you handsome, but you're also quite the smooth talker. I'll temporarily overlook your earlier loss. Xu Yang then bowed slightly and poured a glass of wine, offering it with a smile. Please allow me to offer you a drink. Director Tang, witnessing the scene, was left in disbelief. What was going on here? How could this happen? It had cost him a whole 30,000 credits, just to get her to share a drink with him. But Yi Ming, how was he able to do this? Was rudeness and speaking so bluntly acceptable now? From the way he looked at her, he could easily discern her true identity. The disguise could alter her appearance, but how could it hide her aura and the murderous intent that surrounded her? He sneered quietly. Xu Yang. She was clearly the former captain of the Blood Wolf team. He studied her, his mind racing with calculations for his next steps, but according to what Tang Hai had said, there had indeed been a Miss Xu Yang here before. But now, she had been replaced by Lin Lan. After all, the disguise props had a limited lifespan, and using them for an entire year would be very costly. So it wasn't really necessary to go that far. This time, she appeared in Xu Yang's form. She must be aiming for me. First, don't expose her. Play along. Wait until there's no one on the bed. Then, interrogate her slowly. Xu Yang raised her glass. Yi Ning said loudly, "It smells good." Then she immediately explained, "Of course. This is the specialty of Yuan Gang." Before she finished, Yi Ning cut her off, emptied the wine from his glass, and said, "I meant you." Xu Yang was stunned and couldn't reply. "You carry her in your arms," Xu Yang said. "Young Master Yi, aren't you rushing things?" He retorted at once. A priceless moment hung in the air, and as for foreplay, we can take our time back in the room. After that he carried her away. Xu Yang continued in that tone. "Young Master Yi, won't your female bodyguard be jealous? I don't want to be killed within 3 seconds. He reassured her, "Don't worry. If you die, you'll die in my bed." Director Tang recalled, what exactly was that earlier act of licking the railing? Lin Lan put an arm around his shoulders, while scheming in her mind. What Xu Yang said wasn't wrong. The colder and more discreet one appears, the easier men are to trap. But on the bed, Yi Lin and Yi Ning were no exception. Now that the most troublesome bodyguard had been removed, if he wanted her to die on the bed, he only had to say so. He threw her onto the bed and said, "Miss Xu Yang, we've reached the battlefield." Yi Ning moved closer to her, gently taking her hand. "These legs of yours, if you wore something like black stockings, it might look even better," he said softly. "Tell me, which way do you prefer to start?" Lin Lan quickly interrupted, shaking her head. "Don't rush. First, we should shower and change. It'll feel more comfortable. I'll wait for you on the bed." He reached out lightly, and she could only chuckle nervously. "You're just teasing me. Honestly, if anyone should go first, it should be you." He attempted to brush her hair from her face, but she gently stopped him. She wasn't sure if it was impatience or excitement on his part, but she preferred to take things slowly. Though she knew he was eager, now was still too soon. She turned away and got off the bed, heading toward the bathroom. "All right, I'll go first," she said. Inside the bathroom, Lin Lan turned on the shower and stood under the warm water, letting it wash over her as she tried to calm herself. "Stay calm, stay composed. I can't let him take the lead completely." Her expression grew somber as memories surfaced. Was her body's weakness due to the lingering effects of past humiliations? The more she thought about it, the more frustration and regret she felt. This shouldn't have happened. After that incident, in order to survive, she had sought Lu Tianming's protection. And since then, she had long felt disconnected from this body. What was there to be ashamed of now? She thought of Xiao Yu, her younger sister, struggling against illness. Was this her body's way of resisting death? But what could she do? If she didn't die, Xiao Yu would. Though uneasy, she was relieved Xu Yang had gone to the capital to care for the girl in her stead. She hoped that once this mission succeeded, Lu Tianming would keep his promise. She calculated that the only option left was mutual destruction, to strip bare if necessary, to lower his guard first. After all, there was a small nuclear device implanted in her body. She only needed to wait for the chance to mate, and then trigger it with her spiritual power to end everything forever. This life would have to end here. Yi Ning waited outside the bed. He hadn't expected her to agree, yet she truly had consented to bathe first. She could never possibly love me, he thought. If not, then it means she doesn't want to kill me with an external weapon. Could she really intend to perish with me? In the previous battle, she had shown a ferocious will to live. Someone like that wouldn't risk her life for revenge lightly. Unless this was a last resort, and she had been forced into it. There must be someone orchestrating her from behind the scenes. You remembered Lu Tianming. In your mind, you meticulously analyzed the situation. At this stage, if someone could investigate your movements, and even organize things so carefully, it was likely only Lu Tianming's faction who could pull it off. Before killing Lin Lan, you needed to figure out where Xu Yang truly was, and then use Xu Yang to get closer to Ying Long to obtain information. Lin Lan stepped out of the bathroom, her feet still wet, and she wore a bathrobe. She said to you, "I'm done with my shower. It's your turn now." Seeing her, you teasingly said, "It seems that with you dressed like this, I have no desire to take a shower anymore." Then she climbed onto you and said, "Even if you don't need to shower, at least you should take your clothes off." You grabbed her hand, agreeing with her, "Let me do it myself," and then pinned her down, the movement smooth and swift. Lin Lan didn't have time to react. "What do you want to do?" Lin Lan asked. Yi Ning smiled and replied, "I like to play from behind." With one hand, he opened the wardrobe, took out a piece of rope, and then tied her hands. Lin Lan, still lying beneath him, continued to tease. "Young Master Ye, how would you like to play? I'll indulge you, but right now you haven't even taken off your own clothes, so you don't seem very sincere." Hearing this, you laughed, removed your robe, and said, "Don't rush, I'm taking it off now." When Lin Lan saw you taking off your robe, she became excited and said, "Hurry up, I've been holding back for so long. Let me experience it today." What did it feel like to die and be reborn? Yi Ning draped the robe over her body and said, "Come here." Lin Lan immediately shouted, "Why did you stop taking it off?" Then he wrapped the cloak tightly around her and said cheerfully, "It's because my outer attire is epic-level gear, capable of withstanding a nuclear bomb. If, by any chance, you self-destruct and destroy this fine bed, I wouldn't be able to pay for it." Lin Lan panicked upon being exposed. What do you mean?" He wrapped her in the cloak and bound her. She lay sprawled on the floor. Yi Ning crossed his arms and looked at her, questioning. "Lin Lan, stop pretending. From the moment I stepped through the door, that familiar aura made me suspect it was you. When I casually probed, you inadvertently released killing intent. That only proves my point." At this moment, Lin Lan stopped denying it and shouted loudly, No way. My disguise prop, a regular third rank, can't be broken so easily." He smiled and replied, "I'm afraid you've forgotten. I'm not just a regular third rank. Besides, I'm a third rank with a useless willpower system, just like what your people say." He kicked her and began interrogating. "Now, if you self-destruct, it won't mean anything, except for you. If you don't want to face the consequences, you can speak up. Tell me, and I'll consider sparing you. First, was it Lu Qianming who sent you here?" Lin Lan was tightly bound and had no other option but to compromise. "I'll confess, but at least let me get out of this first." Yi Ning agreed to her request. "All right then, but I'm warning you, with my current strength, you'd better not try to play any tricks on me." She poked her head out and gritted her teeth. "He's the one who brought me here. But if you intend to use this matter against him, I'll self-destruct immediately." Hearing that, he asked in puzzlement, "You've already confessed everything, yet you're still thinking about self-destruction? Seems like that old man's got something on you, Ma. Aside from death, what else could make you so afraid? Could it be your family?" Lin Lan muttered gloomily, "If you already know that much, then what's the point of asking?" Then he asked, "So where is the real Xu Yang now?" Lin Lan answered honestly, "She went to the capital, taking my place to look after our younger sister." Upon hearing this, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, the capital, that complicates things. If I want to approach Ying Long quickly, I'll probably still have to rely on Lin Lan's disguise asterisk. He questioned her further, "You can play the role of Xu Yang so flawlessly? You must have quite a close relationship with her, right? Compared to her, how much do you really know about this distant frontier?" Lin Lan explained, "Xiao Yu, Xu Yang, and I all grew up in Yuan Gang. We're as close as sisters." She then went on to explain how things turned out this way. "Later, I took the injured Xiao Yu to the capital to find healing resources. To earn money, I joined the livestock team. Xu Yang took advantage of her beauty to form connections with powerful men in the Yuan Gang region, all in order to make money for Xiao Yu." Yi Ning listened with discomfort and shouted at her, "I'm not interested in hearing your excuses, especially considering you've killed so many innocent awakened people. So just get to the point." Lin Lan could only respond, "I know everything about Xu Yang, and I understand this entire Yuan Gang region as well." Yi Ning then sat down, pointed at her, and made a concession. "First, I will show you the benefits I can offer. Not only can I save your life, but I can also rescue your sister from Lu Qianming. At the same time, the healing resources from Lu Qianming that I can offer are just as abundant as his. Hearing this, she asked, "What are your conditions?" He raised her chin with one hand and smiled, saying, "It's very simple. All you need to do is continue to disguise your face and help me get the identity prototype from Ying Long." Lin Lan quickly refused. "Ying Long? That's impossible. You're overestimating Xu Yang, and at the same time, underestimating the value of that item to Ying Long." As he untied his ropes, he said, "Isn't there a rumor that Ying Long is pursuing Xu Yang? Asking him for that thing, is it really so impossible?" Lin Lan chuckled and said, "Pursuing her? Wanting that thing? Do you really think it's that simple? Huh? Do you really believe there's someone so servile? Ying Long's so-called pursuit is just for the thrill. People like him would rather spend money than dream of getting resources." Lin Lan mused for a moment and continued, "They don't even have enough resources for themselves, so if anyone actually wanted to take something from them, do you know what price Xu Yang would have to pay? Sleep with them. That's basically like killing the hen to get the egg. No, that's not right. It's killing the hen and still not being sure you'll get any eggs." She fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Can you explain why? Why is Xu Yang so adored? Because of her arrogance?" Lin Lan replied, "Because they can never have it themselves. That's why Xu Yang can." Yi Ning knew he couldn't use Lin Lan the way he had imagined. He loosened her bindings and said, "I understand. Then at least can you help me find his schedule and route? Or better yet, take me to him." Hearing that, she looked alarmed and asked, "You only go after Ying Long. Do you not value your life? He's at 3rd rank peak. Killing him would be like killing a dog." Yi Ming answered only, "You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I say." She rubbed her wrists where the ropes had been and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you and use Ying Long's hand to kill you?" Yi Ming replied confidently, "You won't do that. To be blunt, if you actually did, the price you pay would be no less than if you killed me yourself. And do you know what else? Not only would you die, your sister wouldn't live through it either." Yu bluntly continued, "Of course, if it weren't for your betrayal, whether I live or die wouldn't concern you at all. But as for me, I guarantee that no matter what happens, I will never betray you or Xu Yang." Lin Lan found this acceptable and agreed with you, saying, "If you say it like that, then I truly have no reason to refuse working with you." After that, Yi Ming took a scroll of paper from his belongings. He unrolled it and held it out in front of her. "This is the life and death contract for this transaction. All the terms and commitments are laid out in it. Signing it is a guarantee for both you and me." Lin Lan replied, "This really seems to benefit me in every way, with no downside. After all, you're after Ying Long. You were originally seeking death, so there's no need for me to betray you." Without hesitation, she placed her hand on the contract and said, "If you die, I will not only have completed the task, but also be able to withdraw safely. If you don't die, then according to the contract, you'll have to fulfill the promises you've made." Then they both stepped out of the living room. Director Tang, seeing you come out, immediately asked, "Young Master Ye, why are you done so soon?" You responded, "It's not like that. After making my move, Miss Xu Yang can really only watch from afar, she can't play around." Director Tang, hearing this, was very pleased. He chuckled and said, "I told you earlier, didn't I? Have you learned it now?" Then Yi Ning made a proposal to him. "Miss Xu Yang wants to take us to the Blood Shadow safe zone to pay respects to Lord Ying Long. Director Tang, could you provide a spiritual energy aircraft?" At the mention of Ying Long, Director Tang exclaimed, "What? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Lan, standing behind, spoke for him. "Director Tang, don't worry, I'm only arranging a meeting and a conversation." He added, "Yes, Director Tang, it's just a courtesy visit, just to meet and inquire. There won't be any problems." In the end, he consented. Arranging an energy aircraft was a trivial matter. Kindly, he offered a gentle reminder to him. "But before you go, I want to stress something. Why can't Ying Long's combat power be detected? If a fight really breaks out, even Lord Fang Hio might not be guaranteed victory. You all should be fully aware of that." He replied firmly, "I understand, Director Tang. Rest assured." At the Blood Shadow Legion's one safe zone, Yi Ming's group's aircraft arrived and prepared to land. The guards immediately surrounded them and ordered, "Shut down the engines." Everyone disembarked in turn and presented their ID cards. If there's any other movement, kill without asking. He looked around and said, security here is clearly much tighter. Compared to the Shanglang safe zone, we should disguise ourselves to be safer. Disguise gear, activate. Director Tang walked over, handed them some items, and said, gentlemen, this is our young master. Young Master Yi, on Director Tang's orders, has come here to conduct a supply transaction. Here is a small gift. Please accept it. The guard, holding the weight in his hands, snorted coldly. At least you know the rules. Come in and remember, you can stay for a maximum of 3 days. After that, you must report again at the Shanlang safe zone. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Lan, disguised as Su Yang, coming from behind. He shouted, Miss Su Yang. She stepped forward and handed him her card. He quickly waved his hand, saying, you don't need to be checked. We don't know Miss Chu Yang. Are you on the warship? Are you heading to the safe zone this time? Lin Lan replied, I want to visit the commander's area. Can you arrange that? The guard agreed immediately. No problem at all. We will arrange someone. We'll escort the young lady there. He turned around and called to his men. Where is everyone? Get the third-rank bodyguards ready to clear the way immediately. Make sure Miss Chu Yang's safety is guaranteed. Yi Ning couldn't help but feel secretly pleased upon seeing this scene. He hadn't expected Su Yang's identity to be so useful here. Couldn't it be because of the rumors in the martial world? Does Ying Long like Su Yang? The guard explained to her, Miss Chu Yang, if you wish to meet Sir Ying Long, there's no problem with your safety, but those people in the Shanglang safe zone are not within our jurisdiction to arrange for. Lin Lan calmly replied, there's no need for everyone to arrange this. Just let them handle it themselves. After that, Lin Lan was led inside by the guards, while the others were stopped. He thought to himself, as expected from what she had said earlier, the level of treatment was indeed worlds apart. To meet Ying Long, they had to take her first, and only then could they figure out how to recommend the rest of them. Afterward, their group also began to move. Let's go, follow the original plan. First, let's head to the commercial night market and see the situation here. Then we can wait for news smoothly. At the #1 safe zone of the Blood Shadow Court commercial night market, they entered the market, where the surroundings were lively and noisy. The voices of merchants mixed with the atmosphere. Yuan Hao carefully observed the surroundings and said, Young Master Yi, the development here is much better than it was 10 years ago. The level of prosperity here can be compared to the areas around the capital. Have you noticed? The small vendors here can afford to pay for electricity. Not only that, but their management is also much more organized than Shanglang's. He thought to himself, with an administrative system and military control regulations as complete as this, it's clear that the ambitions of the Blood Shadow Corp are not trivial. Suddenly, a vendor shouted, Come over here, come here, don't miss out. You look over there, and the crowd catches your attention. Why are there so many people gathered around? Let's go see. The center of this crowd is a merchant, a man who traffics in people. The latest goods from the Black Camel Trading Guild are now on display. If you're interested, feel free to make an offer directly. He boldly advertised a bound man, prying his mouth open and showcasing him repeatedly. Come, take a look at these teeth. They're all completely healthy and well-maintained. At this age, having such good teeth proves he had a proper diet and a strong body. Buy him as a slave, and you can use him however you wish. Yuan Hao, standing beside, remarked, They're probably a slave trade caravan. The people up there were likely captured after a raid on a gathering place. This sort of thing often happens in areas like Yuan Gang. Fang, standing next to him, gritted his teeth and said, Isn't there also a female slave over there? The human trafficker is also called a madam. She's auctioning off these slave girls for 400 points each. Gentlemen, this is the lowest price. Take a look. All the ones we see here are still very young. The low-quality ones have already been sold off to the mines. A man from the crowd shouted loudly, 400 is too expensive. She grabbed the girl's hand and continued, 400 is still a bargain, huh? They've all been trained, and many are still virgins. Just look at this child's hands, so soft, like green onions. She's pretty and obedient too. Rest easy, sir. However you want to play with her, the girl won't resist. Her family is still being held in our mine. She knows everything, even if horses flew up into the sky. A man below sneered craftily and said, Is she really still a virgin? I have to see for myself before I'll buy. The madam immediately refused. Come up here to inspect. That's impossible. If people see her, how could I ever sell her again? Rest assured. If the claimed virginity proves false, we'll pay 10 times. The man below grew more obstinate. If I can't inspect, I won't buy. So the madam seized the girl's breasts. The girl gave a cry. The madam then said, "Sir, did you hear that voice? That's a cry. If it weren't the cry of a virgin, could it sound like that? Well, are the two of you buying or not?" 2 people, 750. Hearing the bargain, the man hesitated. Actually, it wasn't bad, but 750 points could buy several hundred kilograms of food. Besides, they were ordinary people, not awakened ones. Apart from entertainment, they were useless. The madam above laughed. Just a few hundred points, and you still expect awakened people. Are you talking nonsense? Yi Ning frowned and said, "Those girls brought here probably won't live more than 2 or 3 years. Yuan Hao at his side, hearing him, asked, "Young Master Ye, do you want to buy them? Even if you do, it's pointless. Although it's pitiful, the numbers are just too many. Even if we buy up this batch, there will be another batch, and then another after that. Besides, even if you manage to save this group, if you don't take them away from here, they'll very likely be sold next time, unless you can deal with the root of the system here." Yi Ning's expression darkened. He said sharply, "Uncle Wang, you're right. It's like pouring hot water into water. Not only does it fail to solve the problem, it could even scald people to death. If we want to eradicate it at the root, we have to pull the firewood out from under the flames." Fang Fang pointed in one direction and asked, "Quick, look at the person being tortured over there. Is that one of ours?" Looking where she pointed, they saw a group of soldiers holding chains and dragging people dressed in the same clothes. Their mouths were gagged. Yuan Hao felt a chill of recognition. Weren't those uniforms the kit of the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps? One soldier shouted, "You still dare to cause a disturbance?" The guard jabbed his baton straight into those people. "You better behave yourself, you bitch. You think I'm letting you make trouble? You were beaten down and collapsed. The people behind you could only whimper." The woman standing at the back glared at the guards with righteous fury. Seeing that, the guard stepped forward and sneered, "You woman, you don't resist and just stare at me. What do you mean by that? They used to protect you. But today, in front of them, I'll tear you to pieces." Yi Ming watched the scene and could only decide, if I can't act today, then I must. That female soldier was someone I had known in a past life. The aggressive guard, dagger in hand, pressed it straight toward the woman's eye. "You motherfucker, you want to look. See if I don't gouge your dog's eye out," he snarled. Suddenly a voice called out, "Stop." The guard turned toward the sound. The captain shouted, "Lu Hai, that's enough." Startled, Lu Hai let out a cry. The captain yelled again, "Have you got a brain, or are you crazy? You've ruined the goods like this. How do you expect us to sell anything? Don't you know those things are very picky? If they don't fetch a good price, I'll cut you up and sell you." Yi Ning breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed they wanted to sell, so nothing serious had happened for the moment. There was still hope. If she could save them without resorting to violence, that would be best. The captain pointed at the girl, irritated. "Tell me, are you brainless or sick? Holding her like that, who'd want this woman anymore?" Yi Ning frantically explained, "Boss, these soldiers are all awakened, and they're 2nd rank. It's not easy for anything to happen to them, is it? Besides, they dared to cause trouble. This woman keeps glaring at me, and some of our brothers were already killed by them." He kept babbling. "Fine. Since there are so many people here today, sell them quickly. If we can make up for the losses, consider it revenge. I see a few people from powerful factions coming, very likely connected to the banquet Lord Yinglong is hosting today. They'll certainly be interested in these goods." No sooner had he finished speaking than the captain turned back, not forgetting to order his men to lift them onto the platform, then called the madam over to handle these high-priced wares. Night fell quickly. The madam stood amid the traffickers and called out, "The grand finale has arrived. Masters, please come and take a look. Yuan Gang Construction Corp, provincial level, 2nd rank. Anyone who has a grudge against the army or wants to sample something new must not, under any circumstances, miss this round." Those below could not help but get excited. Military people were top-quality goods. Buying these would bring great prestige. This little thing, Yuan Hao said angrily. Yi Ning. He immediately put a hand over his mouth. Xiao, Uncle Wang, I'm young Master Yi now. I'll save these people, don't worry. Startled, the old man hurriedly replied, Forgive me, young Master Yi. I was so enraged I acted foolishly. Let me take these people away to avoid having to intervene later and thus implicate you. Yi Ning whispered, Uncle Wang, if trouble really breaks out later, I can't stand by either. Besides, if a fight happens, you alone won't be able to get out of here. Above the stands, Lu Hai began to entice. Let's auction this item first. A second-rank peak awakener, a lackey of the military, and also a lieutenant. His strength is quite impressive. Just look at the murderous aura. You'll understand. The madam beside him pouted, Dear gentleman, as long as you win the auction, we'll train him for free. She even added that having him kneel and eat shit would be no problem. Buying this door guard would also add some prestige. The starting price is 70,000 trade points, with each increased by 10,000. The crowd below began to stir. A second-rank peak, and he's from the military. This item is very interesting. 70,000 starting price. I'll offer 80,000. He sneered, mocking the idea of buying him to guard the door. These disgusting, despicable soldiers. Another man spoke up. I'll offer 90,000. The first man immediately interrupted. I bid. Manager Chow frowned. Sir, I am Manager Chow of the Shattering Bone Arena. How about showing me some respect and letting me take him, so I can make the boss happy? The man was taken aback. I didn't know Manager Chow was gracing us with his presence. If you've taken a liking to him, then please, feel free. Upon hearing the name, the crowd started to assess the situation. Though Manager Chow wasn't particularly strong, the Shattering Bone Arena was backed by a high-level third rank, with several other third ranks under their command. People began to think, in terms of strength, it might even surpass our small private safety district. Who would dare to compete with him? Manager Xiao quickly stepped up to the podium. No need for training. Just send this one to our arena. Coincidentally, we're lacking this type in the arena. I want to see if he can defeat that mutated form. It's been a while since we've witnessed a brutal, no-holds-barred fight. Apart from this batch, are there any other types? Just introduce them directly to me. If they're suitable, I'll buy a few more. If you meet me, consider yourselves lucky. Upon hearing this, the madam became excited. Yes, yes. Lu Hai smiled enthusiastically. Please take a look at this one. Second rank, mid-tier long-range type. When we captured him, we lost 2 people. When it was one-on-one with him, there was also this scout here. He's also mid-tier second rank, although he's only responsible for scouting. When he risks his life, he's just as crazy as a madman. Plus, this tall and burly one from the strength class. His abilities are also quite impressive. The woman spoke up. That's right, sir, you can see the look in their eyes, full of killing intent. These goods are all from the other side, often fighting with awakened people from foreign lands. Sir, why not just buy them all? Manager Chao Chen. Wait a moment, let me think. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the girl behind them. Is this woman also a second rank in the army? Bring her out here. I want to see her figure. The madam broke out in a cold sweat at this. Manager Xiao, isn't your place more suited for finding someone to kill monsters? This one isn't quite suitable. I dare not hide it from you, sir. We intend to teach these types a lesson, then sell them off. He frowned. Just tell me if you're going to hand her over or not. Why so many words? What do I need her for? Can you control me? What's wrong with women? Nowadays, it's even trending to see women fighting without clothes. The madam flinched noticeably. Master Chow, please don't be angry. I'll bring her to you right away. The fake pervert looked at the girl, a sly thought forming in his mind. A second-rank female soldier from the military fighting monsters, while not wearing clothes. That scene would be so exciting. If we add some special mutated bodies, who knows? At this thought, he couldn't help but feel excited. Manager Xiao silently affirmed, such a barbaric performance will surely excite the big shots. Below, Yuan Hao was about to lose his temper. Yi Ning, knowing he was enraged by these perverts, spoke up to calm him. Juan uncle, don't be in a hurry. Let's watch a bit more. We'll wait until they total the price. Immediately, the girl was brought before him. The madam enthusiastically said, Here she is, Manager Xiao. Please see the reaction of everyone. She's definitely a beauty of the army. He couldn't resist and stepped forward to caress her face. It was already wild-looking. Her body and face weren't bad at all. She was a little gem. Then he ordered his subordinates. Strip her of her clothes, she's covered in blood. Can't make out anything on her. The man immediately heard the order clearly. With the master's permission, the man eagerly pounced on the girl like a wild beast, ready to tear into his prey. The guard laughed cunningly. If it weren't for the collar that suppresses their abilities, these people would have already destroyed this place. True enough. Looking at your helpless appearances, you probably couldn't even touch a single finger of her, could you? Today is a lucky day for you, so take your time and enjoy it. The madam quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, this isn't quite appropriate. If Manager Chow changes his mind, it will be very difficult for us to sell to other big figures. Upon hearing this, the subordinate hesitated. He angrily slapped the madam's face and shouted, "Damn it, you think I would regret it? Ridiculous. Is 350,000 enough to wrap it all up?" Lu Hai joyfully responded, "Enough. That's enough." He then lunged at the girl again, grinning maliciously. If Manager Chow wants her, of course, we have to listen to him. You filthy bitch, so today's your turn. Huh. At that moment, Yi Ning suddenly spoke up. Wait, 400,000. I'll take it all, including every slave here. I also want the Shanglang safe zone. Manager Xiao was taken aback. The Shanglang safe zone? Who are you? Yi Ning replied. Hearing Tianlang Palace, Manager Xiao sneered dismissively. Just a small Tianlang Palace, and you dare come here to compete with me. At this moment, a voice of Xiang Han rang out. 410,000 from the Blood Shadow Legion. Anyone else get out? The crowd murmured. Blood Shadow Legion. Quickly step aside. Manager Xiao couldn't help but step back, startled. The Blood Shadow Legion. I'll withdraw, no more bidding. Upon hearing this overwhelming force, Yi Ning also fell silent, observing quietly. The madam looked dispirited. The camel slave caravan. Welcome. What do you need? Just give a cough, and we will deliver directly to you. The leader of the group shouted. You old madam, stop talking like we won't pay you. Everyone knows that the rules in the Blood Shadow safe zone are strict. Don't worry, we won't stiff you. The newcomer quickly issued orders. Where are men? Bring the money over. His soldiers immediately complied. Understood, Captain. Yi Ning then raised his voice again. I bid 420,000. I said it's an auction. Whoever bids higher wins. I believe the Blood Shadow Legion wouldn't break the rules of the safe zone. Right. The crowd around them whispered. Damn, he dares to fight the Blood Shadow Legion for someone. Is this kid from Shanglang safe zone insane? The captain of the Blood Shadow Legion looked over with disdain. Rules? Fine, then I bid 430,000. Shanglang safe zone. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Yi Ning continued bidding. 440,000. How much more will you add? He felt a bit bitter inside. Kid, do you think your position in the Shanglang safe zone is that important? Do you really dare challenge me? Yi Ning replied indifferently. An auction concerns financial resources. What does that have to do with one's status? Unless you intend to break the rules and use your position to intimidate people. Captain Blood Shadow sneered. What a cocky tone. You got a lot of money, do you? He held up 2 cards. Is 1 million enough? If not, I'll add another 1 million. The crowd flinched again. Damn it, people from the Shanglang safe zone are that loaded. So what if you have money? What good does it do? Do you really think those rules can bind the Blood Shadow Legion? How naive. Their bidding is just for show. If they really wanted someone, they wouldn't need to say a word. That brat would be dead for sure. The madam was secretly alarmed. If we hadn't crossed the Blood Shadow Legion, we'd already be rich. And the auctioneer here is secretly cautious too. 2 million to buy us as slaves? This makes no sense at all. What exactly does this person want to do with us? Only then did Captain Blood Shadow begin to entertain a wicked thought. I really don't have the authority to mobilize assets over 1 million. But the rules above still exist. It seems I'll have to play an underhanded trick on it. With that in mind, he shouted, Shotland, most people from your safe zone are big shots. I know them all. How could I not recognize you? Why do you want to buy these people? Are you a spy for the army? Yi Ning replied calmly. I work in the logistics department of the Shanglang safe zone. At Tianlang Palace, we also want to start a business through this bloodshed. To build a reputation, I need these people. He shouted back loudly, nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering the cost, unlike you. Guards, arrest them all and bring them in for interrogation. I have serious doubts about their identities and intentions. Please cooperate and come with us. Shall he whispered to him. Should we make a move? I can take them all down in a single strike, Yi Ning said indifferently. So can I. But not yet. Xu Yang and I already sent word. We need to wait for news from the other side first. Judging by the timing, it should be about now. With that, he raised his voice. From the looks of it, the Blood Shadow Corp doesn't intend to negotiate, but plans to use force instead. Haven't you all always proclaimed to the world that you believe in fairness and would never bully others with power? The Blood Shadow Captain's face darkened. Bullying others with power. Stop trying to frame us. 2 days ago, we received intel saying that a group of military spies had secretly infiltrated our safe zone to rescue their people. Why do I get the feeling that group might just be you? Yi Ning decided firmly. Fight to the end. Then, if that's how it is, I don't mind going with you. But if later Lord Yinglong invites me to the banquet, then it can only mean you'll be the ones escorting me there. As for what I'll say at that banquet, I can't make any promises. He sneered. Listen to this guy. You actually dared to use Sir Yinglong to threaten us? You fool. The banquet started long ago, and you're still standing here spouting off. If they don't know their place, we'll have to beat some sense into them first. At the same time, after checking the system, Captain Blood Shadow started and shouted, Stop this at once. He then bowed slightly as he passed. Yes, young Master Yi, my sincere apologies. They barged into the temple of the Dragon King. I truly did not know you were a guest of Sir Yinglong. I will arrange for the guards to escort you there. Yi Ning mocked lightly. This Sir sure changes his face quickly. I still preferred your earlier insolent, defiant look. He broke into a nervous sweat and hastily escorted the guest from the Shanglang safe zone to the central area, unwilling to risk offending him. Yi Ning then issued orders to his men. Old Wang, take these soldiers and find a place to station them. I'll come back to inspect the goods later. Shall he? Let's go meet Sir Yinglong. Both replied clearly in unison. Yes, young Master Yi. At the Tian Lang estate, Yi Ning and his group had already arrived. Yi Ning swept his gaze around, assessing silently. Just as he had expected, all the guests here were senior members of the private forces in the surrounding area, while the nameless foot soldiers would not be warmly received. The reason why the Blood Shadow team was so polite to us earlier was completely due to the message passed down from above, layer by layer, until it reached Yinglong himself, who personally extended the invitation. After that, he said to Xiaodi, let's be a little more modest. We should just stand in a corner and observe secretly. She immediately responded clearly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Lan had already positioned herself, waiting for everyone. Upon seeing Yi Ning, she loudly exclaimed, There's quite a stir here. Who is this person? Is he really important enough to be personally welcomed by Miss Xu Yang? In contrast to the crowd, Yi Ning felt quietly displeased. What does this woman want? Didn't I ask her to stay away? How appropriate is it for the host of this banquet to go greet someone else? Seeing him hesitate, Lin Lan shouted, Little brother, hurry up and bring your girlfriend to sit next to me. I've saved you a spot. Yi Ning was taken aback by her words, but thanks to that, he was no longer under attack. So she's his older sister, no wonder. Yi Ning quickly went over. Thanks, sis. Shall he? Let's go back to our spot. The crowd kept discussing. I've never heard that Miss Xu Yang has a little brother before. Maybe he's an adopted brother. Even if that's the case, he's not someone you'd think. Didn't you see he has a girlfriend? As soon as Yi Ning sat down, he impatiently asked, What do you want? Lin Lan whispered, Didn't you say before that you wanted to observe Yinglong? This position is the most suitable. Besides, I've already told Yinglong that you're my adopted brother, a very capable person, you know. If we don't do it this way, you wouldn't be able to get in here at all. He tried to whisper as naturally as possible. Didn't she realize that by doing this, she was putting me in a very dangerous situation? Lin Lan smiled lightly. Are you already scared even before Yinglong arrives? You still want to scheme against Yinglong like this? Don't you think that's truly ridiculous? He replied, It's not like that. I don't like accepting dangers that are beyond my control. Unfortunately, Lin Lan continued, Ying Long is the master here. Everything is not in your hands. Yi Ning's face betrayed her thoughts. Clearly, she was testing how I would handle situations to see if she should side with me, and indeed, it was quite cunning. This kind of provocation wouldn't be considered betrayal, so she had nothing to fear. I had to hold firm, never let myself fall into a disadvantaged position. Before she could pull herself together, a surge of red energy immediately poured in. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yi Ning was greatly surprised, silently asking herself, was this the loud cheer quickly echoing, welcoming the commander of the Blood Shadow Legion? Ying Long appeared, apologizing for the wait. He immediately explained, there was a slight delay earlier, but please, everyone sit down. No need to stand on ceremony. The entire group simultaneously shouted in unison. Thank you, sir. Ying Long nodded, then fell silent. Ning quietly made a note to himself. His strength might even surpass Fang Uncle's. The smell of blood was still fresh. Did he just kill a mutated creature before coming here? To go hunting mutated creatures right before a meal. Seems like he's a typical battle fanatic. The people nearby whispered cautiously, and just this oppressive aura alone was enough to make them break into a sweat. The power of Commander Ying Long felt like it had become even stronger. That's right. Did you see the blood shadow behind his back? I feel like it's about to come to life any moment now. I wonder if Sir Ying Long killed some high-level mutated creature, and then fused with it. Yi Ning thought to himself, fusing with the mutated blood shadow, is that a special innate ability? Then he whispered to Xiaoyi, how confident are you in winning if you face Ying Long? She pondered for a moment, then replied, based on the strength he's shown so far, the most I could hope for is a 3 in 10 chance of escaping. If he still has hidden power, then it's almost impossible. After greeting the guests, Ying Long immediately walked to his seat and sat down. Yi Ning, on the other hand, was still lost in thought. Indeed, there was a huge difference between being on the verge of 3rd rank peak and truly reaching 3rd rank peak. Although I possess a good number of sword techniques, if I want to escape, perhaps only dimensional slash would be effective. I need to assess his fighting habits first, just in case. His left arm is more developed in terms of muscle. The spear behind him has blood on its tip, so he's left-handed and specializes in thrusting. He assessed the situation, noting that a special anti-slip attachment had been fitted to the spear. Couldn't it be that he was accustomed to handling a spear like this? Was he planning to exploit the advantage of striking from a distance? Yi Ning tried to imagine the scenario, moving at high speed, and as he neared, in that moment, he would swing the spear's head to break through the enemy's defense. There was no doubt about it. This was the fighting style of someone awakened to the agility system. From his observation, there was very little blood on the entire spear, which suggested the explosive power behind his strikes was extremely formidable. Based on the marks on his clothes, and from a skills perspective, he likely possessed at least 2 mobility-based skills. As Ying Long sat down, he spoke up, Miss Chu Yang, is this your adopted brother? This kid's quite interesting. Seems like he's been secretly watching me the whole time. Yi Ning, who had been lost in thought, couldn't hide his gaze, and was startled when his name was suddenly called. Ah. Lin Lan quickly responded, yes, his name is Yi Lin. I think this is the first time he's seen you, so he's a little nervous. Lord Ying Long, did you know? You're his idol. He tells me every day how much he admires you. Then, she turned to Yi Ning and said, I've told you already, Lord Ying Long is a very nice person, so you don't need to be so tense. If you want to look, just look. Why sneak glances? He stammered, I understand, sis. Then, he feigned embarrassment and apologized to Ying Long. He immediately let his guard down. So that's it. If he's Miss Stu Yang's younger brother, then naturally he's practically family. This must be the Shanglang Safe Zone, right? I'm also fairly close with your commander. When I return this time, I'll ask him to look after you. Yi Ning hurriedly replied, thank you, Lord Ying Long. He thought to himself, this was obviously a tremendous honor. It seemed Su Yang's importance to Ying Long wasn't what she had claimed. Shortly after, someone bowed and murmured, Lord Ying Long, on behalf of the Yuhu Safe Zone, I offer you a toast. Incidentally, I'd like to report to you on the situation in our safe zone. Ying Long replied cheerfully, Yi Ning picked up his chopsticks and thought inwardly that the strength others perceived in him was at most early third rank. But he hadn't expected Ying Long to be so cautious. That instinctive vigilance probably came from having clawed his way up from the bottom. At the same time, Yi Ning suddenly felt something strange under his feet. He was startled and uneasy. Yi Ning glared at Lin Lan and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, is that witch trying to kill me?" She taunted him, leaning in and speaking softly. "If you dare flinch, I'll dare to poke there." "Well, don't you like this? Scared?" Yi Ning's body trembled inwardly. "No, I can't lose my composure, or we'll all die. Whether this woman lives or dies truly doesn't matter. But 009, and I cannot afford to lose." His body kept trembling. It was truly insane. At this distance, all Ying Long would have to do was use a little psychic sensing, and he'd fly into a rage. "Lin Lan, what on earth are you thinking? This is absolutely not her best option." Yi Ning couldn't help and asked, "Are you trying to take revenge for the humiliation I inflicted on you? Or are you trying to test my self-control?" Lin Lan replied indifferently, "Both, but I'm more curious about the latter." He said again, "If you do this, you'll die yourself. That's madness. I can't believe someone with your mind could be so stupid." She remained calm. "Even so, in terms of my plan, it doesn't cost me anything." Yi Ning was at a loss for words. If her goal was merely to kill me, she could have just told Ying Long my identity. Why go to all this trouble? Lin Lan glanced over. This is far more interesting. Just imagine the explosive headlines. Wei Ning, military commissar in Yuan Gang, confronts Ying Long and is killed by him. She snapped, "Do you remember the first time we met? How miserably you embarrassed me. Besides, I've always wondered whether you're a eunuch." He was at a loss for words for a moment. Yi Ning then tilted her head back and took a gulp of wine. She was furious, not because she was about to die, but because I had ruined her plan. Lin Lan actually reached her hand into that intimate place. "I'm very curious. Just how important is that mutated material to you that you're willing to endure this much for it? With your current status and power, why would you accept such a risk? Every time I think about you, this contradiction keeps resurfacing in my mind. I feel a kind of inexplicable thrill. I want to eat you, to crush you inside my body. Tell me why. Tell me why I want you like this." He broke into a cold sweat. She thought, "So this is supposed to kill me? No, let me tell you, I could kill you and still get away with it. You crazy woman. If you really want to die, I'll gladly grant your wish." Lin Lan feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so? This woman is beyond reason." He turned and instructed, "Shall he? Su Yang's gone mad, completely lost it. In a moment, if you see me unleash dimensional slash, be ready to break through together." She responded quickly and clearly. The two people across from them soon noticed something strange about Yi Ning. "That kid over there seems a bit off. Maybe his girlfriend's teasing him under the table. These young ones sure are bold. I don't think that's it. On the contrary, look at Miss Xu Yang's posture. Should we use our spiritual sense to check? Xie, do you have a death wish?" Yi Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled when he overheard that conversation. Those three third-rank cultivators all sensed that something was off. But what was going on with Ying Long? Even though he wasn't looking in this direction, as a third-rank peak, even if he hadn't released his spiritual power to cover the entire area, he should at least have been able to maintain his perception of the surroundings. Lin Lan was squeezing that asterisk part of you, and you still managed to lose focus. Is it because my technique isn't good enough? Or could it be that you actually prefer men? Yi Ning was utterly exasperated. "Lin Lan, congratulations. You've just ruined my entire plan." He kicked her hard in the leg. "But don't worry. After I kill you, I'll run away, with your leg as my companion. When I get back, I'll forge it into a great blade to remind myself never to underestimate a woman again." At that moment, Lin Lan began to panic. "You really mean to do that? No, stop. We won't be discovered. I promise. Ying Long won't notice a thing. I was only teasing you. I never meant for us to die together." Yi Ning was taken aback. "What you mean? He's not using his perception. Or do you have some way to block it? Don't tell me Ying Long's strength is fake." "No, that's impossible." Lin Lan seemed to know that man all too well. "You want to know? Then beg me. You're worried someone might notice us, right? No one will dare. Everyone fears facing Yinglong's wrath even more than you do. He glanced over. As long as you're not crazy, it's fine. Tell me, this information is very important to me. You know very well that the more I know, the more certain I become. Once the task is done, I will give you everything you want in exchange for that ability. Lin Lan lowered her voice. Don't rush. Yinglong was about to speak. As soon as she finished, Yinglong also spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you can all feel the threat from the military, but it is truly ridiculous. They watched us struggle at the distant borders with cold eyes, not sending a single soldier or unit to help. Now it's fine, we have established our own safe zone. So why should the military ask us to give up our rights? Just with one sentence? The peace in Yuan Gang, the survival of those who remain here. All of it was bought with our lives at stake. Therefore, I propose that all commanders and senior officials from various districts unite together. The crowd immediately responded. Mr. Yinglong is right. Yuan Gang has always been the military's responsibility. They guarded it to maintain their own face. So what does that have to do with us? If people from other nations enter Yuan Gang, will they really go to war with us? I don't think so. And even if that's the case, what does it matter what country we're talking about now? We're all just human beings. Lin Lan clapped her hands and gave him a flirtatious glance. I want you. Yi Ning was surprised. Really, he secretly remained cautious. The witch had turned her face again. Could it be that she was actually being sincere this time? How could that be? What was she planning to do now? Yi Ning then replied irritably, Do you want me? If you want my head, you can have it. No need for these games. Do you know Yinglong's secret? Tell me now. Lin Lan stood up lazily and said, My feet hurt. Follow me to the restroom. She turned around, not forgetting to threaten. If you have the guts, come over here. I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. If you don't come in 3 minutes, I'll show up and tell Yinglong that you really like this sister of mine. Yi Ning reluctantly stood up. The secret in this woman's hands might very well help him gain more control later. To get the materials for advancement, even if it was the dragon's den, he would have to charge in. As they entered the restroom, Lin Lan casually applied lipstick while letting him stand aside and wait. Yi Ning was anxious. Was she really going to discuss this here? This place was the restroom from years ago. Lin Lan glanced over at him. What are you afraid of? This place has been abandoned. No one will come. She couldn't help but tease him a little. What's wrong? Are you trying to sneak into the women's restroom? Yi Ning snapped angrily. Stop talking. Actually, you knew exactly when Yinglong would enter the dungeon, didn't you? Lin Lan quickly turned around and waved her hand. If you want to know, come here. She opened the door to a bathroom. Come in here, and I'll show you all my secrets. As soon as he stepped inside, he immediately pressed his dagger to Lin Lan's neck. I've used my mental power to shield this place. If there's anything you need to say, speak up now. My patience is limited. If you still want to play tricks while Yinglong isn't here, I won't hesitate. She was satisfied. As expected, he was still the same. All right, the location of the dungeon is on the front lines of Blood Shadow's third safe zone, a city amidst the ruins of ancient times. It's 370 kilometers away, and the coordinates are beneath the air raid shelter in the outskirts of Nation H. Lin Lan continued. This dungeon has only recently appeared, activated by the supply team of the Blood Shadow Legion around 2 months ago. It's a large-scale dungeon, and it's very special. It only opens at 6:00 a.m. on the second Monday of each month, which means tomorrow morning. The opening time is just 30 seconds. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. He asked, Why didn't you tell me this before, and instead tried to test my courage by luring me to the party? Lin Lan replied, Not exactly. Based on what I know about Yinglong, there's a high chance he'll clear the area before entering the dungeon. In other words, you'd have to follow Yinglong the moment he steps in without being noticed. So I suspected you wouldn't be able to get in at all. Yi Ning frowned slightly. Very well, you don't need to worry about entering. Now tell me, what is the secret of Yinglong? Lin Lan answered calmly, I've already said quite a lot, haven't I? What now? Are you planning to keep me standing here talking forever? Yi Ning's tone remained steady. If you cooperate, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. But you... Before he could finish, Lin Lan suddenly pushed him back with unexpected strength. She lifted her leg slightly and said with a faint smile, My leg really hurts, you know. Don't you feel even a little sorry for me? Help me ease it. and I'll tell you the secret of Ying Long. Yi Ning raised his voice. What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you believe I would yield so easily. Lin Lan smirked playfully. Oh, nothing much. I just don't believe you're completely without feeling. At that moment, her expression shifted. An odd mix of determination and emotion crossed her face. Besides, she continued softly, I don't want to perish with you. I want to live with you. As she spoke, she slowly removed her outer coat. As long as you can survive and keep your word, I'm willing to turn against Lu Tianming and follow you instead. Whatever happens afterward, I'll accept. When the time comes, we will. Yi Ning quickly grasped her shoulders and pulled the coat back around her. Do you really think that just because I'm in this place? Lin Lan caught his hand tightly. Yes, I have been thinking about this for a long time, and I feel that there is no hope left for me now. I know you have an army backing you, but they won't shed blood with Ying Long for you. If they would, why would you risk yourself like this? She began to analyze. The people Ying Long brought this time, at least 12 are low-level 3rd rank, and 1 is a high-level 3rd rank. Although your bodyguards are strong, if you go up against them together, you still can't defeat Ying Long alone. The human face technique is Ying Long's proudest achievement. To take it away, you'll first have to kill him. She spoke while unlocking Yi Ning's pants. Ying Long is very paranoid. Even if you don't betray me before you die, I will still have to die. After all, it's all too coincidental. Even if I were lucky enough to survive, as long as Ying Long is still alive, I'm afraid I can't escape death. He frowned. But I think Ying Long treats you very well. It's completely different from what you've said. Lin Lan sighed in sorrow. The relationship between me and him is not as simple as you think. He has never really cared about me as a person. Yi Ning looked at her, feeling a little conflicted, and clicked his tongue in his mind. Her expression and gaze were completely different from the crazy woman he once knew, and there didn't seem to be any hint of acting or lying. Forget it. Let's not focus on her relationship with Ying Long for now. What's more important right now is to resolve her worries and get the important secret out of her. Yi Ning pushed her away again. What if I tell you that I have the authority to mobilize several 3rd-rank peak warriors to enter the dungeon along with me? Lin Lan was taken aback upon hearing this. What? This? How could this be possible? To convince Lin Lan, he immediately took out a token from his system. Yi Ning explained, This token is a secret reward I received after slaying the sea beast on high. Do you recognize it? Lin Lan was stunned. A military token of rank S. But wait, if this were true, why didn't he just send someone to directly steal it? Yi Ning continued, It's because, compared to outright stealing, causing trouble in the dungeon, secretly will make the fish pay a much greater price. He thought for a moment. Although the token wasn't real, it was enough to scare her. After all, someone of her status would never actually come across a rank X token like this. Lin Lan also revealed a secret to him. Ying Long has no spiritual power, which means he can't sense anything outside of his own line of sight. Yi Ning was shocked. I can't believe this. A 3rd-rank peak without spiritual power. How could that be? Spiritual power and willpower are closely linked. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 points in willpower attributes. Lin Lan continued, Ying Long's talent is very special. He can passively convert his spiritual power into other attributes, except for willpower, which is required to maintain his alertness. Any attribute of willpower will be transformed into other attributes. He asked again, so he doesn't have the mental strength to supervise and can't perceive anything, relying entirely on observing the target with his naked eye. Lin Lan replied, That's right. Yi Ning is still in shock. This is truly astonishing, and it's also very beneficial to us. She continued, But don't underestimate him because of that. On the contrary, his body is incredibly sturdy. Lin Lan made up her mind. I am the only one in the world who knows this secret. At first, I wanted to use it to exchange for a suitable 3rd-level expert, such as Lu Tianming. But now, I've decided to give it to you. Yi Ning remained cautious. It seemed like her knowledge about Ying Long was so extensive, it was almost absurd. Moreover, it seemed like she wanted to kill Ying Long even more than I did. She hugged his face. Look, I've been cooperating with you like this, so how should you reward me? Yi Ning was surprised. A reward? What do you want after everything is over? Lin Lan pouted, pressing her cheek against him. I don't want it later, I want it right now. He was startled and pushed her away. This is crazy. I don't have time for this right now. Meanwhile, at the Blood Shadow safe zone, Shang Lang rest stop, Yu and Hao stood outside, feeling anxious. Why has it been so long and they still haven't come back? Something must have happened. At the same time, inside the warehouse, the bald-headed man spoke up. It seems there's no movement outside. The group that just came from the Tian Lang district has already left. The guards here are very lax. I'll break the door in a moment. Everyone split up and run for your lives. After you escape, don't come back. Find a way to destroy the ring and then make your way to our rendezvous point. The other two spoke up. But didn't that old man say he came to save us? They say that, but they still haven't released us. Who knows? Maybe they staged this on purpose to stop us from escaping. The young man felt guiltily uneasy. But that young fellow was already prepared to pay 2 million for us. Another man snapped. For God's sake, don't be stupid. Have you forgotten who those people are? That so-called Shang Lang safe zone. What kind of place is that? It's notorious for sexual slavery. Have you ever thought about Lin Ru's fate? Hearing that, he was truly terrified. We really can't afford to gamble. In the end, they all agreed. Their leader barked, "Follow my orders." 3, 2, 1. At once the whole lot crashed the door and surged outside, the noise deafening. As they rushed out, they could hardly believe who stood before them. Yi Ming, who had already been outside, stood there, stunned by the scene. "Didn't you tell them?" Yuan Hao asked. "I did, but perhaps that was far too simple. Is that why they don't trust us?" Yuan Hao transmitted mentally. After all, the Shang Lang rest station was still within the safe zone of Blood Shadow, so he quickly replied, "I understand. As the leader, I will take all the blame for trying to escape. If anything happens, just direct it at me." Yi Ning spoke up. "In that case, you will be severely punished. Xiao He, Huan Uncle, seize them and give them a beating." The two responded in unison. Understood. Immediately, everyone quickly gathered them all inside. Yi Ning even carefully formed a protective mental barrier around them. Then, he took out a military token. "Capital Army, Special Operations Team. They're with us, so now you can speak freely." Everyone rejoiced upon seeing the A-level military token. Their army must have sent a large force to come here. I told you, if they weren't one of our own, there's no way they would spend 200 million just to save us. The young man beside him asked, "Then, why didn't you unlock the door for us?" Yi Ning responded, "It was for concealment purposes. If we didn't act the part, not only would we have failed to save you, but we would have been exposed as well." He continued, "But don't worry. At most, you'll just have to endure one more night. Tonight, I'll arrange for you all to return to the border. Once you're out of Blood Shadow's territory, you will be free." Everyone was overjoyed. "This is wonderful. We're saved." Yi Ning continued, "Before leaving, I want to speak with Lin Ru privately." She still remained cautious around him. Lin Ru frowned, alert. The two of them escorted her outside. Yi Ning spoke loudly, "Huan Uncle, keep hitting him. Don't stop until he submits. Take her and wash off the dirt. Tonight, I will personally teach her a lesson." Knowing someone was watching, Yuan Hao replied clearly, "Yes, young Master Yi." After that, Yi Ning looked at the strong-willed girl before him, silently thinking, "Lin Ru, I know your identity well. As the future queen of the Jigu border region, how could I not care? In my past life, I had to use overwhelming tactics, but if I can win you over with a softer approach now, wouldn't that be the best?" The two of them then secretly went to the Shang Lang rest point, to Yi Ning's room. Lin Ru couldn't help but be surprised. At such a young age, he already held an A-rank military token. Could he be the legendary Yi Ning? He got straight to the point. "You're clever. You're a second-rank beginner, a fast, close combat system with a natural ability to control water, right?" Lin Ru didn't beat around the bush either. "Yes, that's right. Now tell me, why you want to meet with me alone?" Yi Ning started. "First, tell me why. As a border patrol soldier, you were captured along with a group of survivors at a gathering point." She angrily recounted, "About 2 weeks ago, when we were ordered to patrol the border, we discovered someone awakening from the neighboring country's territory. Invasion. After crossing the border, they frequently attacked several small to medium safe zones, looting resource mines, and taking survivors as food. That's why we fought them. During the pursuit, they attempted to infiltrate the gathering point. After dealing with the enemy, we were preparing to head to the gathering point to tend to our wounds. However, no one expected that the gathering point had already been ambushed by the Black Camel faction. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, and there were no survivors from the area to warn us. Then, the slave hunting team ambushed us. In the ensuing chaotic battle, many of our people died. Naturally, the slave hunting team suffered more casualties. As a result, they called in a third rank from nearby to intervene. As you know, when facing a third rank, we basically have no way to resist at all. As for what happened afterward, you probably know most of it already. Thank you for saving us. Yi Ning replied. As fellow soldiers, this is the least I could do. Yi Ning then recalled the rumors from her past life about Lin Ru's brutal, bloodthirsty behavior, though there were no details on incidents like this. All she had heard was that Lin Ru was a slave who, for some unknown reason, became a third-rank slave in the Three Realms. After the disaster, she publicly overthrew the leader of the Black Eagle's safe zone and killed him. She then quickly seized control of the entire safe zone. In the subsequent uprising in Yuangang, a battle erupted with the Blood Shadow Legion. In the end, she took all the people she had seized from the safe zones, left Yuangang, and entered the Kistan war zone in Jigu. After that, her power surged, and with that strength, she seized control of Kistan as easily as turning her hand. Yi Ning wondered silently. Looking at it now, if he hadn't appeared, the fate that awaited her after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a disastrous beginning, she still became the queen of a nation, something even he couldn't have done. He then asked, "What is your next plan? Return to the border with everyone, or something else?" Lin Ru replied immediately, "No, I don't want to return to the army. I don't want to keep protecting anyone." Lin Ru said, trembling with rage, "I've made up my mind. I want to kill them all." He asked again, "Do you hate the army? Do you think the army was at fault?" Lin Ru replied contemptuously, "Hate? You could say that." Yi Ning said, "You hate the army because they didn't arrive in time to relieve you. As a soldier yourself, you understand the army's current situation. Often it's not that they don't want to save people. It's that they can't. One must consider the bigger picture." He added, "Besides, among the survivors there are both good and bad people. Most are innocent. You can't generalize and kill them all." Lin Ru found it laughable. "Good and bad, you say?" She quickly retorted, "What do you mean by good and bad? What if 9 out of 10 people are bad? The place where we were captured has become the most welcoming spot for the army. We clearly saved them from the invaders and slave hunters. But when those bastards from the slave hunters team were about to leave, they didn't even notice Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was hiding, injured, in the basement. The survivors pulled him out and handed him over to the slave hunters to claim credit." She continued bitterly, "If they only wanted to survive by betraying us, fine, I'll accept that, but it's ridiculous. They used to look at us struggling in the Yuangang region with disdain, and they didn't even send a single soldier to help. Yet these heartless wolves sold us out just like before. They never hated those evil people. They hated us. They weren't afraid of the army. They were afraid of a small caravan." Yi Ning, seeing the hatred in her eyes, lowered his voice. "One individual case can't represent everything. Ordinary people haven't received professional training." But Lin Ru sneered. "One individual case, you say?" She pointed directly at him in anger. "What do you mean by individual cases? Is it just an individual case that there are more than 300 slave hunter teams of all sizes across the entire Yuangang region? Is it just an individual case that over 60% of the population is willing to risk their lives for those forces? Is it just an individual case that our army is being hunted like dogs and can't even dare to reveal their identities?" The painful memories flashed vividly in Lin Ru's mind. She pointed at Yi Ning's chest. "This place is rotten to the core. Yuangang has decayed completely. From top to bottom, everything is corrupt. They pander to the high-level awakened, even offering up their flesh and blood like hunting hounds. Have you been to the Shattering Bone Arena? To Shanglang? To Xuchan? Look at those people. They don't hate the bastards who rule them. They only hate themselves. Why don't they just become one of those people?" At that, Lin Ru couldn't hold back her tears. History here had been twisted beyond recognition. No one remembered what we had done. They see us as the enemy, as a dog that runs away. They would rather grovel to foreign races than spare a single drop of water for the army. Blood-streaked tears streamed from Lin Ru's eyes. Clearly we are saving people everywhere. Clearly all our soldiers are suffering to defend the borders. Clearly, though we are starving, we share our food with them. And what do we get in return? Her emotions surged, and she slammed her fist down on the table. The teacup shattered. Why? Tell me why. Is it because we're good people? Because we must endure, consider the so-called greater good? Is it because men like you sit on high, and with one word can send us to our deaths? Finally able to speak felt like such a relief. The words she had just spoken were for the peace of Yuan Gang. The people below had to constantly retreat. At this point, she helplessly slumped down into the chair. Have you ever been to the base? Do you know how we live? Do you see how many of us have died? It's just a number, right? Lin Ru continued. The army is short of water, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, they ordered us to get water right on the spot. Although my talent is controlling water, there's no water to be found in the desert. During difficult times, we even had to drink our own urine. As for the safe zones and those merchant groups, they hiked up the prices at will. A bucket of water, if we wanted to trade for it, we had to give them a bucket of ore. Do you know how many of us had to die just to protect these things from the awakened ones of the enemy nation? Because the borders are so far, transportation is inconvenient. Meanwhile, those above us keep telling us to endure and strive, to eat and drink sparingly. But how can we fight if we're not full? Can an empty stomach be filled with just empty words? In the first half of the year, we barely managed to clear a resource dungeon and were able to bring back some food from it. But then some nearby private forces claimed it as their own and demanded we hand it over to them. Then those forces sold us supplies at 10 times the price and even dared to sell us their dishwashing water. Retreat. Retreat again. Give way to everything. Endure everything. With no nonsense. Without equipment, without supplies, how many soldiers have lost their strength because of this, and how many have died because of it? Lin Ru couldn't help but feel helpless as she remembered. The so-called rear support, the family waiting behind us. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ru didn't hesitate to undo her shirt, exposing her chest in front of him. Yi Ming couldn't help but be startled, and Lin Ru continued. Do you know what I saw in the slave camp after I was captured? I saw a girl in military uniform being pinned down by a zombie. She had died, not only bitten to death by the zombie, but also had her intestines ripped out and left to dry. There were 2 large numbers carved on her chest, the wounds deep to the bone. In pain, she asked, Can you see clearly? I'm number 12, and that girl over there is number 11. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yi Ming remained silent all this time. He stood up, took a cloak, and walked over to Lin Ru, handing it to her gently. Put it on, it's getting cold. Lin Ru took the cloak, somewhat surprised. I thought you'd accuse me for the greater good, claim I was indecisive, then say that sacrifice is unavoidable, and finally call me a traitor. He didn't answer her, instead asking directly, after leaving the military, where do you want to go? Or, would you be willing to come with me? You seem to be in a better mood. Maybe I'll find a small squad, join them, hunt the mutants and become stronger. Or perhaps I'll try to set up a gathering place of my own, to rally people. Lin Ru was about to leave. Thank you for valuing me. But you needn't. I'm not as great as you think. Right now, all I want is to kill every bastard I meet, chop their heads off and hang them on poles. She disdainfully tossed the badge to the ground. This is the military insignia I once swore to. I return it now. Seeing her prepare to go, he spoke up, Lin Ru. What if I told you I'm different from them? What if I said I can change everything? What if I told you that if you follow me, you'll have unlimited resources and won't have to care about the greater cause, so you can kill to your heart's content? What would you think? She frowned, turned back and asked, Do you even know what you're saying? Yi Ming replied calmly, I do. Stay here. Wait for me. I'll return in a week. Scene shifts to another land. Yi Ming sat on the plane and asked thoughtfully 00, according to your analysis, if we fight Ying Long, how many seconds can we hold him off? Fang Fang answered immediately, B seconds. In a head-on fight, I can only hold him for a maximum of 4 seconds. If his target is you, I can delay him for only 1 second. Yi Ming considered, maximum 4 seconds. Far too short, at least 1 second. Although I could unleash my ultimate move 7 or 8 times, When facing a third-rank peak, I can't be completely sure. He looked out the window. Besides, Ying Long was a third-rank peak master. After so many years, there had to be hidden assassins. Although he lacked spiritual energy, that also meant his physical defense was by no means the level of an ordinary third-rank peak. If using my full ultimate couldn't kill Ying Long, he could kill me as easily as flipping a hand. Even if I used spiritual energy to attack, he could still prepare. What if he had high-grade shielding equipment? Then he told her, "This time, when we enter the dungeon, we should do our best to stay far away from Ying Long, and avoid running into Xu Yang as well." Fang Fang was surprised. Then how are we supposed to get the identity compendium? Yi Ning added, "If you want to take something from someone else's pocket, besides stealing or robbing, you can always trick them." At the dungeon entrance at 5:30 a.m., Fang Fang reported, "We've arrived." He ordered 009 to activate the floating device. To avoid leaving footprints, she immediately descended. After Yi Ning landed, he watched silently. This sphere of light that hadn't expanded yet. This is the dungeon entrance, right? No sooner had he finished speaking than he reached out to touch the sphere of light. Looking at the system panel, Yi Ning thought to himself, "The demonic battlefield. Could this be related to the demonic core the Sword God needs? If they are truly connected, then perhaps on this dungeon run, I can collect all the materials and finally complete the Sword God system upgrade."